My face may flip sides because I hate it when I'm mirrored.
That's fine.
So
Can I be seen?
Yeah, Allie, that is 10 seconds ago. We're actually live right now. Hi, everybody.
Oh,
Uh,
sorry.
welcome back to the Grinwell Cup, also known as Adventures in YouTube. Thank you for joining us today. We're very excited to have you all here and to have our fantastic guests here. But what is here? Who are we? What is life? What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. I'm Gus. This is Allie. We're from Wheel Takes.
We middle school?
It's still a good song. It was catchy then. It's
Great
catchy now.
No, you've never seen the movie though, which I feel like is a
I
crime.
know. Chad is saying, you guys are live, you know. I know. I knew at the time. I just wanted to let her roll with it and see what happened.
Did I know?
She
No.
didn't, but I did. Hi. Anyway, we're I guess for Wheel Takes. We're excited to have you all here to talk about the Grinwell Cup. We have some phenomenal guests today that we are very excited to announce. Right over there on my screen, we have the one and only Jenny. Jenny, how are you today?
I'm doing great. I'm so excited to be here. I am a massive fan of your podcast. I've listened, but I'm almost through with your redux of Eye of the World. But yeah, it was like a very sad day when I caught up, but also a very happy day because I felt like I could join into the discussion now.
We're thrilled to have you as part of the discussion, and
We're
we're thrilled
big
to have
fans
you
of
here. We're
yours.
huge fans of yours and your YouTube channel, which you can see the name of on the screen right next to her floating head. It's
Yes.
down there. And we also have with us today Delusions of Graendal from Feather and Mountain Podcast. Delusions of Graendal, how are you?
Hello, Gus, Allie, and my girl Jenny. I'm fabulous. So happy to be here tonight. So happy to be talking everything Grinwell. Let's fucking get it.
Yeah, let's fucking get it.
I am
Agreed.
so excited. So, if you stumbled upon this video at random, you were just trolling through live YouTube, and you happened upon this. What are we doing, Allie?
We are discussing the hottest character bracket for the Wheel of Time series. Now, by hottest, Gus, we mean anything in terms of your definition of hot, whether it's pants feelings, whether it is romantic feelings, whether it's they seem like I'd like to have a beer with them feelings, temperature.
I believe I most want to throw them into a burning fire was one of them.
Yes, that was somebody's reasoning, perfectly acceptable.
That's fine.
Could have to do with their actions during the course of the Wheel of Time series. I don't know. I am reading very much into who keeps winning these polls, but and speculating wildly as to why, because some of my predictions have not come true.
What do you
for
have
the first
to,
time ever?
Why do you
But
have to
about this.
speculate?
Well, about who would?
Why do you have to speculate?
Why do I have to speculate? Because
Because
I am
you
a
have
first
it
time.
there.
Because I am a first time reader on book 5, chapter
20.
20 of. Wait,
Book 5.
what's
yes.
the book called? The Fires
There
of
you
Heaven.
go. There you
There's
go.
flames on the side of my face.
Oh my God, Madeline Kahn. Sorry.
What happened? I missed it.
Sorry, no, the flames on the side of my
Oh,
face.
yeah,
That's
yeah, yeah.
Madeline Kahn.
I was
from
like,
Clue.
what did chat say? Well, on
No.
that note, should I look at chat or no?
Chat's fine. Yeah, chat's not going to spoil. Please, hello, chat. Please don't spoil anything past book 5, chapter 20. If you're not sure when that is, check out Encyclopedia Watt.
We thank you.
That's my favorite website. Actually, kind of is.
Yeah.
Delusions, Jenny. Thanks for being here. Have you guys been enjoying the cup so far?
It has been stressful.
Yes.
I don't know if we can say enjoy. Like, I actually feel like I am competing in this. I am so invested in the results right now that this went there was one, and we'll get to it, but there was one round in particular that this went from being like tra la la to
Yeah.
we are in this, and I will literally set fire to the entire Straw Haired Chits Discord
Yep.
if X doesn't win.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean,
Can I just ask, can we swear? Can we
Oh,
curse?
yeah.
Okay,
Please.
yes. Yeah, okay, just
If
make
you
sure.
don't,
Jenny.
we'll have words.
Yeah,
Yeah,
please.
you are encouraged. to
Drop
swear.
as many bombs as you want. There
In
are
my
no
daily
rules.
life, I work with children. I typically don't, but occasionally
I get you.
as
Let it all out
in-
now. Let it all out
Yes.
here.
Jenny, for clarity, I am not a child.
Yeah.
I'm here live.
Right.
I'm
hope-
not a cat.
I hope there's not a single child watching this. Like, please,
Probably
God.
should not be.
Like, if any of my former students are watching this, like, please fucking don't.
Don't be.
Get the fuck out.
I'm not a teacher anymore,
We
so
love
I'm
you.
gonna just let
Don't
it fly.
be here right now.
Jenny, have you ever dropped like a swear in front of your students before? I've got to know.
Yes.
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 Every teacher has.
I was on a field trip and a student ran away and they kept running away. And I think like the 6th time they ran away, I went, oh, for fuck's sake, Ian.
Of course, his name was Ian.
I was teaching some choreography to a group of students of mine, and I kept screwing up my own choreography, and eventually I was like so frustrated, I went, oh fuck. And then I like looked at all my students, they're like 12, and they're all looking at me with these like big eyes, and I went, I can choreograph or I cannot swear, and I cannot do both.
Right.
And I was like, and no one will believe you.
If I may quote Hoobastank, I'm not a perfect person.
Yes.
I was like, it's
I
my
was
word
very-
against yours.
I was very lucky that it happened in Korea, so the kids didn't know that word, but all of the other teachers did. So they all just were like, "What the hell?" Sorry,
That's so
he just
funny.
keeps running away.
I did it in front of Gus, and Gus just looked at me like,
I think I did it the same day.
did you?
I did it once. Anyway,
Everyone does.
you got to get these out
It
of the way.
happens.
It's important.
Yeah.
My mother just texted me to say that we need mugs with our logo on them to drink from.
It's true.
So
Join
let
Oh,
me-
is
Frosty.
she watching?
let me
That's
plug the
so
Dusty
cute.
Wheel. We have our mug out, and Delusions, you have a mug of your own.
I've got the real reads.
I've also got a Dusty Wheel mug. No one can see it, but look, I'm drinking now.
Mary would definitely buy a whole set of those.
I don't know if I'm more uncomfortable with you drinking or eating on camera, but
It's
keep
definitely
doing it.
drinking.
Keep
It's definitely
doing
the drinking.
Whichever it is.
Well, that's the straw. If I do it without the straw, my face goes crazy.
That's fair. That's fair. Wait, Gus, I hate to be this person,
You need
but
me
do you
to
have a little
it's
shit to
behind
do?
you. Here you go.
Thank you.
So if you're joining us, do if you would be so kind, if you came here from Twitter, why not retweet that link? Bring some more people in, share the fun, share the love, drop a like on the video, all that fun stuff. It's YouTube. You've heard this all before. You know what to do. Why not do it? Oh, fun. Okay.
and if you haven't subscribed, smash that.
Do that
subscribe
too.
button.
Yeah.
Smash that like button, subscribe
Smash
button.
that like button.
All the buttons.
Oh,
There's some paper
yeah.
towel over there if you need
I'm
it.
good.
So with all that said, shall we get underway? We have some heated polls to discuss
I should.
this time.
I
Yeah.
I was about to drop such an inappropriate joke. Sorry.
Okay. I'm proud of you.
In my head, I was like, I should be wet for this.
And
That's-
that will not be the first reference
That's the-
of
Yeah.
wetness. this evening.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Mops, buckets everywhere.
All the good
let's
stuff.
continue on.
It's important.
Get a bucket.
I
and
went,
a
am I
mop
going to drop
bucket.
this joke with Gus's parents listening? And I was like,
They know.
Fuck
They don't
it.
care. They've been here before. So let's start out. Let's go chronologically. We're going to do the knockout hexafinals today. I call them hexafinals because there's 6 of them. And then we're going to do the tri-finals with the main bracket, which included some of our most contentious polls.
yes,
tri-fis.
people
The tri-fis.
had feelings. We did this to all of you, and frankly,
I
it was everything I ever
was
dreamed of.
Worried.
I wanted everyone to be mad, as mad as I was when Elsie went out.
Yeah, she is somehow. Well, we'll get there. Let's start with the hexes, the knockout hexes. Again, how this works: it's 3 people in a poll. If you come in second, you drop down into a different bracket, and one person at the very end of that is going to come back and go one-on-one with whoever wins the winners finals, which are running literally right now. So go over to our Twitter and vote on that if you haven't yet. Let's get this underway. We started out a week ago today with the race of Tam Althor, Melaine of the Girard Sept, and Moiraine Damadred.
This week we've gotten more "How dare yous"
A lot
and
of-
"They could go fuck yourselves" than any week prior.
The
Which is
rage
what we
is
want.
very real. And even just like speaking to that category, I am moist. I am incensed that you made me choose between these three. And I also can't remember who I ended up choosing.
Yeah.
I can tell you who I voted for, and I can tell you the exact reason why.
Please.
Give it to us.
I posted this in my server, which I'm sorry, you can't join Ali here.
I can't join anything fun. Don't worry.
Yeah, I'm sorry. But I personally very rarely sexualized any of the characters in this book. And then Rosamund Pike tried to open a pineapple with her thumb. And I have feelings about Moiraine now, and it's alarming.
Is that in I Care a Lot?
No, she just did it on Instagram. She was
tried. She was trying to stay up for Jimmy Kimmel. And so
Yeah.
she was over in Prague at the time. Jimmy Kimmel obviously is a few hours behind. And so she posted to her Instagram, like, I heard about this thing from Rafe Judkins about how to open it. And
With your thumb?
a lot of
Yeah.
strong finger work.
Yeah. Very. Yeah.
Oh, it's a 5-minute video.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It is worth it.
Oh.
And apparently it's 5 minutes that are deeply erotic.
It's literally her trying to open a pineapple with her thumb. She does say butt plug in the
Good.
video. So, you
Good.
know.
everyone.
Are we watching this
No, we're
live?
gonna watch it later.
Just
pulled
watch it later.
Just pulled it up and I'm like, okay, we're gonna do this? We're gonna watch
I don't know. We could
We're gonna watch
stream it.
5 minutes
It
of
seems
Rosamund Pike
relevant.
opening a pineapple.
Do you
I
not
mean,
want to?
I mean, if that's
Anyway.
where the night is headed, I'm always down for whatever.
There we go.
Yeah.
we
Let's
also,
finger blast a pineapple.
Yeah, exactly.
you know what? I can sympathize with your reasoning. I haven't watched the video yet. I will watch it later because I'm fascinated by this as a concept now. But yeah, Moiraine, it's a good vote. You know, we've had a lot of back and forth on Moiraine as a character in this poll in particular because a lot of people I know view her in a very it's like a very motherly role, and that's something that I love deeply, but that I wouldn't call hot. You know, that I wouldn't use that word. So
Smash it, Allie.
Why are dads in American culture hot and moms aren't?
bullshit, isn't it?
Okay,
Yeah.
either they're both hot or neither are hot. We have to decide.
I saw
For
some
equality.
comments. Yeah, like I saw some comments and they were like, "Oh, I can't vote for Moiraine because she's like a mom." And I'm like, "Oh, I'm sorry. Stifler's mom didn't do it for you.
Stacey's mom?
Stacey's
Excuse me.
mom
Song.
is an icon.
She
Come
has
on.
apparently got it going on.
She
totally has it
definitely
going on.
has it going on. So it was like one of those things where I was like, "Listen, I get like the maternal, like the nurturing stuff. Maybe that's not hot, but I would not call Moiraine nurturing."
Yeah,
She's
yeah,
not
that's a
packing
strong-
any lunches.
No.
No.
No, not a single lunch has she
That
packed.
child has been packing its own lunch since the age of 10.
The
Yeah.
note.
Doing its own laundry.
The note in the lunchbox says, "If you don't get all A's, I will not hesitate to destroy you."
Oh,
Know
so
this
she's my
and-
mom.
And it's your fault.
Hear this and know it to be truth.
Oh, she's my mom. Okay.
Okay.
Now that's the headcanon.
Chad is
So
pointing out
Gus,
that
is Allie's mom hot?
Yes. He can't speak about that, but yes, my mom's very hot.
Very good.
She kind of looks like Princess Di.
Oh.
yeah,
Ugh,
yeah.
classic beauty.
Yeah. Much cuter than I am. That's what happens. You know, I'm just a copy of a copy.
It's interesting because it occurs to me that this bracket, we had themes for the brackets when we started, and then of course everything got
Of course, yeah.
befuddled and muddled and wild and crazy. But we do have.
Speaking of hot moms, Gus's mom is also very hot. I'm just gonna. Hi, Mary.
Hi, Mom. We do have Moiraine, book mom, Tam, book dad, and Melaine, who is a wise one, who at the point in the books we are at right now is dreaming about being a mom. So
Dream mom.
Dream mom. Yeah, we have book mom, book dad, and dream mom. So
Yes.
it's interesting that this.
But I feel like Melaine is more like an angry older sister.
I think I definitely voted for Melaine in this, and like no shade against Tam, who Zaddy all the way. Although now
And
that like,
shade
we're-
against Moiraine, apparently.
love my Moiraine, but unfortunately, being the het, the finger blasting pineapple didn't get me going in the same way that like the thought of like Melaine climbing is it Bale?
It's Bale.
Like a tree.
Mhm.
Like,
We actually
We just read about their
listened
wedding.
to their wedding, which I'd forgotten is in the book.
Ah,
It's
but
hilarious.
It's really funny.
And
very
also nice.
Well, 'cause for those who don't remember, and I hope you don't mind if I just recount this scene because it's fucking hilarious.
Do it.
For those who don't remember this scene, there's a ceremony, they talk, there's vows, and then everyone just starts fighting with veils off. They all
Which
start
sounds
like knock
exactly
down, drag
like
out
our wedding
fighting,
is gonna
and
be.
and Bale has to.
But just
pick-
because my family's Irish, not because, you know.
yeah, start taking notes.
Bale has to pick Melaine up and carry her out of the thing back to his house,
about
and then
that.
do the whole
And
put her
she
down.
has to fight just
She
as
has to fight just as
voraciously,
hard.
right?
And in the narration, I think it's Avienda who's talking about this. She goes, I don't think he would have won, but then Dorinda, his other wife, ran up and just socked her in the short ribs, and she got the breath knocked out of her. And that's how, and it was great. We all had a great time.
I feel like that'd be a hell of a wedding. Like, you would talk about that wedding forever. You'd be like,
years.
y'all, I went to the craziest wedding.
Melaine's great. I think this is a close poll, so it's not like she didn't get her due. But,
Oh, she definitely has her fans.
Yeah. Do you guys remember who won this one?
I honestly, like, sometimes when I vote on these, I have to look away
You
I
get
get
too
it.
stressed.
I get it.
because I get too
I get it.
stressed.
Who do you think won?
Tam.
I'll say Tam. I think
You
Tam.
think? You
I
think so?
Can I just talk about who I voted for?
Yeah,
Because no
of
one
course.
asked?
I'm sorry.
Oh,
Go
yeah.
ahead, Allie.
Excuse me. No, I'm not mad. I voted for Tam, but it was very difficult. So I eventually, many times this week, I did eeny, meeny, miny, moe. So Tam got my eeny vote. But he's nice. He's nice too. They're both nice. Well,
Yeah.
They're all nice. This is a nice bracket. Of
Oh, yeah.
It's a great
nice,
bracket.
nice,
This was
nice people.
it was a no lose scenario, which means that it was also a no win scenario.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But who won? Drum rolls.
Moiraine won, but not by much.
Okay.
Not by a lot.
Okay.
It
That's
was
exciting.
39% to 41%. There's a 2%
Oh,
margin.
that's very close.
Pretty
Okay.
close.
And Melaine, unfortunately, a distant third with 20%. Good turnout. 170 people voted on this one.
I wouldn't call that
Okay.
distant compared to some of the very distant
We did
thirds
have.
we've had.
There were times where
I
people
would
got
say
one.
that
vote.
was a contentious vote.
I think Pat and Fane got one vote. Which
Rightfully
I-
so.
I voted.
And-
I was gonna say,
And he
like,
got
is
one
that
vote,
an
and I was like,
accident?
what pervert vote?
That was
Who's
that was an accident.
Flipped and
Yeah.
like,
Someone's big thumb.
Speaking of my mother, I was on the phone with my mother today, and she said, I'm so excited because I finally voted for Leane intentionally. Because for the past 3 polls, she had gone to vote and tried to click Leane and misclicked.
So
And
you're
she would
telling
text me, she would go, oh no, I tried to vote for Leane. Hi, Mom, I love you. But
So
I
wait-
didn't.
So what you're telling me is Mary voted for Pat and Payne.
Mary
Wait,
with
was
the
Mary
Pat
thumb.
up against Land for some reason.
Ugh.
Pat and Land.
You know, it's a natural combo.
Listen, I can't
course.
get on her too hard for that because in the poll today, I slipped and didn't
Don't say who you voted for because we
not
can't
vote
spoil.
for who I meant to.
Oh, yeah, and this was criminal.
I was,
It's time to create a second account.
the whole day I was like
puppet.
shrouded in my
Sock
weighted
puppet.
blanket. Like, how
Sock
could I
puppet.
have betrayed this person?
So yeah, Moiraine took this.
Oh.
Tam and Melaine, they had a good run. They lost. They got knocked out. They came back.
We love them. You know what? They can go console each other. Maybe Bale can get in there too.
It'll be
be
good.
a good time.
That would be
You know what we should do? We should
too attractive for
Let's
this
see
podcast.
there. Tam originally lost to Rourke in his first
As
round.
he should.
As he
Okay.
should. He came back. He beat Elias, Machira, and Agenor and Balthamel. And
What? I mean, of course he did. Like,
and then he lost to
was any?
What?
He lost to Moiraine.
What a shock! He lost
Yeah.
to old Aggie and Balfi.
Wait, who
Wow.
did Tam lose to? Oh, Rourke.
Alec-
That makes sense.
Agenor and Balthamel stands didn't come out for
Yeah,
that.
I know.
Well, listen, Pater has voted in every
poll. Pater has commented right in Pater on every single poll, and you can, but we won't
Pater
count it.
We will not count
We
that.
love you.
Pater Codal himself. Melaine, on the other hand, I think this is fun. Melaine lost to Nynaeve in the first
of
round.
course,
She
of course. Yeah,
No
yeah.
one is surprised. And then she beat Joylin, Sandar, and Varen in the knockout
okay.
round.
I'm into that.
As much as I love both of those
Who
characters,
knocked out Moiraine?
that makes sense because Melaine is very cute. As we
Moiraine?
know, because Nynaeve was very threatened by her.
Yeah.
Moiraine beat.
Stop being in the same country as my man.
I was like, she
That's
just.
funny as shit.
I was like, she
Yes.
The
just
funniest
got
shit.
married. Like, will you fucking relax?
Well, it's because she's wingmanning Lan. She comes in, she's like, Lan has shoulders that are great. Did you know that?
He's got
This
a
is what
really
the
cute
idol do.
butt.
They
Have
start
you seen
listing
his
off
cute
your
butt?
His butt.
I
If you haven't, you should.
I
Let me describe
legitimately
it for you.
I legitimately. So this is what the IEL do. They wingman by describing all your best features. I would pay for someone to just come talk to me about what is good about me.
I'm absolutely convinced Melaine would be my best friend.
I love Melaine.
Maybe
She's
that's why I think she's so
so-
hot.
Mean.
She's the best.
That I love her.
Yeah,
She is.
She's
And
like,
I
and she's
would hang
fucking
out with her.
hilarious.
Yeah.
Like she's just like she's got that like subtle Isle humor, but then also like that hot girl shit going on. I love it.
Right.
She reminds me a lot of my sister,
Yeah.
and I'm not wrong about that.
Moiraine beat Bear and Alviarin. Then she lost
that's
to
fair.
Brigitte.
Ugh,
Yeah,
Yeah,
I can actually
I
see
get
that.
that.
I can
I
see
get
that.
that.
That's
Yeah,
fair.
Who
I
is
know.
this? Melaine?
Moiraine.
Moiraine. Okay.
That-
Let's. And that was partially well. And listen, I don't know Brigitte that well, so I was like reading into that one. I was like, what does she do?
but I mean, like you see her in Teleranriot, right? And she's got
Yeah.
like tight pants. Maybe this
She's
is
cute.
not
And
canon,
you know
but I
what?
imagine she has a
Archers-
cape.
She
And,
has
like, then she
a
just-
tight jacket,
Yeah.
a flaring out
Right.
jacket.
And then she's got
yeah.
huge fucking boobs that she can somehow shoot around.
She-
and then
yeah.
she just gets this like power bow stance. And she's like,
Mhm.
oh, you want to see me knock
Dang.
it?
I'm
Yeah.
I love it.
uh,
Oh,
yeah,
Pater's in
I
chat now.
This here.
Who's
Pater?
here?
Hey,
Oh my
Pater.
god! Now he's
Hi,
like, "Who's
Pater."
talking shit about me?" This is what always happens. Yeah, I feel like I get it because listen, Legolas was an awakening for me on one side of the aisle,
I
so
feel
I'm
that.
like, I get it. Archers are hot. Period.
Archers are
End of
so
story.
hot.
No question. Understood.
Yeah. She's got skills.
Yeah, but I'm also
She's
reading into it. I'm like,
precise.
what does she do? Can't just be the
I would
archery.
read into it like so
Yeah.
like she's just like like her man's there, her man leaves, and she's like, "That's fine. I'll see him later. I'm not too fussed. I got this cool silver arrow. Look at me do my hot girl shit, hot girl shit, hot girl shit."
I
And
do
then we're all
love
like,
hot girl shit.
And now I'm imagining her doing that in hammer pants because she's got those.
She's got-
voluminous
yeah,
hands.
she does.
Yes.
Like the little hands.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and the little side to side shuffle.
Yes.
So cute.
Shall we
I would watch that.
continue on?
"Continue."
All right,
Yes.
this was another one that might hit close to home for one of our guests today. Logain, Bear of the Hydo Sept,
Mhm.
and Grendel,
My girl.
the one and
Okay.
only.
No.
But as we have
Hmm.
mentioned, consent is super sexy.
Very hot.
So sexy.
Very,
Consent
very
is
We
sexy.
love-
so
We
sexy,
stand.
yes.
Big
We stand that consent.
Stan consent.
Mhm.
So
top priority item.
yeah. I mean, listen. Did I want to yes Queen Grendel when she walked in?
100%.
Oh, 100%.
Oh yeah.
Was I like, I can't though fully yes Queen her when she walks in? Yes. I can't yes Queen her in the same way that I yes Queen Maggedian every time she walks home.
Every single
Okay,
time
okay,
you see
yeah,
her.
yeah.
Every time
Literally
Maggedian
every time she
enters,
sees
I'm like, excuse me, ma'am. Your evanescence energy is killing me.
Oh my
Brings
God.
me to life.
Evanescence energy. That's perfect.
Oh,
God.
yeah. Like all of my like simple plan, like middle school self is
Yes.
obsessed with
She
her.
It's
has
like-
a lot of eyeliner.
Yes.
Oh my God. It's
happening.
like gif of like you as a 13-year-old child just laying on the pavement with the rain pouring down on top of you when the
Yeah.
Gideon enters the room.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Like I wanted to be a goth girl so bad, but like was raised by Republicans, so I couldn't be one. But like
Republicans.
but oh my God, did I want to be that? So like every time the Gideon walks on screen, I'm like, yes, I adore
Bring me,
you.
bring me to life.
Please be a part
Wake
of my
me up
world.
inside.
Wake me up inside.
Be a part of my world, dark Ariel princess. Like, yes. So that's my feelings.
I mean, I love Grendel because she is unapologetically and unabashedly
Mhm.
herself.
For sure.
She puts her like, you know, she's like, do I have hips? Yes. Do I have an ass? Also yes. Do I have boobs? Yes. Am I going to present it to the world? Fuck yeah. Do you get to come near me if I don't give you my consent? You can back the fuck up right there because this is my body, my choice. You don't get to slut shame me for the decisions that I choose, like that I make in terms of the clothes I wear.
Absolutely.
Totally
Love
get it.
for that.
Oh yeah.
Don't necessarily love the circus act that's happening behind her in what we've seen so far in the Fire of Heaven. What is happening? Fires of Heaven. Fires. ASMR. Fires of Heaven.
Fires.
Sorry.
There's a fire in it.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. I love, like, whenever Gus and I are starting the podcast and he's like, do a sound check for me, I start ASMRing.
I'm like, that doesn't help. That doesn't work. That's not your normal speaking
Yeah.
voice.
But
So-
I will say, like, it's a good, like, Grendel is a villain. All of these Forsaken have done horrible things. Asmodean.
Oh, yeah.
Do you know what Asmodean, like,
Skilled his mom and handed her over to some
Dude.
to a
murderer.
murderer? Like, all of them have
Whoa.
done bad things, and any villain that you like in a movie will have done horrifying things.
Yes.
But a good villain is not a good person. They're an interesting character. And
Definitely
I
true.
think that's, yeah.
Definitely true. I think for me, the thing I do like about Grendel also is it's the curvy woman representation in a way where it's like she's not a stick figure. Like she's like a Christina Hendricks, and like as someone who's
That is
like,
my headcanon
that's
for
my-
Grendel.
Yeah.
and as someone who's like, listen, that's my fucking body type, and like I really appreciate the rep, like, you know, because I'm like those boobs don't tend to come on a smaller frame. I'm sorry, so it's nice to see somebody who's like living her life, being a
It's-
curvy lady.
It's incredible. And I love Ravine's like perspective, especially in the prologue, because he's like, okay, also like Ravine is hot as fuck. Like Ravine, if he's not like, if Idris Elba does not play Ravine, I will riot.
Yeah.
I will flip tables and riot.
Okay.
No, Robin is
Because like
very
he
attractive.
He is so hot. But Ravine looks like when Grendel enters the room, he's like in any other company but Lanfear's.
Yeah.
Grendel would be like so hot.
Sorry.
Like, go fuck a goat. Like, Grendel is like drop dead gorgeous.
Sorry, I realized just now this is what I do when I have an idea because
To remind yourself.
because I'm
Yeah.
ADHD and it'll go away. I forgot to call Brigitte a hero of the horny. Anyway, continuing.
Double back to back.
I'm just
Yes.
gonna go back there and then we're gonna go forward, and that's how my ADHD works.
Honestly, that prologue bit you just referenced, Delusions, where he goes like, well, that's a major reason why we wanted to do this. It's
I was just about to say, wasn't that the inspiration for this whole thing?
Yeah, that, and also every time Gawain and Galad are on screen together.
I love it. I love Gawain being like, oh, geez. And like, just like second fiddle constantly to like Galad, who is actually, I see Master of the Decks in chat. She has an amazing fan cast for Galad. And like, it
Tell
totally makes
us.
sense canonically. so Kay, if you could like post that would be amazing, and then we can Google, because he's a beautiful man, but he doesn't I don't need to gird my loins. He doesn't gets me going in the same way that like Idris Elba does. It's different.
Well, yeah, it's this idea of objective attractiveness is insane. Like I don't want to call anyone out at this point, but there is an actress that everybody, it seems in my world, everybody agrees is attractive and is the sexiest woman ever. And I'm always like, okay, like that's literally my response is, all right, just not
is it
for me.
There's a lid for every pot.
No.
There's a lid for every pot. There's no such thing as objective attractiveness. That's why I feel terrible for the people who get cast as these characters who are objectively attractive. Because I'm like, that's going to be a fucking rough day on social media.
Says that the actor's name is Gaspard Ulliel. Gaspard Ulliel.
Who's Gaspard?
I have never heard of this
right
person.
now?
We're going to pull
Google
up a picture
image him.
on our
He's
side.
a beautiful, beautiful Frenchman.
Oh, he is. He is a very beautiful Frenchman.
Oh.
Yeah, that's exactly what I've pictured. That's
yeah,
insane.
because it's like a dainty,
That's
pretty
exactly
man.
what I've pictured. Yep.
Yeah, I see it.
Check him out, everybody.
He's pretty.
His name's in chat. That's.
He looks like a fucking narc. Anyway, continuing.
Where were we? What were we talking about?
Sorry, there's like nothing less cute.
We got here from Grendel. We also have Logain and Bear.
And that's, I
Logain
mean, ultimately,
is sad hot.
Yeah.
like you were
Logain's
talking.
The brooding guy.
Oh my god, like
He's
you were
the I
talking
can
about
fix him hot.
Evanescence. Like Logain is my good Charlotte. Logain is Joel Madden. And I still have an autographed t-shirt. I went to so many of their goddamn concerts, and one of them touched my 15-year-old breast, and it was the
Not on
greatest
purpose.
I mean, he was like autographing his name.
okay, yeah.
So.
Oh.
In an okay way.
I was like, I feel
In
like
an
I
okay.
have to.
In a
like,
very much
fuck,
wait, hold on.
wait.
You were pushing your boob at him.
It's like, we're going to be on the news. That is my life's goal, to avoid being on the news.
That's a good goal. Yeah,
Please
Logain.
don't make me the news girl.
No,
And-
just don't have me in the news.
I feel like we should also mention. I don't know if you guys have ever watched Money Heist, starring.
Yes.
Alvaro Morte.
Logain. Yes. Yeah.
He's very very pretty man. He's very pretty.
Is nice.
He does, like, again, I think it was, so Master of the Deck has a server, again, Allie, you're not allowed to go to it.
I'm never allowed to
it's
go
called-
anywhere.
It's called Taviran Trash.
Yeah,
and
Gus
it's a server-
Gus recently made me unfollow so many people
so
on
many
Twitter.
people.
And I was like, because I was like, this is not fair. And he was like, you are not allowed to follow any of these people on Twitter. You are literally
all they
allowed
do
to
is
follow Wheel
spoil.
Weaves, and that is it.
He goes, "Can I follow this snakes and foxes guy?" And I'm like,
He was like,
"Absolutely
no.
not.
And-
No.
Absolutely not."
Yeah.
So I'm
No.
sorry if I unfollowed you. It's not personal. Gus made me do it. Because I was like, they followed me. Like, we're going to be friends.
You
And Gus
gotta,
like,
you
no.
gotta smash the follow back. You don't. But like, so don't go to Taviran Trash, because it is like only for people who have finished the series. But it's also like, Master of the Deck is an amazing fanfic writer, and a lot of other people are on there. And so that means that, like, you know, when we're talking about Rand and Matt traveling to Camelin in Eye of the World, maybe there's a little Cawthon action in the bushes that we don't see. You get it. You get it. Here we go. So, like, let me tell you, the thirst pictures that are posted in that server sometimes, my God. And there is one of Alvaro Marte, and he's just literally leaning over a table, and that's it. And he's in a tank top, and all he's doing is leaning. And like, after that, I was like, literally no one else can take this bracket. It has to be Logain.
Yeah. He's,
I believe I also, because we've been watching Money Heist, voted, and because I just couldn't vote for Grendel. Love her though I do in most, like, in some contexts, like, I just couldn't. I was like, if I can't vote for Robin, I can't vote for Grendel.
You can't. You gotta do
We got to
the
be
consent.
consistent in our messaging,
Yes.
even though no one's gonna know. I've got to be consistent in my messaging. So I was like, all right.
Shall we spare a thought for Bear?
Listen, she has had so many
She has had
husbands. She's
3
got to be doing
husbands.
something right.
Buried
Oh,
3
no.
husbands, and she's not a channeler. So good for her.
And she, like, when she can dream walk, imagine what she could do in your dreams.
Yeah.
She could pull you into
Oh my
Talaya and
god, I
Riyadh.
never even thought of that. But
She's
yeah.
a dream come
She can
true.
jump into your dream,
Yeah.
and she will not lose control.
No.
She'll make you lose control
Yeah.
in your pants.
Yeah. Exactly. Damn.
Are you just trying to get a guest spot on this podcast like all the time, both of you, or like what's going on?
So, do you guys know who won?
I guess Logain.
Logain won. Yeah, Logain took this fairly handily, I'll say.
As he should.
I was
He's sexy.
I was not surprised. He 56%.
I'm gonna
Logain.
tell you, like, I didn't vote for Grendel.
What's Logain? I mean,
I can't. I mean, I love her, and I think
Yeah.
she's like gorgeous, but
We got to be consistent in our messaging. Is what you're trying to say. Like, we got to be consistent. Yeah. Nope. I get it. I was like, I can't do it.
I love you so much, and I think you're like that. The little chibi that Mimo drew of Grendel is like
Oh, it's
so
fantastic.
cute,
Listen,
so adorable, and I'm like, she's so hot. But
if
also,
I saw her on the street, no question.
yeah.
But there's no accounting for personality.
Yeah.
And
like, Logain with eyeliner right now is just really doing it for me.
Kevin chat says he is theorizing on how Bear's 3 husbands may have died, and I'll leave it at that.
she kill them?
Did you read the
No,
comment?
but I do
No.
like his.
Right there.
I do like his suggestion.
That's quite funny.
She shagged him to death.
Yeah, there. Hey, yeah.
I will say
Tag
whatever.
baby.
My parents aren't watching.
Grendel had 30%. Bear had people vote. We love Bear. Bear came out with 15%, and let's look at how they came through the bracket. Grendel, she beat Old Man in Grendel's room, who out.
How dare!
I mean, of course she did.
Oh, I know.
so she
I have
beat-
such a solid theory who that is.
She beat a sentence.
Yeah, I know
No
who that
question in
is.
my mind now. I know who it is.
Who do you think it is?
It's
Just-
Jane Firstrader.
Okay. She
It's
beat.
100.
She
okay,
beat-
I'm not gonna hit you.
It's fine.
100%.
She beat that guy and Descendra, and then she lost to Bane and
Okay.
Shia.
I'm gonna laugh at you when this is right.
Yeah, when
I'm
she lost to BNC, like I guess you can't. Did you have to unfollow Bane and Shiad on Twitter as well, Allie?
I have to unfollow literally everybody. I can't. I'm not allowed to have fun in this community at all.
I love, like, one part of the reason I actually again voted for Bane and Shiad in that poll is because, like, their Twitter personality is amazing. I'm obsessed with them. They did a great call in a couple weeks ago to the Dusty Wheel.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
and they actually coined the phrase for the Wat on Prime personality, like he who tweets with the dawn. That was Bane and Shiad's recommendation.
Oh, they came up with that?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And I love that. And then also, like, the two of them are just hot as fuck.
Oh, no question. No question. Those two are. We couldn't separate them.
No.
Like we
Yeah,
did
no, 'cause they're a
initially,
pair.
and then
They're
we
a
were like,
pair.
we can't, because they're just
You can't
so
do
much
it.
of a unit.
Gaul
Well,
can't
also, like,
separate them.
Even if you wanted to be with one of them, the other
So
one
far.
would be like, no,
Me too.
yeah.
Excuse
So
me.
What's the
wait.
yeah, go ahead.
Someone said Jane Firstrader, who's she? And I'm like, I see that we are gaslighting today.
It's a good skill to have when it's done with love. That's the very important
we
thing.
were like,
It has to be
it's a
done
very
with love.
important thing to realize that. I was like, there are times where I'm like, it is appropriate, and there are times where I'm like, I feel.
Bear lost to Moiraine round 1, and then she
Yeah.
beat Gawain and Savannah.
okay.
That seems very fair for Bear.
Only to lose to Logain now.
Well, that seems fair.
And
I mean, she had a great journey, and I'm
She
really proud
did.
of her.
I love this journey for her.
Mhm.
Who on earth knocked
God, if
Logain
Gawain
out?
had ever won, like if Gawain had won,
Gawain came in
Bantam-
second
Um,
in his first
Bantam
poll.
would not
I
allow
would have overruled
Well,
that.
Gawain
I
came
would
in
have
second in his
overruled
first
that.
poll because his first poll was Fail, Gawain, Danelle. And
Okay.
Danelle is the Brown Odge's sister who is there when they.
You
oh, that's
asked-
the one you were like all sus of.
Ally
right?
You
hates
act
her.
as
Ally's
though
a
we
bad
don't all know
sister.
who she is.
We
I'm
I
onto
literally
this
don't know
black
who Danelle
Aja
no, you
bitch.
don't know who Danelle
Yeah,
is.
no, there's
mostly
no
know Danelle
fucking
from-
way.
I
There's
mostly
no-
know Danelle from your podcast.
I've I've caught up again. I'm like, who the fuck is Danelle? Oh, right.
Yeah.
Murky
Cereal
fucking
takes.
Smirkerson. Excuse me. I call her my anti Elsie because I'm like,
Anti-Elsie,
okay,
yeah, that works.
yeah, because she's the rando I hate and Elsie's the rando I love.
So
Gotta
like
love the
I
house.
I don't actually remember that poll, but if I like it would be a case of it would who was it? It was Danelle.
Gawain, Danelle, Fail. Fail won it.
File.
Yeah, I would see like Fail
By a
Gawain,
nose.
and who would be my question. Yeah, by a nose, God.
Anyway,
I'm
wow,
here for
we
some of the night, people.
Christmas treed off of this. Where did we?
You're
were
just
talking about-
trying to get invited back.
Oh, Bear. Yeah, Bear lost to Logain. Wait, yeah. Okay, great. So, sorry,
I love your spreadsheet.
stepped. I have a bunch of spreadsheets open right now. I'm
Of
trying to
course you
track
do.
who lost
Your
to who.
spreadsheet, Gus.
I love a good spreadsheet.
Can you tell he was an admin assistant?
I was an admin assistant for 5 years, and now I'm in IT, so now I know
You
more
can
about
cheat
spreadsheets.
like nobody else except maybe Alan from the Wheel Reads.
Yeah.
And one day I'm actually going to run this tournament. It's going to be a different tournament. It's only going to be for people who give a fuck. So it'll be, I don't know, like maybe 3 people. And it's going to be called the Sheet Off.
Yeah.
And that
Ooh.
whose sheets is going to win is going to be the whole thing. And it's going to be like intense Gus v. Alan.
Yeah.
Alan
Gus
would
is
win.
the only person in my
Themselves.
life where he could say like get in these sheets and I'd have to wonder what he's talking about.
Which
Right?
spreadsheet. Like I have called Allie into the room before to show off spreadsheets that I've made.
100%.
It has actually happened.
100%.
that is adorable. That's really adorable.
Yeah.
100%.
Anyway, we are going to push forward. Oh, Logain. I forgot to talk about Logain's journey so far. Who the hell beat Logain? I honestly don't remember.
I was surprised.
Logain beat Joylin, Sandar, and Sen. Oh, of course.
Oh, I was surprised. Yeah.
He lost to 90.
Obviously.
But
Yeah.
also
Okay. Yeah.
also
yeah.
like joyfully surprised. I assumed that the final would be Logain. No, Galad, Lanfear, and Logain.
Elayne. Right?
No,
Logain?
one of those 4. Like 3 of
Okay.
those 4 I thought would be in the final, and only one of them made it.
Maybe.
Or
We'll see. We haven't talked
7
about
of
that
them
yet.
Or
made it.
didn't.
Or
All of
didn't.
them. None of them? Half
That's why I
of them.
can't be live.
So
Too
let's,
ADHD for live.
let's press on. Elspeth Lujan versus Matt Cauthon. Versus,
Elspeth Lujan, also known as What That Pan Do.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
versus Liana Sharif.
Oh.
I
This was
was
contentious.
surprised
Highly
by
contentious.
this one.
Close
I
though.
am I'm actually furious at this poll because like
Yeah.
truth be okay, so I started reading the books when I was 11 years old. Matt Cauthon was my sexual awakening.
I get it.
Yeah.
love that man more than I can even begin to put words to. I mean, not as much as MK, who's in chat with us tonight.
Or Danny, who would also highly agree.
Right. Yeah.
Get in
Danny,
there.
yeah.
But I mean, like we're looking at a portrait literally of Barney Cauthon, which it does not exist yet.
Barney
Like, this-
Cauthon.
Barney Cauthon.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Were you not there? I guess you weren't allowed to watch like the
I'm not
Twitter
allowed.
storm of like Barney Harris when he went off on Twitter and Instagram and he
Yeah.
just like became Matt Cauthon
Yeah.
in every way imaginable.
Yep.
And then he just vanished.
It's the same in my mind.
That's
Like,
because that
I
NDA
think, I
dropped.
think Amazon was like,
yeah,
"Shut
that
the
NDA
fuck
dropped
up."
hard on Barney Harris.
yeah,
Yeah.
we need, shut him down, and it would be like a
it
3
down.
a.m. 3 a.m. and he's like, here's my SoundCloud link.
Did you miss this? It
I
was
missed
nuts.
Literally all
It
of
was
it.
a
was
solid.
the
Because I
greatest
wasn't
2 weeks of
allowed.
my
I'm
life.
never allowed to do
Yeah.
anything. You
No.
never let me do anything fun.
Like Matt Cauthon, I love him like probably like he's my favorite literary character. He hands down, like Ron Weasley comes a tight second. Matt Cauthon does things to me in a way that, like, I've had sex dreams about Matt Cauthon. For him to be partnered for him to be paired against Leanna, Sharif, how dare you? How dare you, sir?
Look, I made the bracket, and then people fell into
In
it.
what way? How dare you?
It's Leanna.
Leanna's so hot.
Oh yeah,
Like,
yeah, yeah. Okay, good.
It's
We're
Leanna.
on the same page here. I was like, what does she do?
oh my God,
Does she
no,
suck?
Beautiful person.
And like,
She's very hot.
you've seen so Jennifer Chion Garcia is
Yeah.
Leanna, and so both of them are 5'10",
Mhm.
and JCG has, I can't remember if it's on Instagram or what, but she has this unbelievable picture of her, and she literally has a body tattoo of a dragon. And this was not for the Wheel of Time. This is nothing related to it, but she's literally one of the hottest women I have ever seen.
He is.
And the fact that you like
Just
decided,
Googling furiously.
you were like, you know what's cool? Let's take our boy Matt Cauthon, who is like, you know, you got to know him to find him hot, and partner him with like Leanna, who is objectively one of the hottest women in all of the world, and see how this goes. Unjust and unkind, sir.
See, whereas my heart wanted to vote for Alsbeth, but I voted for Leanne. My heart was just, but that pan.
The pan.
The pan. I mean, listen.
Big pan energy.
If this were a biggest badass in what poll, Elspeth Lujan would be right up there. I love everything about her. I love that she represents the tall women and the strong women. And listen, that is hot. It is tough because she was up against two people who have been cast who we know are dimes. So I go, okay.
For sure. Yeah.
Well, I've just been first of all, I see Matt Cauthon lovingly as like a little brother figure at this point. You know, he annoys the shit out of me. I may be him. Just horrifying. And so I kind of go, okay, well, I can't vote for. Listen, if we're gonna put mothers and father issue to the side, little brothers are never hot. Like, period, done.
Never.
End
and
of
like,
story.
if you had started this series younger, like,
I think it would be a different tale for me.
if I read,
Right.
like, if I started reading it now, 100%, I would be like, that is disgusting. Here's my younger brother. He's my best friend.
Yeah, exactly. I'd be like, he's like the little brother I never wanted, but I like love him. So, but I can't vote for him. So, and Liana, I'm at that part where she's like literally causing riots because of how hot she is. So I'm like, excuse me,
like
Liana is
sashaying.
amazing.
Oh my God. The 9-horse hitch with Leanna is like, it's one of the, honestly, like, so there's a podcast with Nablus Rakappa and Jess the Amerlin Seat, and they're talking about the best moments in the series. Your 6 best moments. I don't know how to rank this because sometimes when I'm reading Fires of Heaven in particular, every moment is the best moment.
Yeah.
But Leanna walking into 9-horse hitch and being like, oh, by the way, watch me do my shit. And then like taking over the whole bar.
She like causes a riot and then calms the riot.
And listen, Logain is into it. Like, Logain is into her. I don't care what you say, Mr. Gaslighter. I don't care.
I didn't shut down that
Will
theory.
not hear it. I am so here for that as a couple because my
please.
God, they should procreate.
I'm just thinking forward to the day where we have Sophie Okonodo, Alvaro Morte, Jennifer Chun Garcia, and Kay Alexander all on the screen together.
Yeah.
We can't handle
We're not
that.
going to
The
get
world
anything
will end.
done for the whole
What are we going to
week.
do for the
What are we
next
going to do?
10 years?
That's a fucking, that's an arc.
Yeah,
How do we handle
Thing that's
this?
going to happen in our lives, and we're just going to have to sit there and handle it.
We can't.
People be sliding off their sofas. Just
Jenny.
I mean,
sorry.
I'm dead forever.
Someone in chat mentioned my shirt, and I just want to bring some attention while we're giggling to.
Who bought you that shirt?
Allie bought me this shirt. The very important cause that birds aren't real. Anyway, that's gonna happen. We're gonna have to live with it. We're gonna have to deal with it. How do you guys think this poll shook out?
Leanna, unfortunately. I didn't look at the results again because I was too emotionally invested in this one, and so I had to like click the link, walk the other way, click the link, walk the other
Walk
way.
the other way.
Walk the
We
other way.
all watched your TikTok. Yeah.
Allie, will you tell us who won?
Matt Cauthon.
Matt won.
Oh,
What?
I'm
Yeah.
actually surprised. Okay.
My boy?
I was surprised about that too.
Your boy won. Your boy took it with
Your boy took it.
49 to 47%.
Nice.
Razor thin.
Razor thin margin.
And it's funny because a
and
couple of weeks
Elsbeth
ago,
was an
Elsbeth
actual distant third.
Allsbeth got 8 votes, and
But
we're proud of her.
You know what? I'm proud of her
6.
for those
Actually,
8.
it's 6.
I'm proud of her for those 6.
We're very
You know
proud
what?
of her.
Me too, because Robert Jordan is very unkind to anyone who is not slim or does not have big boobs.
We talk a lot about the occasional body shaming,
shaming,
on
yeah.
the pod.
He's very
I think there's nothing wrong with a strong ass lady. In fact,
There's more than nothing
there's
wrong.
more than nothing
There's a
wrong.
lot right with a strong ass
Yeah.
lady.
in fact, there is a
Ugh.
particular strong lady lately, celebrity, who has really betrayed me, because when they came on screen in the show that we were watching, I was like, yes, queen. And then they turned out to suck royally, and I was like, damn it.
Are we talking about the Mandalorian?
Yes,
Like-
we
Yes,
are.
we are.
Yep.
When she
cried,
came
cried
out
a
of the screen,
little
I was
bit
like,
over that one.
yeah, I was like, oh, finally, like a woman who could bench me. Like, yes, bench me, lady. And then she turned out to be the worst. So I was like, listen, we hate that, and now we
Hate it.
have to distance. But you know who else I find stunning is the woman who plays Bobby Draper on The Expanse. If
Yep.
you're looking for like a very hot, muscular
Her
lady,
name is Frankie Adams.
Oh.
she's a joy. for
Yes,
all
she
of
is
us.
a bodybuilder from New Zealand, also an actress. And she is a very, very good performer in The Expanse. Highly recommend that show.
She is. Yep. I'm
Wait,
actually
hold
in
on.
the mid,
I'm gonna
I'm in the
sprint.
middle of book 2 of The Expanse.
I almost didn't.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm reading The Expanse. I've watched 4 seasons. I haven't watched the 5th because I decided I wanted to read the books.
Yeah.
But yeah, she is. Oh, Bobby.
I have
Oh,
one.
Bobby.
Oh, Bobby.
Oh, Bobby.
I love that. That's like what I came back to was, oh,
Oh,
Bobby.
Bobby.
But yes, that is how I feel about Bobby in the books and on screen. She comes on screen. I'm just like, oh, Bobby.
Bobby gets it.
How
Also, sorry, in The Expanse, Christian, her voice, I can't, like, when she starts, I think I even put this in my server, like when she starts speaking, I can't handle it. Like, I don't
Shorehai?
know.
Shorehai Aghdashloo is
Oh.
amazing.
Oh my
this has become an
gosh.
Expanse live stream while
Yeah.
you're gone, Ellie. Don't do that.
Yes.
It's right there.
Oh.
You still have it. The Expanse is some of the best genre
Yeah.
fiction to come out in the past
It
10,
really is.
15 years.
It's
And
fantastic.
how are you finding, while we're in the interim here, how are you finding the show
Sorry.
versus the books?
It's an amazing adaptation, actually.
Isn't it?
I thought I would make a video about it, but it's a lot of work. But they've done it because the stuff, they've changed a fair bit, but it feels insanely faithful.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
it's crazy how faithful it feels, even with, like, there's a whole arc in the first season that doesn't exist in the books, but it makes perfect sense, and it's so good.
Yeah.
It's really an amazing adaptation so far.
The creators, James S.A. Corey, who is Daniel Abraham and Ty Frank, are actually very closely involved in
Okay.
production.
Yeah. I think some people forget when they're looking for like a true adaptation of things that like TV is a very different medium from books. And there's going to be by
Yeah.
necessity, for budget reasons, for, just the fact that they have to fit it in an hour-long episode, for narrative reasons. Like, there's just going to be reasons why some things that you love, and I'm sorry, are going to be cut or changed or what have you. But, like, what we can always hope to have is that the spirit of the thing is honored.
Yes.
You know?
I just put is the actress who plays Christian Shora Aghdashloo? Is that her name?
Shorey Aghdashloo.
Okay. Yeah, Vance. She can't be Cadsway. Oh wait, spoilers.
No.
She can't be sad.
No, she can't.
Sad
No.
Blue Rain. Sad
No.
Blue Rain.
Because then
Sad
I'd
Blue
be,
Rain.
there would be a
You all talk about whatever you want.
Yeah.
I'll eat your muff.
yeah.
She'd be good
Oh,
at
that's
it.
right. Yeah.
She'd
Yeah.
be very good
I know.
at it. Anyway, go ahead. You can put that. Okay, Allie's going to pour her beer into her dusty wheel mug, and she's going to foam
Yes.
over the top of it again.
Probably. Hold on.
Nope, she's not.
Ha! Hater. He didn't.
So, we have Matt Cauthon took it, and Leanna's
Can't believe
gone.
that. I'm so like, as MK said in chat, she's like, I think all of like me voting on all of my accounts.
Yeah.
It's like, how the fuck did Matt win against Leanna? I don't know, but I'm so happy.
So, Leanna came in hot. She beat Talonvor and Maggedion.
Oh,
What? She beat Talonvor? How? He definitely tips his hat and says, "My lady."
a lady.
Hey, listen.
He did just bust Morgaze out of prison.
Oh, that's how far.
His
okay,
voice got
okay,
raspy.
okay.
He's got feelings.
I mean, don't you remember him from Eye of the World when
Yeah.
he was all
Who?
like
No.
butt clenched? Oh yeah,
He was.
He's the guard.
He brought
He's
Rand
the
in.
guard who came in on like Rand after he tumbled over the wall and
Who?
came in like
No.
a wrecking ball.
I don't
And
remember this
then-
man.
Talonvor
Oh yeah,
was
yeah.
like,
Talonvor was there. Yeah.
Talonvor was there, and he was like, you know, brings Rand to Morgaze, and he's like, "Ooh, you're in for it now." And Morgaze is like, "Talonvor, get the fuck out of here. We're cool."
He's into her. Period. Done. I know this to be true. I just feel it. Why would your voice get raspy when you're talking to somebody if you weren't talking for a very long time? Unless you were into it. You wanted to hit it and quit it. Excuse me.
Does he want to quit it?
No, he will never quit it.
He wants to quit it and stay.
What?
Hit it and stay?
Hit it and stick it.
He wants to be.
Hit it and stick it. There we go. Quit it and
better.
stay doesn't make
He
any
just wants to
sense.
have a platonic friendship.
He's gonna be that awkward person who, like, after a one night stand, is like, "So," and like,
Eggs?
I'm just gonna tell you this. This legitimately happened to me one time. So, like, you're
Please.
welcome. Wholesome sharing. I accidentally fucked this guy, and I was like, "Well, that was a mistake." And then the next morning, he was like, "Hey, so my mom and sister are in town. Do you
No.
want to go get brunch?" And I said,
Oh, that
"Sir,
was
thank
so
you
good.
so much, but let me explain to you what an once is. Once. I'm gonna run the fuck out of your house, and we are never speaking
Oh
again."
my lord.
That is Talonvor.
Okay.
Oh my lord.
That is
That's
Okay,
handled
so
about
I
as
mean-
best as anyone could possibly handle anything.
That
Yeah.
is.
I will say I did once date a girl who 2 weeks into it started talking about our beautiful interracial babies. And I was just like,
that
okay, let's talk
feels
about
very
how
fetishy.
biology works and also
That's not how biology.
Wait.
we
I
are
didn't
not
think
going
about
to
this
make a
from a biology standpoint because I was too busy focusing on the racism. Wait.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
And it's been 2 weeks.
Oh,
Explain
ma'am.
to you about how babies are made. It's not egg the egg, milady.
Yeah, they duke it out. One of them comes out ahead. And...
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Yeah.
I mean, I love this
Whoops.
journey for her.
I mean,
Listen,
Yes, Jenny does sex education.
my boss talks about teachable moments a lot. This is a teachable moment for her.
for like 4 reasons.
For so many reasons.
There's like 4
No.
reasons why this is teachable.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming you're engaged now and your children are beautiful.
They are lovely. Yes. My beautiful interracial babies.
Oh,
So you'll
God.
drop the F-bomb in front of on occasion.
Oh god.
Yes.
Let's just bring it all in.
So
Oh,
who the
God.
fuck was I talking about a minute ago? Liana. Liana beat Talonvor. Talonvor, that's how we got here.
Yes. Yes.
How?
Sorry.
No, don't apologize as long as you're alive,
Oh my
ever.
God.
She beat Talonvor and Moggy, and then she lost to Elayne, but she lost to Elayne by like this much.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
And
Wait, who?
Liana.
Oh,
Yeah.
And then it's funny because we talked about that bracket. We said, I think she's going to come back in the end. She's certainly not going to beat Matt Cauthon. She's certainly not going to lose to Matt Cauthon, and then she lost to Matt Cauthon. Fine by me.
fine.
There is no wrong reason to vote in the Grinwell
Keep
Cup.
your wrong opinions.
Matt Cauthon lost to Eludra in round 1.
Which we also couldn't believe.
I am
because-
aware.
Yes.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
we had specifically, well, we were kind of like, okay, well, the heavy hitters, we can't put them all against each other because otherwise our final round's going to be boring as shit.
It's going to be Pater
Gus
versus...
went on a long rant
I
about
love
how
Pater.
brackets work, and I
Yeah.
was like, this was just, I'm just
It's
the
a
idea
spreadsheet
guy.
thing
You don't
you
have to
wouldn't
tell me how to do
understand.
things. You just do them. And then, yeah, he went on this long rant about how brackets work, and we stayed up very late making this bracket. And Gus goes, okay, well, so when we have Danny on, we should specifically have people that she can talk about, because otherwise it's not going to be very fun for her. And
Right.
Brett might also kill us. So, we have a vested interest in staying alive. So, so we were like, oh, well, we know that she loves Matt. So let's it's going to be an easy Matt win against like some random firework lady and whoever else he was against. And
Baylal.
And we're sitting here with my dad, like on the couch, watching
Money
as
Heist,
suddenly watching Money Heist, watching as Eludra slowly overtakes Matt throughout the entire night, and we kept like screaming, and Kevin was not pleased. He was like,
I
"Will
may
you
have to
watch the fucking
apologize,
show and put your phone away?"
I did vote for Eludra. There is a bias though, because I am a lady who prefers the ladies. And if there's like
No
a
wrong
guy
answers.
I like,
No
but
wrong
if there's
answers.
a guy I like versus a girl I like,
You're
the
gonna
girl's
go with
gonna
the
tip
girl.
Yeah,
scales,
there are no
'cause-
wrong answers.
And that is allowed. This is why we say attractiveness is subjective, but it was just really funny that we were like, oh, this is a walk in the park for Matt.
For
And then
Matt.
all of a sudden we're like, this is
Well,
the
it's-
one we wanted him to,
Because Eludra has shown up.
wanted to know what we were right about. Grendel, sorry.
I was just gonna say, like, that's the moment that I knew I had to get serious about my.
You've
was
campaigned
like-
hard.
It was that early, and I was like, I love Eludra. She is sugar. She's spice. She's everything. She's a genius. Like her fucking pews, amazing.
She
I
loves
love
pew-pew.
you. I love your pews. I love your vendetta.
No one can see my hands when I do things. It's very frustrating. I just totally
You need
didn't-
hands.
I do.
But it was like when Matt lost to her, I lost faith in the fandom for a little bit.
Yeah.
I regained it in other ways, but like I was like, okay, so no, if this is happening, I need to bring in, if I'm passionate about something, I need to bring in people with thousands of followers for the next round. My singular quote retweet is not enough.
Yeah, I was
What's a
gonna say,
good
y'all
start?
know the moment I started being like, "What the fuck?" Like it was very obvious when I started taking it seriously. Anyway, but we will get to that.
We'll get there. It's relevant. It's
You know,
important.
like Katy Perry said, baby, you're a firework. Come and let your colors burst.
Yeah.
Which in this case is just innuendo. Make him go, oh, oh, oh.
Innuendo. All right.
Sorry, Gus, I need you to know that my partner ordered pizza and that it's called Gus's Pizza
Ooh.
in honor of this evening.
He's honored.
I sent that. I didn't.
No.
He
He made it himself.
Yeah. That's what I was doing.
That's that Gus.
Before everyone before we got on camera.
West Coast.
While
Gus.
it's under the desk. Just, I should make that gesture.
All right. So,
It was meant to be pizza.
we have
You get it, pizza.
Very
pizza.
glad I don't have hands in this moment.
we
Usually
have
I'm off camera. This isn't how I function usually.
Egwene Alvear versus
Hot.
Laris, Mistress of the Kitchens.
Hot.
Mhm.
Oh, hot.
Versus Lan Mandragoran.
Hot.
Giving us ASMR.
Hot.
Lane's
A
name.
little bit.
Correct.
Again,
Hit it, Jenny. This
I-
is
it's
your
just-
moment. I need
yeah.
you to speak about the poetry.
this is a problem for me because, as I said, I don't sexualize these characters with one exception. Lan. And that's weird because I am a lesbian. But Lan
And not just any lesbian, a gold star.
I am a gold star
lesbian.
lesbian.
Star lesbian.
You do know that's a real term, right? Like, I'm not just making.
I do, but I forgot about it. You know, it's a
Okay.
lot of the
'Cause the
time. It's
first-
like I forget about terms because I have no memory at all, and then people remind me that those terms exist.
Yeah, the first time I said it, Delusions was in Discord. Delusions was like, Jenny, you can't call yourself that. Someone else has to give you that name. I was like, no, it's a real thing. It's a real thing. But anyway, I am a gold star lesbian. But Lan and his poetry, that whole I will hate the man you choose because he is not me, but I will love him if he makes you smile. Oh my fucking God.
And everyone turned to their spouse and went, "Why?"
I
the
was
fuck
driving
don't you
the
talk to me
car.
that way?"
She paused the podcast.
What line got you in trouble?
It was a tough 5 miles.
Yeah. Like,
I was
is-
like, excuse me.
It's literally like one of those lines that, like, they're in the Blight, they're in Eye of the World.
mhm.
Anytime I am reading that book and I'm like, tra-la-la, decompressing, sitting in bed, the fury I feel in my heart that my partner does not say those exact words to me knows
Yes.
no bounds.
And then, like,
Novels
later on,
ruin
he's all
your
even
life.
like, you have made flowers grow. It's every time he talks about his love, it's not like, hey, I think you're neat. Like, it's
Everyone just goes,
beautiful.
"Fuck,
Yeah.
damn it." Yeah, that was the same reaction. Like, they're like, "You made flowers grow," whatever, and I was like,
You have made
"Why
flowers
the
bloom
fuck
where
don't you talk about me that
You
way?"
have made flowers bloom where I once cultivated naught but dust and ashes.
And why
Yeah.
the fuck
if you
don't
die,
you talk about me that
I
way?
will not survive you long.
Correct.
Seriously. And like, even this is before Daniel Henney was his face.
Yeah.
Like,
Correct.
with Daniel Henney's face saying those words, I think I said this in a video, people are going to watch it and get pregnant. Like, it's just gonna happen. What is happening?
It's good. Keep
Something.
talking.
Oh, but that is it. Yeah, it's that poetry. So yeah, I mean, you can all guess who I voted for.
Mm-hmm. Lan is a special kind of person,
Mm-hmm.
and we all love him.
Oh yes.
Yeah, I think Lan, I'm hoping I didn't really follow up on the results on that one. I just clicked my boy Lan and then had to walk away because of the emotional investment. There was only one poll that I needed to follow through to the end. And we'll
Yeah.
get there.
Yeah, we will.
But yeah, Lan the man, or Lon the Mon.
I don't. That's it's canon, but it's not canon. Is it
We're not
canon?
doing that.
Who said it that way? Was it Sanderson or was it Jordan said it that way?
Jordan said Lan. The only reason we got Lon was because
Daniel Henney.
of Daniel Henney on Instagram when he was doing like a Q&A.
Yeah. Which I mean, I could be entirely wrong about this, but the person he would be acting most opposite is Rosamund Pike, who has a British accent. So he might just be constantly hearing his name as Lon, Lon, Lon. So
Yeah.
anyway,
It's
Yeah.
a good name.
so
Egwene and
Egwene won.
Laris.
Okay. Oh, Egwene
What are
and
we thinking?
Laris. Again, Heart wanted to vote for Laris on this one because, again, the pan. Well, she's got a rolling pin, but still,
The spoon,
I-
the wooden
yeah,
spoon.
the spoon. That's what it is. It's the spoon. It's the spoon. It is the spoon.
Oh, Laris.
yeah.
I love her. I love a woman who just like owns her shit.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I love Laris so much, and I love especially just how kind she is to Min and like how she takes her in under her wing.
Mhm.
But to me, I think that's where the nurturing comes in that we talked about before. Like I really rebel against, like, I don't know, being I don't find nurturing sexy, and that's a me thing.
Yeah.
So Laris isn't my girl. Egwene, I related to way too heavily growing up. So like, like Allie, like you were talking about how Matt's like he's your younger brother. Egwene is like she is my sister. She's like my best friend. She's me a little bit, but like a way better version of me.
Mhm.
She's just someone that I adore, but I see her as a peer. And so it's like really hard for me to say
Right.
hot.
Yeah.
But she is like Madeline Madden is like so hot.
Yeah. I'm actually really glad I'm doing this. Like we had talked about possibly me being on the show next year for the Grinwell Cup. I'm glad I'm doing it here because right now, so far, only one of the actors has taken over my headcanon. So I'm literally just doing it on their personalities right now because I don't really visualize the characters. But yeah, Egwene, I mean, I have complicated feelings about Egwene that made it hard.
Yeah, you know, I mean, she goes through an arc as shockingly over 15 books. Did you know people go through arcs? Yes. I didn't know that. But yes. I am Madeline Madden's a beautiful person.
Oh,
so beautiful.
Yeah.
What did you call her? A mermaid?
She is a beautiful mermaid, and I'm obsessed with her. But you know, I just think like she is so gorgeous. I couldn't vote for Elayne. I mean, Egwene. God, I keep doing that. I can't help it.
Yeah.
I do it now.
I think for me, I couldn't vote for her in part because I feel the same little sister thing that you feel, Grendel, and the other thing that I feel is the reality of what I've recently read, where I was like, I just not gonna fuck with that right now.
I mean, I think like you're not that dissimilar from Aradia because there's like Aradia who's read the series dozens of times. Circles back to that moment with Egwene too, and she's like, there's defining moments and characters, and it goes back to that consent conversation.
It's always relevant. It's always on the table.
It's always relevant.
It's always top of mind.
It's always on the table, and
as
like
it should be.
Yeah. I think it's one of those things where I have complicated feelings. Listen, if you want to hear about all my complicated feelings, I lay it all out on the table. I don't need to go into it again. And I feel like I root for her to have growth. I don't hold anybody in any kind of like disregard for thinking that she's hot, because she's certainly beautiful. I'm just like, I couldn't vote for her now, and I couldn't vote for her for a myriad of reasons.
Yeah.
I think that's fair.
if the show does it differently, and that's what I'm excited about, like with the Grinwell Cup progression, is like if the show tackles this differently, if, as you said in the podcast, Allie, if they just stick with the fucking tea.
The tea is plenty. The tea is more than enough.
Yes.
If they just stick with that, Egwene can still be hot.
Okay, yeah. I'm just remembering where Allie is. I had thought
that part.
Not be
We're at
said
that part.
Yeah.
Laris, though, #Spoon Gang, unfortunately did not come out to represent as hard as we all hoped it would. Laris
pour one out for Laris. Stir one out for Laris.
Yes.
I think
everyone's spoon for Laris.
Everyone
right now.
I think we're waiting. Oh no, we're good. We're spooned. Good.
We're spooning
I
for
believe
Laris.
she is demanding a spoon.
Oh,
okay.
That's the best spoon in the world.
That's the best spoon I've seen.
I had to get the Gus spoon.
That's important.
Wait, isn't your
Gus
cat named Gus?
And Gus.
Yeah,
cat.
this is.
So I've got my Gus. You've got multiple Gus's.
Jenny, and I've also got Gus pizza. Like, I see, Jenny, I see your pursed lips through your emoji right now.
I have no
fury
Gus.
is real with the absence of Gus.
It's not fair.
You're like, I require some kind of form of Gus, otherwise I'm not to theme.
Yeah. This is
I'm so
unfortunate.
sorry. I didn't realize there was a theme to tonight's evening.
Sorry about that.
Lars comes in last. You guys know who won this one, right? I mean, this is not.
It should be
Surprise.
Leane,
It's
right?
Leane.
Like,
Yeah,
that's
it's Leane.
not- Okay.
Fine, yeah,
Leane,
yeah.
Leane comes out with 60% roughly of the vote. Egwene gets about a third. And Lars picked up a few, and I'm proud of her for that. She's got a past. We love her past. It's mysterious.
Yes.
She was almost executed, I think she implies a few times.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, Laris has definitely like been through some shit.
Yeah.
And like spooned her way out of there. Like some people claw, and like my girl was like in the pit of vipers and just had that goddamn wooden spoon and like
She's Andy Dufresne taking that spoon. She's going to dig her way out of the shit. She's like, go fuck yourself with this spoon.
We have, coming up next, another very hard one. This one was a potential heartbreaker in a lot of ways. Rand al'Thor, Gaul.
Who you created
I partially created
Yes,
Loser's Bracket
the
because
loser's bracket
Gaul
because
lost
Gaul
his
lost
first
his
bracket.
first round and you were mad.
And Eludra herself,
Huh.
Sorry.
who somehow got knocked out after beating Matt.
I do not remember who I voted for in this one.
So I treasure my friendship with Master of the Deck so much. There was no choice for me. I had to vote for Gaul.
Yeah. Yeah, I get that. But did you want to not vote for Gaul?
No, I love Gaul. Like Gaul is like he's super hot. I just like, and also let's be real, the wheel takes jump of Gaul coming in and like doing that is like Willem Dafoe.
Excuse me?
What did you say?
What did you think? Yeah, that is
Like you got
absolutely my favorite thing. You know how you just like you want to look cool in front of people and that never works out for you.
I so aspire in JordanCon 2022. I so aspire. Like, here's how I envision it happening. People are hanging out. Tra-la-la. We're all vaccinated. And the entire weekend is just going to be a competition of Gaul jumps.
Gaul jumps. Yeah.
Like, you'll be like having a discussion, and all of a sudden, from behind the shrubbery, someone is just going to jump in and be like, click their
What?
heels like they're
Yes.
fucking
But
Dorothy.
it has to be like as like the badumts at the end of a joke. Like you say a pun and then you just jump 20 feet in
Yeah.
the air.
Yeah. Ridge cats. Stalking ridge cats.
Yeah.
And then everyone around them has to stop for about 5 seconds and go, all right.
So I just foresee like 4 days of this, and I'm totally in for like Gaul jumps.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Cooladin couldn't do it.
No.
Cooladin didn't even try.
Cullen doesn't even know how to jump.
He clambered his way up. We had Eludra in this one too, the Mat Slayer herself.
Cooladin sucks the most.
Cooladin sucks the most.
Yeah. He quite sucks.
Does anybody
it's
here
hard-
disagree with
It's a hard competition for me between Cooladin and White Cloaks.
Really?
Oh yeah, that's interesting. Yeah.
I hate an entitled fuck.
Yeah.
And that's my opinion.
Yeah. I can sympathize with that.
Yes. Entitled fuck suck. So, God.
We've talked about Eludra, I feel like, pretty extensively already.
Mhm.
There's not a lot to talk about here beyond what we've said before. What about Rand?
Sorry.
So actually, I'm actually most curious about how Master of the Deck voted in this round, because she is a Gaul stan.
Oh, that's
like,
true. And
loves
a
her
Rand
Gaul.
stand.
but
Good
then also
question.
Rand stan. And like also, let's be clear, if everyone on the entire planet is not thirsty for Yosha Stradowski, you are living your life wrong.
I thought we said that attractiveness was subjective.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you can be wrong still. It's this. This is how you can be wrong.
Like that man, like, yes, you can't, like, in this case, like, cheekbones, check. Ass, check. Watch Just Friends. You'll see it. You'll know. He's a beautiful man.
He is. He's
But
a
there's
beautiful
something like
man.
there's something very rugged about Gaul that just gets me going in a way that's different than Rand, but it was a very hard choice.
Master of the Deck is saying in chat that she loves me some Rand. They love me some Rand, but Gaul is hotter.
I voted for Gaul.
You voted for Gaul. Was it just for me because I love Gaul?
It wasn't just for you.
Was it
but
partially
it is
for
because
me
he
because I
reminds
love
me
Gaul
of
so
you?
much? Gaul, really? Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
out of anybody, there's not like Gaul and you're like a mix between Gaul and Perrin.
So
And
I'm
that's how I
Stonewolf.
feel.
Please read Master of the Deck.
Yes, I was just
wanna
about
read
to say,
Stonewolf? You
please
should
read
read
that.
Stonewolf.
Is it spoiler free?
I don't know. Is it?
Well, you'll have to find
Yeah.
out, and then you have to let me know.
Yeah.
Master of the Deck is here, so Master
Yeah,
of the
Let
Deck,
us know.
let us know if Stonewolf is spoiler free.
And let us know if you take requests asking for a friend. Continue.
I also just need, because if anyone is listening to this and not watching, I need you to hear Master of the Deck's comment.
Oh,
Rand is a service top, and I appreciate that. But Gaul is here for everything.
Yes.
That's true.
he said he would be with you. He didn't mean until the going got hard.
Gaul is a verse boy, and we love that for him, and that is why
Yes.
he is the hottest.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I will say, Rand is never going to get my vote in this. Not because I dislike him. It's because I literally, I know he's the Dragon Reborn. I don't think about him. Like, if I'm talking about these books, he just doesn't come into my mind.
I get that.
He's like he's
yeah.
I think in the last video I said he's plot. He's not a character. He's
Yeah.
a plot.
Well, he is
Yeah.
Chaviran, right? I mean, he is he is plot.
Yeah.
His job is the plot.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
It's very weird. Like, I know Ali is looking at me like I'm crazy.
See, Jenny, all I'm going to say is
Would never.
you need to get into voice chat with Master of the Deck more.
Oh, I
often.
have been in a few. Yeah.
Because,
I see her point of view. I totally do, actually. I just.
Like, we just need to like get into Rand's headspace a little bit more. Like, he's, you know, a trauma boy living in a trauma world, and he's going through some shit, and we don't actually, as Master of the Deck says, we don't actually get to know who Rand is. We see him in the first couple of pages on an empty road, and that's like Rand pre-trauma. And then everything thereafter is Rand in the troms.
Yeah.
And it's hard to get to know who he is as a person because, you know, we really only have like the chapter of him and Tam walking into Emmons Field
That's it,
together
yeah.
to get to
And
know
after
who
that
he
it's-
is as a person.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's like duty and
Mountains.
feathers.
Duty.
Yeah. Voids.
Yeah,
Yeah,
listen,
dude.
it's a lot to sign up for. If he
Yeah.
goes to the therapy Aja, there's a lot of appeal there. But he has not gone to the therapy Aja, so you just have to go in knowing that's a lot to sign up for. That's not to say you shouldn't. It's just you have to, knowing is half the battle. You just want to go in with eyes wide open on the fact that he's going to laugh to himself on occasion, you know?
Yeah.
I have to do this. I'm so sorry. With eyes wide open.
I do appreciate it because my head was doing that already. So thank you. Oh, man.
Who do you guys think won this one?
I'm going to guess Gaul won it.
Gaul the Mauler.
Gaul the Mauler? Nope.
Okay.
Aludra.
Aludra.
Obviously, the Dragon Slayer.
I don't know where all of these Aludra stands came from,
I'm here for it.
but I love it.
Defend your woman.
I'm thrilled. I'm pleased. I'm
Yeah.
happy to see it.
Listen,
Okay.
I'd stand Elsie Grinwell harder than anyone. So if people are going to come out of the woodwork for someone kind of random, which I don't know if she's random, maybe she's somebody really, really popular later. I don't know.
Well, she
But-
is in the circus. You know that.
I mean,
Yes.
she just slew, like, she slew Matt and she slew the dragon. Like, that's amazing. Girl's got it.
Dana Lou, who also wants to compliment you on having your pinky up when you drink beer.
Yes.
I learned it from
Fancy.
SpongeBob.
I did.
Are we doing this? Are
Yeah.
we doing this?
When in doubt, pinky out.
Yeah.
I trained myself after watching SpongeBob. I was like, this is what adults do. and I can't undo it now. It's really embarrassing, actually, because people point it out all the time. And I'm like, I can't undo it. It's like a habit from when I was like teeny tiny.
Sorry about my SpongeBob ref.
But I feel like I have to
my
tell people, I'm
head.
like, Patrick taught me.
Yeah. So we had Eludra coming out ahead. How did Eludra lose after she beat Matt? I don't know.
I don't remember either.
Oh, Rourke.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, that makes
Rourke.
sense.
Okay.
Because
And now she's here. And now
Rourke
she
is
continues.
a good-looking gentleman.
Gaul lost.
Which I know Master of the Deck agrees with me because I've seen her comments.
Gaul lost to Avienda, which I can
Gaul
also
lost to
understand.
Avienda?
Gaul lost to
Yeah, I can see
Avienda.
that.
Oh, Gus is very stressed out recently. Oh, wait, we'll get there.
We'll get there. Gaul lost to. Where did he go next? And then he beat Pater and Gareth Bryn.
Really?
And Gareth Bryn.
Gareth
Okay,
Bryn was
okay.
a shock.
All right.
It was a come from
What a
behind victory. We never saw it coming.
Could not have
Pater-
happened.
How
How
Pater
dirty.
lost?
Listen, Gareth Bryn is cute though. We're just gonna a little over attached for my taste, but
It's just a
cute.
little bit preachy. Like, oh, my values.
My pipe.
Values.
It's old.
I'll fix him.
Rand
Let me.
Rand beat Massima and Archer Hawkwing.
We'll fix Gareth in post.
And
Wait,
then-
I'm sure. Rand beat Massima.
Massima?
What
What?
kind of scandalous poem
Ridiculous.
are you running?
Well, then he beat Dane Bornhold, but lost to Min Farshaw.
That
We'll
is
get
lost
there.
To Min?
We'll
Okay.
get there later. We'll get
All right,
there.
all right.
Grendel.
I have
We'll
so many
get
thoughts.
There. Who did Eludra? Did I talk
Grendel's
about that?
face is my favorite thing.
All right. Elsie Grinwell
Oh.
versus Elayne versus Perrin.
Sorry,
Min
this
versus
bowl.
Perrin.
The other half of Stone Wolf.
Bowl
So,
cracks me up. Okay.
if anyone doesn't know, I have feelings about Perrin.
I forgot about this. Yes, yes.
They're not kind feelings.
What's
Mhm.
okay? What's wrong with Perrin?
So you know Danny's thoughts on Perrin?
That he's kind of what?
Danny
Boring.
thinks he's boring. Yeah.
Boring, but also I find him to be a raging misogynist. Out of all of the boys, I actually find Perrin to be the most dismissive of women.
Okay.
Explain, but
I will.
Also I'm
and
okay with
it's
it.
actually spoiler free to the point where you're at. The first moment that we see is in the Great Hunt when Lyanna is standing and he picks up a 5'10" woman, picks her up physically, and instead of asking her to move, he physically picks her up and moves her out of the way.
Okay.
The second moment that we see
get
is
it.
when in the Shadow Rising, when they're getting into the Two Rivers, and Perrin pulls Fael off of her horse and puts her over his head and spanks her.
Yep.
I have so those two moments, they happen very early in the series, and I said, you know what, I get what's happening with Perrin. I get that he's this gentle giant who doesn't want to use his size and wants but that is actually using, like you did in those two examples, you were only able to do those because of your
Because you
size,
were bigger,
because of
yeah.
your strength, and that is misogyny at its worst.
Sure.
You could not have you physically dominated women because you were able to, and you showed them in that moment that you were stronger than them. And for that and for the rest, just based on those two moments, hate them.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
The spanking, the picking up moment never landed with me. I don't like it, but it never hit me. The spanking moment pissed me off. But what pisses me off even more is that every single time I bring up spanking, like in my videos or whatever, there are comments about how, oh yeah, the spanking has to go, but keep the parent spanking Fael. That's important. Like,
Who the hell wants to keep that?
so many fucking people.
So many
Oh,
people.
yeah, so
She
many.
deserved it. That's
So-
something her just desserts.
Okay. So toxic relationships say what?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think my thing about that moment not that I think that there's ever an acceptable reason to spank, hit, physically in any way interact with your spouse in a way that's like unkind like that. Like, I don't believe in corporal punishment. I don't believe in any of that stuff. I think the only thing that I think across the board is that Perrin and Fael's relationship is very toxic and immature.
Yeah.
100%. So fucking
And I'm
toxic.
100% behind you with that. I think both of them don't have, you know, we talk about how you can like things and critique them, and you can like root for people but also condemn their actions. You can root for people to be better but also go, you're fucked in terms of your actions. Yeah.
Like, their relationship literally makes me cry at times, because it's so like, you, in one of your podcasts, you're being all jokey and fun, and then you stop and read their wedding vows, and I cried at their wedding vows in the middle of your podcast, and I cry every single time I read the books. Like, it's beautiful. I love their love, but that moment, it just, oh, I hate that. It's so, and she's being toxic right up until it. But if I stop and think about it, she's hitting him. He could stop her very easily. Yeah. Like, he could grab her hand. I've done it when somebody's tried to hit me and stop them from hitting me. Like, it's very easy to do. But he did like 6 steps to get her onto his lap, off of her horse, and then spank her. And it's just, at a certain point, it's intentional. At a certain point, you decided that you were your partner's disciplinary figure, and that you had the right to treat them like a child.
Right. And listen, I think my dying breath is going to be go to therapy. Yeah. So like
they should go to couples therapy.
You know, I to be vulnerable about something in a not negative way. Like, I think when Gus and I first started dating, I was in a very, very negative place, and like really going through some stuff, and acknowledged that I was not a healthy partner to be around by any stretch of the imagination. I'm very grateful that he was very compassionate at that time. All that being said, I went to therapy and like was able to grow as a human being, and like hopefully at this point, you can speak to it better than I can, am a much healthier partner. And I think part of me identifies with Fael and Perrin's toxicity, because I go, I understand that you don't have like positive outlets for your trauma, and you don't have like constructive ways of like learning how to be a good partner to your person. And I think all of us can identify to a certain extent, maybe not all of us, maybe I'm just speaking for me, with like the youth tendency to romanticize passion over stability.
Yeah.
100%. And I will.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Like, I just think it's important to talk about when it comes to Perrin and Fael, because I'm like, I totally understand the critiques about Perrin and Fael. I think a lot of their problems, hopefully, are due to immaturity and a lack of life experience. Yeah. And I hope that I can only talk about the series up to book 5 because that's all I know. Like, that's the hard part about what we do. It's like, I don't really know where their journey goes. And I think sometimes people will talk to me in a way where I'm like, you realize that I don't know what you're talking about. Like, I don't see the journey that you see, or I don't see the growth, or I haven't gotten invested in this character the way that you are. But I think for them, I do have a little compassion for them, because I go, you're both so young and so inexperienced about life. They're experienced in ways I'm not, but they're also like, in terms of relationship maturity, such young people.
They're babies.
They're babies.
Master of the deck. So like, you know, if we look at Fael and Perrin is like a high school relationship, it's toxic as fuck. If one of my friends came and was like, yeah, my boyfriend spanked me, I would be like, consensually?
Right?
Like, then end the fuck out of that relationship, because like, who does this man think he is your goddamn keeper? No, that is so terrible.
Right.
But and I keep referencing her because like Kayla has been amazing just for like providing different perspectives. And one perspective that she's given me that I've tried to adopt as headcanon for like this go around in my reread is that Perrin came from an abusive home. And that is the reason that his feelings about his family in Shadow Rising are so complicated.
Okay.
That he cries once, and that also he's more attached emotionally to the Luhans who took him in as the apprentice.
Sure.
Is it spoilery to ask what the justification for that is?
No. This is we're talking
This
about
is a
headcanons
personal
This is-
headcanon.
yeah,
Yeah, it's a
This is
personal
personal
okay.
headcanon. So this dates back, and like you're gonna get all of your substance up to where you guys are
Mhm.
right now, right? Like from Shadow Rising, when we see Perrin's visceral reaction to his family being dead, and learning of their deaths, but then also, you know, from Eye of the World up till now, just how constantly his thoughts dwell on the Luhans more than like his own parents. Like we don't actually even know. I don't think we know Perrin's parents' names.
No.
No, we don't. We know nothing.
And
about them.
we might get a reference to his brother.
Yeah, we get. I think
Once?
Kate and
Yeah.
his sisters, we learn their
cousins,
names.
mostly his cousins.
Yeah.
Mostly people at his
Mostly
house.
his cousins. So he really doesn't focus on like his inner household.
Mhm.
And so that was like, so Master of the Deck was like, have you like just a thought, but like, what if Perrin grew up in an abusive home and he chose to escape it and become, you know, a blacksmith apprentice and move to Emmons Field, which is kilometers away from his home, and like rarely saw them and rarely interacted with them really past the age of like 12 when he got the fuck out of there. So that, like, you know, it's not canon, it's not the books, not anything like that, but it has
it's
allowed me some
yeah.
more empathy towards Perrin's reaction in the ways, like it's let me understand why that would be his go-to
right,
reaction in the waves. Instead of stopping Fael's hand, why he felt the need to take her over his lap and spank her.
yeah.
So I think that's a really interesting take, and I hadn't thought of that before, and so that definitely makes me think about things in a different way. But I think also, it seems like spanking as a form of punishment is a normalized thing in the Two Rivers, and as somebody who grew up in a home where that kind of punishment was normal, half of my home, it's complicated always, I think, I wonder too if like Perrin thinks that's like a normal expression of anger. Because I think that the problem with corporal punishment is that it teaches the children in that situation that, like, it kind of limits an ability to debate. I've read a lot about this. It kind of limits an ability to debate because once you get hit, like, you stop talking shit, right? But I think the other thing is that, like, it normalizes using some level of violence, and like, I know it's a very complicated feeling, but it does normalize using violence to express your feelings. I also think that it appears that, like, it's not unusual for Fael to witness women hitting men in her life. And so I think sometimes I wonder if a lot of their expression of their anger comes from where they come from, and I don't find it healthy, but I do find it as like a explanation of their actions in a way that I find interesting, because I'm like, oh, you know, if you grew up in a home where something is normal, and then you go, who among us hasn't had this happen, they go out into the world and you realize that maybe the way that you grew up isn't the standard. But you, because you grew up in it, think, well, that's how all people grow up. But like, I had a roommate that was like, I found out about spanking and I cried for like a day and a half because I couldn't believe that like children were subjected to that. And I was like, oh, meanwhile, like it like, to me, I was surprised that people considered it abuse.
Meanwhile, I was the one who was like told to sit on the stairs and like wait till your dad gets home.
Exactly.
I had to go pick my own switch. Like, I'm not kidding. I had to go.
And you
get
go,
my own.
Also, to clarify, when we are talking about reasons why we think these characters might justify this to themselves, we're not saying that's okay.
Yeah, no.
I just want to
No.
point out, Chad is saying like, well, it's still not okay. You're right. It's still
It's not okay.
We're not
Yeah,
saying
yeah,
it's okay.
yeah.
We are getting into the weeds of character psychology.
Yeah, no.
Yes.
I'm
yeah.
speaking from like as somebody who grew up in that in that being a normal thing, and then going into adulthood and realizing, oh, this isn't something that people experience. And like as a teacher had to kind of learn how to express my emotions to my students, not out of anger, separate from anger.
Yeah.
And that was something that I had never experienced before. Was like, well, I always had assumed that like adults were allowed to talk to children in anger, and that was like perfectly acceptable, and to react in anger, and that was perfectly acceptable. And I'm not saying my parents were bad people. I'm just saying like that was the environment that I was raised in. And like
100%.
it was a very big revelation for me as an adult to go, oh, I need to figure out what my beliefs are separate from how I was raised. And I also want to emphasize that never ever, even in our darkest moments, in some very dark moments that I had, did we ever physically hurt one another.
No.
But I see these moments and I go, I understand that these are toxic and not okay, but I also maybe empathize a little bit with where they might be coming from as somebody who learned as I grew up what I found to be acceptable in context of how I was raised. And like that's on personal growth, right? Like and that's not a condemnation of how I was raised. It's just like we're always wanting the next generation to improve on where the last generation was able to get, right?
Left off 100%. And like let me be clear, like my parents are my favorite people in the entire world. They're like my best friends. I adore them endlessly. And both of them spanked me growing up. And I think that's like why with like, especially Perrin and Fail is like, ultimately the person who spanked me was my father because I had done something wrong.
Right.
And like Perrin assuming that dominance over Fail forever turned me off to him as a hot character. Right. And like, so it's really difficult when I see his name come up in terms of like hotness, because I want to love him. I want to see what other people see, but like in particular, because of what he does and because of how he uses his size after all of his internal, like all of his internal monologues that we get about, like, I would never do that. I'm so careful, and so deliberate. He deliberately, because he's so deliberate and he's so thoughtful, he actively chooses this, and he does this knowing that he can only do it because he's bigger and he can physically dominate this woman, and he fucking proves that he can.
That's a great point.
The other thing I will say, like, people will often equate what Fail was doing to him, which I think all of us agree was wrong.
Very bad.
All of us agree.
To her, and it's not the same thing. She was hitting him as an adult being angry at an adult, and he decided to treat her like a child.
Yeah.
Like he turned it into, it's literal patriarchy.
Yeah.
Like it's literal, I am going to be the father in this situation. And it's
and on top of that, at any point, as you said earlier, he can stop that by fucking picking her up if he wants to, and holding her out here, and he chooses not to.
And I think, and I completely hear what both of you are saying, and I agree. I think what I like about this series, and have grown to love about the series, is that there's so much complexity to all of the characters, and that none of them act in a way where they're 100% perfect or innocent. And I think that makes them interesting people, and that we can have these kind of discussions makes like kind of stupid shit like deciding who's the hottest into something really interesting. It's an interesting question, because, and that's why like hotness isn't objective or subjective. Like it's subjective because like we all
I love we're not even talking about the Grinwell Cup anymore. Yeah, that's what happened.
Like, I'm so sorry.
That's where we're gonna get.
Who the fuck cares?
But I think
obviously we're going into a tangent about how much parents.
But
I love a good
I love
tangent.
that. I mean, I love that because it's like, I mean, we all come at this stuff from a different place. And like that can be like lighthearted and stupid, and that also can be deep and meaningful. And we like, and I think there's room for both of those things in all of the conversations about this stuff. And like, I completely understand why you can't vote for Perrin.
Oh
And
yeah,
I
totally
think
get it.
because of the environment that I come from and like how spanking was normalized, like that is why I can vote for Perrin. And like both of us have a similar experience, and like both of us come at it from a different place. Do you know what I mean? But I don't think it's ever like it was ever acceptable for him to spank her. Like, and I think I make that very clear on the podcast that I'm like, both of them are in very hot water with me. I root for them to grow, but like, fuck, their relationship is toxic as shit, and I wish there was a therapy Aja that they both could go to.
Yeah, like their theme
issues.
song, like Matt's theme song is obviously Fireworks by Katy Perry. Like theirs is very much Toxic by Britney Spears.
Yeah. and I think I feel like his heart is in the right place and he just expresses himself really poorly. And I also guess that like because he is not the most verbal person, I think slightly differently from you in that you talk about how he's very thoughtful. And so he's very thoughtful in this expression. I think he represses a lot of his feelings because he's thoughtful, and then he snaps. Right. And so that's where I come from. I think he thinks about and then rejects a lot of his thoughts, whereas a person who is a little bit more expressive might say that. Do I think that makes what he does justified? Hell, fucking no. But it does make me feel he's a complicated guy. They're all complicated people. And that's what I like about the series.
Are you trying to tell me?
I agree. He lacks emotional intelligence. I agree.
The Wheel of
100%.
Time suffers from a lack of communication.
What? In my Wheel of Time?
No. I know. That's what I talk about with Gus all the time on the pod. I'm like, if they just talk to each other and he's like, in my Wheel of Time?
What?
No.
Also, can I take a brief break to run to the Wiz Palace?
Abso-frickin-lutely.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, great Parks and Rec reference.
Thank you so much.
I saw you.
Now,
Yes.
while Grendel is royalty, let us mention also that this bracket includes a literal princess and a literal queen.
Oh my god, we talked about Perrin for
We talked about Perrin for 30 minutes.
We forgot about the other people.
And that's fine. Nothing wrong with that.
I didn't realize how long we talked about
But
Elayne, I forgot what we were doing.
Elayne Trakand, Elsie Grinwell,
Yes.
the fucking namesake.
Of the cup.
Should we rename this Perrin Deep Dive?
Perrin Deep Dive. Let me just fuck with my settings here on YouTube. We have more folks to chat about.
Of course, yes.
Now, I'm not going to say who won. This one was really fucking close.
Okay.
Really close.
My guess, I will say, is that it's Perrin because I've in the cup, I have noticed that the more main a character is, they tend to win. So that would be my guess.
Here's what I'll say that we've noticed. The more main a character is, that helps. But people who identify as straight men tend to not be willing to vote for male identifying characters.
Yeah.
We did notice that.
Whereas people who do not are much more willing to kind of vote for whoever the fuck they want.
Whoever they want, yeah. Okay.
I'm not going to spoil it yet because we haven't talked about Elayne or Elsie at all, which is fine.
Well, okay, if we're going to talk about problematic, let's talk about Elayne Trakand's attraction to Tom.
And how she wants to fuck her surrogate dad.
You are thwarting true love, Ali.
Jenny, get off of this right now.
Shut the fuck up. I will burn you to the ground.
Banning you right now.
You are banned, madam. So
he's a court bard. She's a princess. He can write her songs.
He's like her dad.
Your level of troll on this Tom and Elayne thing is parallel to none. And I hate it. But I know that you have a gag reflex about this.
I love it.
Stop encouraging it.
I love it.
Stop.
Keep fucking with her.
I beg you.
At one point, I said to Gus, like, I'm actually worried that Ali might think I'm serious.
She
Oh,
did.
no, no,
She
no.
did message me. We know you're not serious.
I know you're not serious because
Nobody is
no one
serious
could
about
be.
this.
No one could be.
Oh,
It was the most disturbing thing of my entire life. And if you all
the
want to see my
noise you
reaction,
made,
it's
the
on Twitter.
noise you made. Oh my god. Maybe we should look for it.
I've never made a noise
I
like
can
that.
play the noise.
Yes, please play the raptor.
Yeah, hold on.
Are we able-
Keep talking.
Are we able to play it?
All of the sound made by my computer plays on YouTube right now.
Oh, cool.
Okay.
So
Okay.
keep talking.
But
All right,
yeah,
fine.
so I made a
also need
sound,
everyone-
an unholy sound.
And then, you know what? It depends on your views on Jurassic Park. Like some
That's true.
If you think pterodactyls are hot, like I'm your woman in that
we
moment.
are.
That whole exchange was completely involuntary. But I just
Maybe we should look for an inn.
no.
Stop it! Enough! Enough!
The nausea that just went through my body.
I feel like a cat that's getting water sprayed in my face.
Are you ASMRing
Yep.
that horrible line right now? Because that is a big hard no from me.
I also just need everyone to know that Chance just said, so
It's right there. You
homophobia
passed
and
it.
toxic
That's it.
masculinity is tanking the male characters in the polls. Kind of love it.
Yep.
All right, ready?
I
I'm
mean-
going to play
Yes.
the audio.
I think
Okay.
we should find an inn. Said, looking up at the I've had
You
quite
guys
enough
can't
of
hear it,
this.
but they can.
Oh, okay.
And I'm
They
glad
can.
to listen to motel stories in the common room.
No.
One wagon merchant's
Then she kicks the screen.
said sharply.
Kill it.
We're not in a town like this.
Kill it!
Kill
I think
it.
I watched it like 8 times.
It's the most authentic version of myself that's ever exists on camera.
And I will link the tweet
Oh my god.
for those who want to hear it.
Kill it!
Kill it.
It's so good.
Kill it.
Oh,
I disagreed with that decision making. I was like, what in the fucking Electra is this?
What in the fucking
fucking
election?
Electra.
No, it was Robert Jordan was like, oh my gosh. Okay, so I heard this really fun theory. You guys are gonna think it's out of this world. We're just gonna roll with it in this scenario. Is he
Yeah.
your dad? Isn't he? We don't know, but she's gonna get like real wet about it.
Yeah.
And the readers, like
They're
across,
My
gonna
neck
love it. They're
muscles.
gonna love it.
across the globe were like, Robert. And like the
Robert.
fact
I think
that
this is his and
Harriet-
Harriet's biggest fight.
I
Like,
in my
She let
in my
it happen.
imagination.
She didn't let it happen. She fought him all the way. I have to believe the Micro Harriet was like, Robert, no.
I cannot believe that my vodka
Jim, no.
sipping beautiful angel of a woman
I can't believe she
Allowed
did that.
this.
There's
let
no way.
this go through.
This was their biggest fight. This is their biggest fight, and this is why you always listen to your wife.
Yes.
I like everything that's been said about this has been said on your podcast, and all I can say is like try to imitate your like.
I can't even do it like in the moment. It has to be that exact circumstance. But like, so here's in my head canon, Robert Jordan comes home with armfuls of books from the library about female psychology, and
One
Harriet's
book.
always like, Robert, no.
Jim,
And
Jim,
please.
Jim, you don't want to read that.
And they get in a
That's
big
Freud.
fight over it. And then my head canon, that's what happened. Is Harriet was like, okay, fine. You know, because you do sometimes with your partner. Like, okay, fine,
Publish it.
see what happens. Publish it.
Okay,
Publish
you
it.
do it.
See what people think. Yeah,
You
yeah,
see
go
what
ahead,
people
go ahead.
think. If you're not going to listen to your wife, like, go see what people think. And then he owed her a dedication after that.
The best thing about this is Allie
I'm sorry.
runs into our Discord and starts posting "Wake the fuck up" so I can talk about this gifts. Somehow at
Oh, that was the funniest
10
part.
p.m. Pacific time, everybody is awake.
Everybody was, I was
starts
like, wake
talking,
up, we need to talk about
and then
it.
Allie's phone dies.
And then
Everyone emerges.
Oh no.
Yeah.
And then my phone died, and I was like, Gus, you need to read me everything that they're saying. and then Jenny comes on and was like, I don't see the problem. And I was like, I swear. I knew you were fucking with me because I knew you well enough at that point, but I was like, I swear to Christ.
I literally like so Jenny is obviously like one of my most favorite humans in the world. Her content, like, and I like to think I can take a joke. This is a joke I cannot and will not take. Jenny's fucking trollololling over this like Tom and Elayne and getting into the details. I cannot and I will not. I will not stand
It's
by,
not done.
and I get fired.
It's not done.
He is a court bard. He knows her world.
It was literally
beautiful
20
music.
minutes after the pterodactyl screech that Jenny starts going, I don't know, I think it's fine. And I was like, I swear to Christ. Like, I swear on my Catholic school education, I will just cleanse this whole
I've
chat.
always hated you.
I will be done with Discord. Swear to God. But anyway, so Elayne happens, and like, you know, she's fine. And then I understand why people might vote for her. And then
I will say, like, with respect to Elayne, it's unfortunate this poll came up where it did, and where you are in Fires of Heaven. I'm interested to see your thoughts in a few chapters from now. You're not that far off.
I'll update everybody.
Okay.
A couple chapters, and all I'm gonna say is yes.
Yeah, I'll let everybody know if I have a change of heart. Always, I'm open to the fact that we all contain multitudes, including the characters that we read. I just
read Chance's tweet comment.
wait. What?
Which one?
Now I think Tom should sing "Girl, You'll Be a Woman"
No.
soon to Elayne.
We're gonna just walk right out of. Is that hell no for me?
Tom is master barding in the corner. So
Stop! Kill it!
Kill it.
Kill it!
Master bard.
Kill it.
Oh my white
Well,
belt action.
according to you, who is Tom destined for?
Moiraine.
Okay.
Obviously.
All right.
Moiraine.
Okay.
Oh my god.
There was a dream. He pulled her jewel out of a fire.
Because they had-
Matt
If
had
you
to
know what I
catch her.
mean.
They had such great doing it that she burst into
Chemistry
flames.
causes
Obviously.
flame.
Okay, I will just say you kept saying that there's friction. That's why the fire.
The
There
friction.
should not be that much friction during
That's
sex.
bad.
Because
You don't.
That's
Allie,
bad.
Allie, you might be doing sex wrong.
I don't know how heterosexuals do it, but there really shouldn't be that much friction.
It's
If
not
there
good.
are sparks, it's going
Jenny's giving us all sex ed right now. We're all like,
Like what?
okay.
Like, yes.
Listen,
I
I
know
went to
Jenny
Catholic
knows
school.
the
I don't
most
know.
Jenny knows the most about sex ed, as we've already established.
Yes.
I don't know.
2 eggs equals a sperm. You get it.
Yeah, of
Biology.
course. Yes.
Elsie Grinwell,
Yes.
the
Period.
one and only.
End of
Elsie
discussion.
Grinwell. Do we have
Okay.
to say anything?
Elizabeth.
I mean, no.
Elizabeth Grinwell.
Yeah.
That's
Elizabeth Marie Grinwell.
We're done.
no.
Yes.
Do not. No, it's Elizabeth Grinwell.
Elizabeth
Okay.
Grinwell.
Her middle name is also Elizabeth.
Yes.
Elizabeth
Correct.
Lizzie Grinwell?
Yes.
I love it.
Correct.
Oh,
Rand,
Yeah, obviously she's taking the whole poll because your fans know not to incite you.
don't fuck with me.
Listen, do we need to get on a whole podcast? But
So,
Let's go.
you have to sit through an hour and a half of me just saying
Rand-
Elsie Grinwell.
Rand and Matt come to her farm. According to me, they're oiled up farm boys.
Ugh.
We love an
here
oily
for it.
farm boy. Firehazard.com. And she's there.
I'm just saying.
And then Lanfear pretends to be her.
I'm
And
just.
that's where we're at.
I'm just
I mean,
saying.
if Lanfear, who is the most like
narcissistic.
self-conscious person, and like that's my headcanon for Lanfear. It's not a spoiler. It's just how I perceive her when I read her.
I
She
mean-
is so self-conscious.
Mm.
If she looks at Elsie and she's like,
I can do that. I can wear
Yeah.
that skin. That's okay.
that girl can be me. Like Elsie is hot as fuck.
And I just love an unapologetically horny queen.
Yeah.
I just, I feel like
Get
I
it.
got shamed a lot as a young woman for like thinking boys were cute.
I'm a
And
woman who
acting on
enjoys
it?
sex. Like, what are
She's
you gonna
having
do
a
about
sex
it?
assance. Good for her.
Her sexissance
You need to have that.
is occurring,
We're
and
proud of
I root for her.
Be responsible.
And I'm
We're
happy.
proud of her.
And I'm like, Danny was like, explain to me your love of Elsie. And I'm like, when has she ever been problematic? Like, she's a little like female gazy, fine. Understood.
Yep.
But like she's never inappropriate in how she like acts on that. She's never creepy. She never like fucks around. She'd be very fun to go out with because she's never given us a reason to believe she's not.
She literally just thirsts.
By
And,
the end
like,
of my
also,
rant,
That's it.
I would like that's all we're doing. Like I would thirst the fuck out of those boys if they were like,
right?
I'm just here
Who
to
among us?
cut
Sail this
firewood. on
Who
your
among us?
Use these
When,
abs.
when we're thirst starved, as that poor fucking lass is, like, oh my god, on a farm in the middle of nowhere. Like, I'm sorry. Like,
And these two hot motherfuckers roll up and they're like, we don't need shirts for business
yeah,
today.
quench her, Robert.
These boys
Okay.
inspire her to go
Yeah.
to the tower. Quench.
Her, Robert. And my thing is I just feel like she'd be she'd be so fun to hang with. Like I would love to chat with her. I feel like she would never leave you at the club. You know, or maybe she would. You know what she would.
But
she
like,
would,
you'd
but
give
in
her,
a
like
way,
she'd have a conversation
she'd
with
let you
first.
know.
Yeah, she
like-
wouldn't just disappear.
Yeah,
She wouldn't just
she would
Be
disappear.
never
like,
disappear.
listen, this guy's super hot. He's saying yes. I'm saying yes.
And I would go, go.
Go
Or-
the fuck. Go.
Or she would go, he's saying yes, I'm saying yes. Are you?
Yes.
Are you? And here's my thing.
No judgment if
and
not.
no judgment. And here's my thing. I think Danny at the end of our conversation said that she was convinced.
I love her. I fucking love Elsie
Love her.
Grinwell.
You
Oh,
actually
yes.
turned me around on Elsie Grinwell because every time I read, because it's always through the male gaze, right? We only ever get Rand's perspective. And we never, like, I never actually stopped to think about Elsie's perspective in that. And, like, listening to your podcast, I was like, Elsie Grinwell, how can I be a Grendel and bear Elayne
Yeah.
stand and not just like stand by my girl Elsie? I can't.
I just
That's
feel like
hypocrisy.
Who
We come
among
back-
us, who is like a boy crazy tween teen, wasn't shamed by older women for that? And I'm
Older
like,
women, older men your own age.
Men, you're younger men. Literally
Right?
every fucking
Like,
person.
I
Everyone,
know-
like, you are not to be, as a woman, you're not to be commended for having a sexual appetite.
God forbid you
God
want to
forbid.
have sex. Only men can do that.
God forbid,
No,
as a
no.
young woman, you show any interest in men in a promiscuous fashion, and like because everyone feels the need to comment on it, and I just love that she's like, I'm out here
Yeah.
doing what I
Yeah.
want to do. I
In
love
front
that.
of my parents, in front of like the farm animals, in front of literally everyone.
Honestly, yeah.
I'm here and I'm fucking
I'm
thirsty.
proud of her.
I mean, her mom,
as a woman, I'm like,
her
good
dad,
for you.
completely oblivious. Her dad
Yes.
is like, y'all want to
Like-
stay? Do y'all want to
Yeah.
stay? And she's like, they can have my room.
And I'm like, I love
And
that.
her
for
mom
you.
is like,
And her
no,
mom's
they
like,
fucking
yeah, and
cannot.
You'll be
And I'm
sleeping
like-
with me, Elsie.
And I'm
do
like,
not
stop
have an
shaming
apartment for
her,
that.
Karen. Like, it
Obviously,
bothers me.
Elsie's mom's name is obviously Karen Grinwell.
Karen Grinwell.
Or
She's
Elsie's
cast,
mom
though.
just
Wait.
Elsie's mom realized, oh, I can't. I just realized I'm about to say something. Spoiler. Never mind. Okay, never mind.
No, keep talking.
But the
Go
thing
on.
is, the Grinwell parents have been cast, but
have.
Elsie has
Yeah,
not, which
Because they're waiting for me.
is driving me up the fucking wall.
Could you imagine Rafe Judkins calls Allie?
Boyfriend Judkins is like, you get the character more than anyone.
Than anyone else.
You get
We
it.
We have been
realized.
searching. We have
Yeah.
been waiting for this moment all of our lives.
No,
Yes.
that's not how this world works. But
Kev.
what if?
Kevin Chat says Elsie sees a couple of shirtless farm boys. She gets thirsty. She goes to the island that looks like a vagina, and then she hangs out in the phallic tower.
Forgive
Makes
her for
perfect
thinking
sense.
she'd get laid in the
Perfect
vagina island.
Her arc could not be more perfect.
What tipped you off that Landfelsi was not Elsie?
She was walking away from the boys, and
She
I
was
went, not
walking
my
away
woman.
Yeah.
from Gawain.
Not my
Not
girl.
my woman.
Nope.
Not my else.
Not
No.
my girl. No, she would walk right toward
Now
that.
here's
practice
my
yard.
question for both of you: who won? Elsie, Elayne, Perrin. Who won?
Well, obviously I can't go Dorito because we've heard my thoughts on him.
Perrin shaped like a Dorito.
Oh, I see.
Elayne I love, and I know I'm in the minority on that. And also at this point in Fires of Heaven, it's very understandable not to find her super hot.
Yeah.
And
You
then
all know who I voted for, so
you gotta go Elsie. Like Elsie took this, I would say hands. I'm gonna say it's a big gap. I want Elsie to 69 this.
Yeah.
A
all the way.
69%er. Okay.
So you're
nice.
you're thinking you think Elsie won.
I think Elsie won.
Jenny?
I was gonna say Perrin, but the toxic masculinity thing probably undid that. So I will say Elayne. Elayne won.
Elsie got
Elizabeth
Nice!
Elizabeth Grinwell.
Nice.
Hold it up.
Grinwell.
EEG.
I have to say, like, respectfully, I think I deserve a lot of credit for that.
Almost entirely.
Elsie,
100%.
God damn.
I love
Grinwell.
it. I can't. I won't
What was the
deny it.
percentage? Was
37% Elsie Grinwell, 32% Perrin, 30%
It was
Elayne.
close.
Fucking
that's
neck
nice.
and neck.
I appreciate it. I appreciate the hustle. Elayne should have been ahead of Perrin.
Yes.
But it's fine.
Yes.
Fine. Elsie won. We can move past this round.
I don't
Yes.
know enough. I don't know
The
enough.
Dorito was crushed. And
Yes.
that's all I care about.
He is gone. Let's take a
Grendel,
quick
Grendel,
look.
do you have feelings about
Like, is it
the
so
Grinwell
obvious?
Cup?
Elsie Grinwell in round 1 lost to Galad.
Listen, that was Gus and
Okay.
my biggest fight. Lucy was like, I'm gonna put
That's
I'm gonna
actually,
put her next
it
to
is,
Gallon.
it is
and I was
very
like,
cruel. And Gus, you should have known better. And next year, you will not. Do
I was like,
that.
will do
meanwhile,
that.
we have Agenor, Balthamel, Padden Fane, and what's his face?
She
Dame
beat
Bornhall.
She beat Ingtar and Loyal,
shocker.
That's
Yep.
correct.
and now here she is.
What?
Elayne.
No
Let's
offense.
see what happened to Elayne. Elayne, I think, lost to her moms. Yeah, Elayne
Yes.
went up to Morgaze and Swan. She beat Swan.
Can I just say how at the beginning of this, when Allie was talking about how her mom is hotter, that is the exact conversation that Elayne has with herself every single day.
Every
in the
fucking day.
My mom
Probably.
is a dime.
She
And
lost to her mom,
That's
but
it.
she beat Swan. So there's that.
Okay. Okay.
And then she beat Isendra and Will
Okay, that's-
Elsine.
Yeah.
Who?
I mean,
Who
that's
did?
fair. I think that.
Elayne did.
Oh,
Elayne.
Will Elsine was absolutely shafted in this tournament, and that's a shame because he should be shafted.
Yeah. Well, Bane and Shiad shafted him, so
I'm pretty sure they
Definitely.
did, yes.
we're good.
100%. 100%.
Someone in our Discord.
Those three hooked up.
There was a bracket that
100%.
was Will Elsine, Bane and Shiad, and Aram, and someone in our Discord guessed that bracket was people who have definitely had sex and
Yes.
Aram with each other and Aram.
And A-Rats.
It's definitely true. I'm sorry, that nod.
Oh my
I went.
God.
Ex-
For those who don't remember in the chat,
Mhm.
when we are in the Two Rivers, Will Elsine smiles at Fail, and then Perrin like pulls his knife and axe out and is like, "Hey, motherfucker!"
Too much.
Because it's
That
Perrin.
part I understand. I understand,
Way too
Grendel,
much.
now what you mean.
And then
Dial it back, you fucking like
Chill.
jealousy sniffer. Get
yeah,
the
yeah,
fuck
yeah.
out
Chill,
of here.
chill.
and then Will Elsine looks at Bane and Shiad and he goes, and then they do this.
Yeah.
What do
They
you think that
absolutely had
means?
sex.
That's absolutely what happened.
It's canon now.
It's canon.
Oh, they fucked
Period.
aggressively.
Yeah.
Everyone
Yeah.
everyone pegged.
You're right.
Yeah.
Perrin beat Ingtar somehow, and
What?
Ishamael / Baalzaman.
Okay.
Also, that's a
I mean,
travesty because that man has fire in
I
his
know.
eye.
I know he's literally hot.
Oh,
He is
literally
literally
hot.
hot.
He is an inferno.
Then he lost to Galad. That's
Uh,
where we are at.
I mean, if we're gonna talk about problematic men, I don't stand a narc, so I
No.
voted for Perrin on that one.
All right.
Okay.
I
we-
hear you, and
I
I'll
hear you.
say Raffo.
Yeah.
How did you feel about Gawain 6 months ago?
Fuck that guy.
You
Oh,
loved him. You loved him 6 months ago.
6
Oh,
months
Gawain?
ago, yeah.
I
Yeah.
don't acknowledge
Funniest
that.
man.
Who?
I love
I thought
him.
you said
He's so
Gallon.
cute.
I think you said
What
Gallon.
a great guy.
Wait, I don't know who you're talking
Oh.
about right now.
Been
What a
waiting for
fella.
you to get to.
Who
to,
is she?
To know about.
I
I
Gawain.
don't know her.
I remember Jess, the Amerlin seat
Ugh.
herself, when you posted your reaction to Gawain.
Which
Fuck
one?
that guy.
Oh,
Yeah.
She responded, "This is my favorite song."
Yes.
I don't. I hate him so much. I refuse to
All right.
recognize who that is.
He doesn't exist.
That's
Yeah.
the end
And then
of the.
and then of course, because of course all characters have their stands. So people rolled into our comments and went in defense of Gawain, and I was like, okay,
No.
I'm on book
Okay,
4.
Jesse, enough.
I'm on book 4.
John from What Up, who has his tattoo of Callan.
John, give it up.
to do the TikTok thing.
Yeah, you're like, shoot that straight into my veins, and I'm like, I will not, sir,
No,
madam.
enough.
So that's the end of our knockout round polls. Now we're gonna get into.
Master of the Deck said, "Will Ossine fucks?"
He
And
does.
I'm like,
It's canon.
right?
He's hot as shit.
Fanfic. Okay.
We have
We
now
bag.
our 3 tri-finals.
Tri-Fis.
The tri-fis. And these were contentious, some more than others. And I think we're going to start with the one that was by far, the most contentious.
You ready?
Y'all ready? You want to take a sec? Take a deep
Are
breath?
we ready for another rant?
Did we go on a
Okay.
parent
Knuckles,
rant?
knuckles.
Wait.
Alright, so we're done with Dorito. Now it's time
Now
for
we're going
Yeah.
to do some lamping.
Yeah.
Oh.
Let's go.
This is where I started to care.
All right.
When I alienate the
when I
chat.
started to care.
Here's what we got.
Okay.
Min Farshaw,
Okay.
Nynaeve Almira,
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Elayne Serpendrag.
Well,
This, I will tell you now, got by far,
By far,
by
like, whoa.
massively far, the most votes of any poll we've done.
This
as
is
it should.
By
This-
about
I just-
300.
This also happened
Yeah.
right after we got the coronavirus vaccine. So, of course, Gus and I couldn't move. And we're just sitting there like, what the fuck is going on? But, like, also we're kind of like, is it the vaccine? Like, are we imagining how, like, wild this is? Or is this really...
No.
By the way,
Yeah,
get the
I-
vaccine if you can. Okay, sorry.
It's
Yeah.
a real thing. And so,
Yeah.
you know what, Jenny, you go first on this one because I have far too many, like, I'm too emotionally invested in this particular poll. And
Hey.
it's all rooted in my own upbringing. And I project too much. I project too much onto this particular
Yeah.
matchup. And it's unjust and it's unkind, but it's totally warranted.
I like all 3 of those women. I like them. I
Adore
don't
all
dislike
of
any of them, but it hurt me when I looked at the poll and saw that Nynaeve was not in the lead. I can't remember what I said, but I had some tweet of like, what the fuck?
Things got personal.
Yeah, it got real
In the
personal.
Discord.
Like, just like, no.
Because there were like
No.
hardcore Nynaeve stance and hardcore
Yeah.
Min stance, and Gus and I were
Yes.
both like, we're not going to even talk about who
I'm
we
just
vote.
I'm just gonna ask you
Yeah.
to consider who's a hardcore men stan, and is
Mhm.
it typically cis white hetero men?
Mhm. That does.
Why are you
I-
pointing at me?
Who did you vote for?
I refuse.
At book
to say-
5.
I abstain.
At
At
book
book
5.
5.
At book 5.
Who did you vote for at book 5?
Min Farshaw.
At book 5, I will say,
Yep. It's
Min is-
understandable. And actually, Jenny and I had this conversation in DMs.
I'm on book
yes.
5. I'm on book
We
5.
said-
I don't know.
We said it is understandable. I don't agree with it.
You
but
don't
I
have
understand
to.
where she's coming from.
You
And
don't have to.
Jenny, your tweet was, "It is upsetting how close this is. Why is Nynaeve not winning this?"
Yes.
With
Yeah, that's-
many question marks.
There are 4.
Yeah.
With myriad questions. So I think for us, we were I was like, okay, this is a hard one for me because I like all of these women just fine. I don't really know Elayne that well. And Nynaeve has been very hypocritical of late, which is hard for me to get behind. So I was like, Min feels like the least difficult. Not, I shouldn't say difficult. That's like weird bias showing, but like she seems like a great time and like a not a hard person to be around. Do you know what I mean by that? But I'm
Oh,
also very much, again, like I just really wish I had a little banner every time someone came for me in our comments of like, I'm on book 5. Like I
just
don't
let me
know.
live. And
Yeah.
so like sorry, Jenny, keep going because
Oh.
I'm gonna have a lot to say.
I actually like as Delusion said, we talked about this in DMs as to how to talk about this at where you're at.
Thank
But
you.
it is true. Like what Delusion said is very true. That it is the cis white hetero men who tend to love men.
As we can all see, I fall under that demographic hard.
Well, yes, absolutely, absolutely. I believe the term that gets used, and I'm going to say it, even though I hate it, but I hate it, is like oh, Min is best girl, and I just
I've seen that thrown
I'm
around.
making the jizz in my pants face right now.
yeah, like yeah, that is the term that gets used, and I do understand. Nynaeve is a hard person. I like in real life. I think Nynaeve would be a hard person to get close to, but oh God, I love her so fucking much. Like so fucking much.
I think it's one of those things where like we can love all of these women for different reasons. I think when I saw people referring to her as a sexy lamp and best girl, I was like, what's going on? Because I like, okay, again, I'm like not privy to the arcs of these people. So I'm like, well, at first glance, like they all seem really awesome. I feel like I would party with Min if I had to pick. But like, that's a hard one. Who did you vote? Who would you vote for?
I can't vote.
Who would you vote for?
Well,
you don't have to answer that. You don't have to answer that. I just realized I put you in a weird position.
I wouldn't vote for Min.
It's not Min.
It's not Min. I love Min. Min's a wonderful.
So that's just telling us it's Elayne.
I don't dislike Min. I want to say I do not dislike Min. I actually like her a lot.
When Allie and I, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you.
No, that's okay. That's okay.
When Allie and I were talking about this, she said, "What the hell? Why are people? What's with the lamp stuff?" I said, "From book 5, at this point, here is my question to you: has Min had any plotline of her own that is independent from another character, where she is pursuing her own objective?" She has not.
This was after I voted, and then I was like, oh. But then I said,
now, book 5.
Neither has Elayne,
Book 5.
except for the creepy Tom shit. Neither has Elayne.
Yeah. I would have voted, frankly, I would have voted for Elayne. I think that I really like Elayne. I think that the character is massively complicated from a full series arc, and I'm not going to deny that.
Mm-hmm.
I also think that her broad life circumstances from where we are right now are really important, and I admire a lot of her character. I also acknowledge that a lot of her character is really fucking complicated.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not defending those things.
Gus, I love so much that these are your caveats, because let me be clear, you are talking to a Elayne stan.
Great.
Elayne is like literally in the series, my second favorite character.
Great. I adore
her. I adore her.
I've told multiple people, you can hire Gus out for your complicated discussions. He's very good at being like, let me be clear about this. I hate the idea of pitting women against other women, which is entirely what I signed up to do. So,
here we are.
But I'm like, we're going to do it.
The man vote has resulted in a shit fucking load of women in the final 9.
Yes.
So.
Yeah.
And if I was voting with my heart, I would have voted for Elayne on this one. But I was not, because I knew how the stats were going to roll. So that means I needed to get in Nynaeve's corner, which I'm very happy to do. The problem with me getting in Nynaeve's corner is that I identify too much with her. On my first read of the series, I hated her because I was like, who is she? Like, she's so condescending, so rude. Like, she's just, and then I grew up a little bit. I went through my 20s. Now I'm in my 30s, and I reread her, and I see how much how self-conscious she is.
Yeah.
I see how much she embodies imposter syndrome in people who have, in women especially,
Mhm.
who have high-powered careers. I see how she projects her inner insecurities onto everyone else. I'm not condoning the thumping stick, even if I think it's hilarious.
Yeah.
I'm not condoning any of that stuff. What I lash out against, and the reason that Nynaeve and Min are so hotly contested. Nynaeve is a woman. Her and Min are around the same age, actually.
Yeah, actually, yeah, they are the two oldest of the main women.
Nynaeve is someone who is growing into her own, who is discovering her power, who is coming to terms with her own strength, and she is embracing it. Lan spews her panty dripping poetry in the blight.
Yeah.
And she's like, cool. I get you. And I respect your decision. Also, I'm gonna go to the tower. Nynaeve enters her accepted test. She has her literal dream in front of her as a possible life. Third arch. She is there. She is with Lan. They are both happy. Malkier is reborn. They have 2 children. She had the option to stay in that life with the man of her dreams, living the life of her dreams. And what does she do? She channels her way out of that, which you're not supposed to do. She gets 2 thorns, permanent scars in her palms.
Stigmata.
And she walks out of that. And she chooses, and I'm just going to put this in like 21st century terms, she chooses her career over her man.
Yep.
Min Farsha, Falma, curls up into bed with Rand. After, like, let's be clear, after like hauling a 6'6" dude up some stairs and stuff and like gun shows the fuck out of it, but hauls him up into a bed, curls up around him, and walks fucking Egwene Alvear. And what does Min say to her? Well, like, whatever, you gave him up. Like, you know, he's ripe for the taking. Min shapes her entire life around this man. She literally shapes her body and her life around him. She stands up to a woman who has been there for her, and she says, well, what did you expect? To this other woman. She thinks about him and thinks about shaping herself and her sexuality around this man. And we see that in the tower. We see her, like, when we get into Min's head, she does not have a thought that isn't associated around a man. And what do we see Nynaeve do? We see her in
being a
fucking
boss.
Tanchico, going toe to toe with a goddamn like 300-year-old woman, equal to her strength. Fucking like cast a shield on her. Like is she thinking about Alan Mandragoran in that moment? No. She's thinking about herself. She's thinking about her perseverance. And as we see her in her headspace, occasionally she'll think about land, but she's thinking about herbs. She's thinking about channeling. She's thinking about bettering herself. She's thinking about strength.
Yeah.
She's thinking about retribution.
Lan is not the center of her identity.
Lan does not define who Nynaeve is as a person. Nynaeve is an outspoken, difficult woman. Is she difficult to get along with?
Oh God, she's difficult.
Yes. Is she deluded?
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, she's difficult, but she's difficult because she's passionate. Like, people will talk about her anger. I think I said this in your Discord. One of the things I love about her is her anger. What makes her angry? Like, the first time she channeled was because Egwene was sick, and she was pissed off that her like little girl that she looked after was gonna die, and she got really angry and healed her. She makes herself angry when she sees suffering. She makes herself angry when she sees pain, when she sees her friends in trouble.
Injustice is what infuriates her.
Like, it infuriates her. And I love that in her because, well, I love it just in general, but it's the opposite reaction that I have. Like, when I see that, I just get like, oh, that's so awful. And like, it's a useless emotion. Whereas her emotion is like, that pisses me off. I'm going to fucking do something. And I love that. I love that in her.
And she goes to fix it. So that in part is
not always appropriately.
No, but like that's like, if we're speaking to the emotions of the poll, that's a large part of what it is, right? Like, we have Nynaeve, who is self-driven, self-motivated, prioritizes career. again, if we're speaking real world consequences,
Yeah.
we have Min who sacrifices everything, at least to date, for everyone else. She's the nurturer. She's someone who is happy to fold herself into another person's life and to accept the cards that are given to her. And it is really hard for me as a raging feminist who has had to constantly be asked to sacrifice my career because of the organs that I've been given at birth, and has had to know from the day I was born that I would be treated differently. It is really hard to look at a poll that is as divisive as it is between Nynaeve and Min, and to see Min winning, and to see the people who are voting for Min in particular
knowing who they
winning,
were too.
and to feel like that is going to be a reflection on our society. And I took it too far, and I took it too personally.
And you brought in a ringer, like, oh
I
my
brought
God.
in a fucking ringer
We
because, like,
can
the
talk
thing-
about
the thing here
personal.
is,
That's okay.
there are times when polls become referendums, and I get it, and that's
I
fine.
get it.
You know, and this one became a referendum. We zoomed out. We zoomed out from Grinwell on this one, and that's okay. That's fine.
Yeah.
There are no wrong reasons to vote on Grinwell. Whatever. Canonically, Min wears hot pants, and Nynaeve is just discovering the fact that she has breasts. Whatever. Who
and
the
that's
fuck
all
cares?
RJ focuses
That's
on.
Robert Jordan's
Listen,
shit.
yeah.
He'll deal with it. I am not in any way disappointed in the way this poll went,
No.
and the fact that this sort of became a referendum.
If
That's
anything,
okay.
we loved it.
I was thrilled. You know, I mean, we had people going like, "Fuck this shit! I have 20,000 followers. Let me
Yeah, we were like-
retweet it."
Yeah, we brought in Bree.
We brought in Bree.
You totally brought it.
Bree has 20,000 followers, and she went vote for Nynaeve or I kill you. And okay, that's fine. I don't blame you for that.
I think
She went subtle.
if I can speak about
She
some
has not sense.
personal things, if I can speak about some personal things, as if I haven't already on this chat or in this podcast, the thing that I find that was hard for me in terms of voting for Nynaeve were twofold, and I think they're valid, but I think Grendel, you absolutely made like 1,000% made valid points, and I want to say like you can come and rant on here anytime. And yes to everything you've said. I think because of where I am in the books, like there are times in the books where I would have 100% like no question voted for Nynaeve. Also, wait, as a side note, I think everybody should look at who they hated the most in the first two books and realize that that's probably who they are
That's
the
probably
most
who you
like.
are, yeah.
Because I think it's a weird personality test. But the second thing is, I think the things that were maybe a little triggering to me, Gus, of late, and not like a necessarily like let's condemn her for them, but I think it made it hard for me to vote for her in the moment, were that I think Nynaeve's kind of a dick to waitstaff.
She is.
She
And that's like
definitely
a
is.
huge
She
turnoff for me,
definitely-
and I will stand by that as a turnoff. And I'm
Yes.
not saying that detracts from any of the amazing points that you made, because it totally doesn't.
Yeah.
But I think the two things that were hard for me was how much she's kind of a dick to wait staff and customer service people, even though she comes from humble beginnings. Not to say that people who don't come from humble beginnings shouldn't be nice to wait staff, but it's just like it was a lot for me. It was a lot for me as someone who's worked in customer service to see her treat people
She treats
in her
people, yeah.
who are serving her poorly. And the other thing was the way that she was a dick to artists and was like, get a real
Yeah.
job.
You
Get a
definitely
real
took that
fucking
personally.
job.
I definitely took that personally.
Yes.
As artists.
And as artists, we definitely
kinda
were
have
like, fuck you. So like while I completely understand what
Still love her.
Nynaeve does for you as a woman,
Still probably my favorite character in the
Totally.
series.
Oh, easily
yeah.
the favorite character.
But
and
Yeah,
as a
yeah,
woman
yeah.
who has like read articles about how men don't help at home and then screamed at Gus, like not screamed at, I don't scream at you, but like gone to Gus and gone, if you think you're not gonna fucking help me with the household chores
Let me
because
be
you have a
clear.
job and I have a job, but this is my job apparently, let me make this fucking clear for you. And he's like, I grew up in a home where like my mom was the breadwinner and my dad was the house guy. Like,
Yeah.
don't
We're
worry
good.
about
No,
it.
Yeah.
my partner does the majority of the housework just based on the nature of our jobs, and it's never been a thing. But it's also like, I don't think I could be in a relationship with someone who thought it was emasculating
to
be vacuuming.
We had to have a long
It's fun.
conversation during coronavirus because I
Spreadsheets?
got fired from both of my jobs. And so, of course,
vacuumed
I
in
was cleaning the
spreadsheets.
house all the time. But I was like, I turned to him eventually. I was like, we need to have a conversation about the fact that, like, I understand that now I'm the housewife of the group and that I need to do the cooking and the cleaning because that's fair in terms of workload. But we need to have a like quick conversation about like my very complicated feelings about the new dynamic in our relationship.
Yeah.
You know? And like, obviously I've gotten a job since then, but like, that was a weird moment for me. And so I completely understand what you mean when you talk about like, I want to be behind the woman that picks her career and that like puts herself first and that like that's okay with her.
And also like, let me be clear, I'm also like drawing from some of the fandom explanations, which are like of a cis white het, which is basically because of Min's career path, which was that she was, you know, a bartender, a stable hand. She did whatever the fuck she wanted because her career is flighty at best, that it's okay for her to fold herself into another personality and to give up everything. And that someone having a different career than the societal norm is not acceptable. And you need to adhere and to essentially praise the patriarchy and fall in line. And that is like, that is her the defense that I see a lot of
from a fair amount of people.
She had nothing else going for her.
I will also say though, just in like, and you all know, Nynaeve stan, I do think actually Min's, the way she folds herself into Rand and like, as Delusion said, every thought, right, whenever we're in her head, it's Rand, makes sense character. Okay, but it makes sense character wise at this point because she can see, like, she has this fate. She has her viewings and she sees fate as some, like, if you actually knew that you were supposed to fall in love with somebody and that it's going to happen whether you want it to or not, like, what are you going to do?
No,
that's me. Hard.
Yeah,
it's hard.
Like I understand. Like I don't like it, but I understand why she would do it. Like it makes sense to me that if you know that your fate is unavoidable,
might as well buckle the fuck up, right?
Yeah.
Now, before we get too far into Min, because a lot of Min, is book 6 and onward.
I'm trying just to focus on.
No. This is in no way a criticism of either of you. You've done a wonderful job of maneuvering the very fucking hard.
I understand that I'm a very complicated presence in all of these chats, so you all are doing great. Like I understand that you're dancing around a lot of shit for me, and like I appreciate it.
Yes and no. I mean, I think Min's character really takes a dive after book 3. And I think where you're at now, you see a lot of that.
I'm starting to, and I completely hear what you're saying. And I think what was hard for me is just I was coming off some fresh Nynaeve bullshit. And so, like, it was hard for me to be
throwing pennies at artists,
and being like, get a real job. And I was like, well, I can't stand that.
And let me be clear. If this were anyone, like literally anyone could have been against Min. And I would have gotten in their corner. Like in this poll, if I had to choose, I would have chosen Elayne. And I a little bit hate myself for that just because of consent. And you see that right in the Shadow Rising with her and Rand.
She can be pushy.
She pushes past the line.
At least the way that Jordan presents her, because it's through the male gaze. We
Yeah.
actually don't get her perspective.
Yeah.
So it's only through Robert Jordan, and it's only through Robert Jordan that we see her and Fael's it's only through the male gaze that we see her and Fael's conflict and all of that shit, and it takes a man to solve it. I've got issues. So Elayne is very like near and dear to my heart, because I have different headcanon for her than what Robert Jordan has male gazed to us
into the story.
So if it were not against men, and if this were a Elayne Nynaeve situation,
You would have gone Bear.
I would have voted for Bear.
We've talked a lot. Oh,
Well,
so sorry. We've talked a lot about about Nynaeve and men. We haven't really talked about Elayne.
Let's take this as an opportunity to segue into Elayne,
Yes.
who is the character.
I find the consent thing problematic, which again, consistency is key in terms of my messaging. So like, hey, y'all, we love to yell at you for things that you haven't done. But like when somebody says no, one time should be enough for you. One time should be enough for you. But the other thing is I do find her her survival ability to be really interesting, because when I think about it,
she's a genius.
When I think about it, they talk a lot about like the first of Mayenne being assassinated
routinely,
and so I'm like, so she has had to possibly from the time she was very young play a very complicated game,
and she's 25 years old. I think people forget this sometimes. She's a fucking child.
She's like a kid. Yeah.
She's a beautiful.
I still feel like a kid.
She's a beautiful child, and unfortunately she's had to grow up, and she's had to grow up despite what many people have said about the series. It is not a matriarchy, it is still a patriarchy.
Yep.
And she has had to grow up in this world and has had to try to say, how the fuck do I navigate it, and how the fuck do I keep my country together, and no pressure, but it's all on me. And okay, great, I'm a super hot woman, I own that about myself, and I'm just going to play it as aggressively as I can, and I am going to manipulate every motherfucker in tier until like I preserve my nation. I again cannot speak enough about how much I admire Elayne's intelligence, her fortitude, her fucking grasp. Like she is a genius, and I think easily the hottest woman in the series for me.
Yeah.
But there is the consent piece.
And one thing I want to just quickly get at in a vague way is that I think that there is a lot of survival that clocks into a lot of women's everyday, where we go game recognizes game. Like that you go through your life having to do calculus that no one else has to do, or that a lot of other people don't have to do. And I go, okay, from a survival element alone, because this is that to that extreme, respect. Do I and then we get again at this point of like everyone in this book series is complicated, and that's why some people have diehard stands and diehard detractors at the same time, and that's fine. And I can see why Elayne could be an unpopular person, because there are things that she does that are unpopular with myself, and I don't really know her that well.
No, Elayne is a character that I want to like. Like again, Delusions and I have gotten into this. I want to like her so much. I do not like what the focus of her story became. Okay, I just I can't.
And you can't say anything else, and that's okay.
I rage against it, and all I continue to bring people's attention to is like what the Aiel think of Elayne, and they hold her in high regard. Right? Like Rourke. How do you say it in the audiobooks? Because I always pronounce
Rourke,
it.
We say Rourke.
Yeah,
they say Ruark. We say Rourke.
I always grew up like reading it as Ruark, but I've heard Rourke is how the audio says it. So and like whatever, but the fact that Rourke holds her in high regard and thinks of her as a daughter, like to me that speaks a lot, right? Like we see that in the Stone of Tyr, in the Shadow Rising. How he thinks about Elayne. We even see like some of the wise ones. No, they're not there. We just get Rourke's opinion, and that's what's important.
Yeah.
And for someone like that to be like, this is a woman that you should acknowledge and that I think highly of, and think of her as a daughter. I think that speaks a lot to her character. And yeah, she's hot as hell. And like I said, if men were not in the running,
He thinks of Egwene in a similar way, which I find interesting. He thinks
does.
of
He
her
pictures
as a
Egwene as
daughter.
one of his youngest daughters.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, which I think is nice. Like,
I think that's how Rourke says he like respects a younger woman.
yeah, I think
Because he
that's
respects
Rourke
the
speak
fuck.
for I care about you.
Not Berlin.
You know, I give a shit.
And like I respect the fuck out of you as a person because he respects his daughters. Like Rourke, this is gonna sound.
I haven't seen him interact with his daughters a bunch. But
No.
he doesn't.
But like
He seems to respect his wives a whole fucking
Yeah.
lot.
Yeah.
Rourke reminds me a lot of my own father in that, like, as a raging feminist. And I love that, right? Like, Rourke just gives so much, like, respect to women. And when they speak, he listens. He elevates their voice. He amplifies it. There's so much good to him. And I think that's also why, like, it's going to sound, like, incredibly Electra complex of me. But I think I'm just attracted to like feminist men.
I'm sorry, Rourke is fucking hot. It's fine.
That's not a weird
That's
thing.
not a weird thing to,
We
to
can
find
stand
men
a feminist man on
respect
this
women
pod.
hot. That's not
Okay.
weird.
Who
Just like, 'cause
are
I-
you
I
talking
equated-
to?
I'm not trying to. That's really.
Who
not-
are you talking
stop.
to?
That's not what I'm going for. But yeah. Anyway, now I'm shy. So who do you guys think won this one?
I mean, I know who
You
won
do-
this
you
one.
know,
I watched
everyone knows
this one.
this.
Yeah.
Because this was the-
I watched this aggressively.
Under
This was
a
like a-
fucking microscope.
Yeah.
This is
90.
the poll that I know
Refresh,
who won.
refresh,
90.
refresh.
90,
refresh.
obviously fucking
Vacillating
90.
during this.
I am not so like I can't remember what I was. I think I might have been in court that like I was doing something that should have demanded more of my time. And as soon as like I was like, "Hey Bree, you're gonna retweet this to your 20,000 followers," and she was like, "Fuck yes, I am." And then she did, and then we just watched the polls climb, and I just watched more and more and more cis het men get their sads on. Oh my god, the joy that sparked! Like I have not felt that alive in a goddamn year.
It was beautiful. It was so beautiful. It was.
Listen,
I was not upset.
go
how
with
this came out.
God. Go with God.
I was not at all upset. The only way that I was upset was that Elayne didn't come in second.
I know.
I love Elayne.
Had I been able to campaign for a second?
I think she is a
You were like, I was kind of
massively
busy.
underappreciated character. As
Gus
whatever.
explained this to me for a long time. He was like, Berlin is a massively underappreciated character, and here's why I'm going to dance.
I
around
like Min a
every
lot.
reason why.
Sure,
Gus-
I like Min a lot.
Gus, I promise you, we're gonna do a podcast one day just about Elayne.
Well, and I think that this is why every year we need to do the Grinwell Cup, because every
Yes,
year I'm
because you're
going to
gonna have new
understand
opinions.
more and
You have
have
new
more
op-
feelings,
Yes.
and then we can talk more in depth about these things. Like the Grinwell Cup is not a one-time thing, I think, personally. Plus, we'll have so many more characters because there's a billion fucking people.
There
Like,
are-
who knows if Danelle will be in the in the front.
Who
of
the
it.
fuck is Danelle? You keep
fuck is
saying
Danelle?
The worst character in the books, and I will not apologize.
every time
Exactly how many pages? Like she's been like a half a page.
literally
She's
the
been
number of
mentioned
times, like
She made a lasting
Twice.
impression on
the number
me.
of times that like so Gus previously mentioned that this live stream is brought to us by like
Dunno.
Wattwiki. The number of
You
times listening to your podcast that I have had to like wiki who the fuck is Danelle?
I'm not over it.
I only know who she is because of you. The
I
first time
know.
I was like, I literally, like you. Just, I had to look at. I was like, why is she obsessed?
Is Danelle?
I'm pissed.
Fuck
And
who
I
is this?
will not
Who
let
is
it
this
go.
known smirker?
I know a year from now I'm gonna look at this and I'm gonna look at like Catherine K's predictions. I'm gonna be like, who
Who's
the
the-
fuck is
Is it
that?
Carlinia?
Carlinia.
Carlinia.
I was looking at Catherine
Laughed
K's
the fuck
predictions and I was
onto.
like, who the fuck is Carlinia? And Gus was like, I don't know, but you were obsessed with her for like 4 episodes.
That's Danelle. That's
Love
Danelle, baby. Who the
Danelle,
fuck
yeah.
is Danelle? We don't know.
I've been obsessed with her for at
Nobody
least
knows.
6 episodes
She,
now.
yeah. Danelle is
maybe-
who Ali hates.
Or maybe all of the full spoiler people are laughing at you right now because you're onto something.
That is also sometimes the case.
But more likely
Which is
than
what
not,
I think is happening
don't
with
know who
Jane
the fuck is
Frustrator. I think
Danelle.
y'all are fucking with me
It's
because
entirely
it's gotta
possible.
be him.
One,
Who else would
either
it
we're like,
be?
Why can't he just be an old man?
No,
What do you have against
no,
old
no.
men?
That's
You
Do you
know-
think
noise
Jane
that came out.
Frustrator is the only old man? You think
my
there are
gosh.
no
Sure,
other
He is
old
the
men?
only old
All
man
right.
I care about.
Okay. Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's
Poor
fine.
guys.
It's fine.
He's trying to hurt cats.
We're almost 3 hours deep right now.
Oh my god.
My
I'm so
bad.
sorry. I'm so sorry. Thank you, Chet, for keeping us
Please
going.
don't
and also
apologize. This has been
seriously.
great.
being my Dorito.
I'm having the best.
My mother is asleep
3
right now. It's
I'm having the best 3 hours, so I don't
okay.
give a
Really
fuck.
glad.
Here we go. This poll: Lanfear, Rourke, Bane and Chiat.
I'm furious at all of this.
I am also
Oh.
furious.
Gus
at
was
all
so
of this.
upset because he was like, I have no choice but to put the two Aiel together, and I think it's going to split the vote.
It will split the
split
Aiel
the vote.
vote versus
How did you
Lanfear.
not have a choice to split up like Rourke and B and C?
Well, I could put B and C with Avienda.
Yeah.
I could put B
Yeah.
and C with Min and Nynaeve.
Yeah.
Do you want me to do that? You don't want
No,
me to do that.
I don't want you to.
Nobody
do that.
wants me to do that.
I don't
There
want
was
that to
no other way.
This was the exact conversation we had. I was like, well, what,
I was
what
looking,
other
I was
options are
looking
there
at the
now?
brackets going, oh no, fuck, oh fuck, shit,
All right.
fuck.
I hear.
Eileen,
I
yeah,
hear
is
your
white
tri-fi
Aja,
size,
I believe.
Yeah.
and I get it.
It was, we knew it was going to be painful. I didn't know it was going to be this painful.
This, this.
There
vote
have been
proved-
hurt feelings.
So it's worth noting before we get into this that there's a Twitter account that's at Lanfear that's really fucking funny and really popular.
Love.
And
Very funny.
very
Lanfear
excellent
Chosen?
account at Lanfear Chosen. Go follow
Yes.
them.
Love
Yeah.
it.
Very funny.
It's amazing.
Did follow this bracket very closely, repeatedly tweeted about it, and campaigned for
Get it.
themselves repeatedly.
Yes.
Okay.
Good for them.
They're
Proud of you.
allowed. They're allowed.
I'm here for it.
Yeah.
I mean, there
Considering how
were
hard
other
I
fan
campaign-
accounts.
Campaign for Nynaeve. You are allowed to campaign for your own
Yeah.
account.
There were
America.
accounts that campaigned, most notably Bader.
Most of them to be
Every poll.
Can you? I have to run to, as Grendel said, the Wiz Palace. Can you run this for a
Yeah,
second?
I was gonna go. Okay, yeah, I can run this, and then we'll just do a swap
And then
because
do a
we're
little
like the same
switcheroo.
person. Okay, I'll sit in the
Yeah.
Gus chair.
Um,
So, all right, now that he's
yeah.
gone, tell me all the spoilers.
Okay.
All right. So
Okay.
Spoiler 1.
Okay.
No.
Stop. Okay.
Go Wiz.
so
Okay, yeah, but this poll was actually really tough, and I think I did vote in it. I feel like I felt obligated to vote for Rourke. And it actually crushed my soul a little bit that I didn't vote for B and C. And then it was, as we saw kind of play out, like it was a split Aiel vote
yeah.
with Lanfear taking.
Did Lanfear take it? Because I voted B and C on this
Well,
one.
I can't say yet.
You can't
have
look at
to
the- you
predict
can't look at the
who-
thing?
This is the structure. You have to predict whether you think
Okay.
Lanfear took it.
I see. I always forget that men are afraid to admit other men are attractive because I looked at that and assumed that
Right.
Ruark would win. Like that was like I'm voting Bade and Chia, but Ruark is of these characters taking my sexuality out of it. Ruark is hotter. Like that is literally
Oh,
what my
hot.
brain did. But I know men are so scared of like. But what
Well,
if
and
they accidentally become gay by a Twitter poll? So.
Is it gay if I vote for a man?
But
what
if you
Oh my god, but what if it's an accidental?
If only it were that
Am I
easy.
accidentally gay?
gay?
Listen, if only it were that easy.
I forget that that's a thing. Like I vote for Lan. I'm not afraid that I'm suddenly straight when I do that.
I would.
I
also
am,
love
no.
that you phrased that, and I would love. Like, I just actually now want you to write like a Goosebumps novel called Suddenly Straight.
Listen, I will say, as a pansexual
It's just terror.
/ bisexual woman, there were times where I was like, okay, but like my bisexuality may be on the line. Granted, I was like, okay, but like if I vote for more men than women, what does that say about me?
Oh no, they will come and take away your card.
They'll take the card away.
Yes.
Yeah, like
Everyone knows we have a card. So
it's actually an agenda.
oh
So
yeah, I see. I have a
yeah, yeah.
clipboard.
Given out. I think you forget this. It's given out at the annual gay agenda, and then everyone gets to take home their own agenda.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's true. We've
Yeah.
all seen each other there, maybe. No.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, I've seen you.
Unfortunately, I'm not allowed there.
No.
It sucks.
Oh Lord.
What are we talking about?
We're talking about becoming accidentally gay because you voted for a guy on a Twitter poll.
Yes.
Oh, I've never done that.
When heterosexual men in a poll of 1 man, 2 women votes for a man that he may feel accidentally gay.
Yeah. That's what I was saying. In predicting these, like in my mind, I assumed Ruark was going to win because while I find Bane and Chiad hotter, I voted for them. I assumed Ruark would win, but then forgot about toxic masculinity and that, yeah, that's probably a thing.
I personally, if I had voted, I can't. I post the poll. I would have voted for Bane and Chiad. I like them a lot. I think they're cool. Rourke would have been a very, very, very close second. I love Rourke. Rourke is.
You can express it.
Yeah, Rourke's.
If I could quote
I'm
Madonna,
seeing it in all those.
express yourself.
Yeah,
Yes.
you all get it. Rourke's hot as shit. As the cishet man here, Rourke's hot as fucking shit. Lanfear is canonically hot, and
Lanfear is canonically physically hot.
She's so basic.
As
like
I said,
the
yeah.
basic though.
I don't visualize the character, so I'm glad I'm doing this before the show comes out. Her personality is not hot to me.
Yeah.
And personality is a huge part of it, especially if I can't see your face because you're a fictional character.
And that's something that's like so interesting to me about like some of the Discord when they're like, yeah, but like who you can listen, Allie. But like who is hot? And it's like, no, I hear what you're saying about like people being hot and like why you want to vote for Lanfear, but like subjectively, being hot is like so personality based.
Yes.
Which is why Matt Cauthon will always be the hottest character in Wheel of Time to me, because it's about personality.
Like,
And
I'm sure all of us have had this where you've been attracted to somebody and then gotten to know them and been like, oh no, your hotness is gone now.
Yeah, it's
Like,
true.
dry
Oh,
as the
100%.
desert.
Yes.
100.
And that's Lanfear.
Ooh.
Lanfear comes on, she's I'm super hot. Excuse me, I'm gonna it's not hot anymore.
Gawain.com/whoa. Ah.
Yes.
Yeah, it's like one of those things where like someone who is like objectively attractive, like you look at them and you're like, you have pretty features, but like
I even stopped seeing the pretty features. Like once
you get to know your personality, if you're a shitbag, like you're just not hot. And
Shitbag.
Sarmi in chat just said, yeah, if you vote for Lanfear one time, then she stalks you for 3,200 years. For them.
Yes.
That was what happened to Liz there, and he voted for her one time in a poll.
They hooked up.
Incarnation, she stalked him. Like,
oh my god,
he died, came back, and she's like, I'm still here, bitch. Sorry.
Oh
like
my God.
over-attached girlfriend for surezies. Like, woof.
She's got some stuff going on. And, I also feel, and like, this isn't a spoiler, Allie, because I felt this pre, like, Where You Are. Like, when we see her in The Great Hunt, she's using the Mirror of Mists. She's putting on an illusion of, like, extra hotness. She needs to be so hot all the time. And it's like, girl,
wait,
just like,
I thought...
She put on a Mirror of Mist when she first met him to be slightly less hot.
Yeah, that's the funniest.
The weirdest thing.
That's the
But then she like definitely doubled up on it and was like, just
that's
kidding.
the funniest fucking disguise forever. Like
You thought I was a 9?
I couldn't stop laughing. I was like, I'm at 10. Like, oh,
You thought no, it was like you thought I was a 12? Bitch, I'm a 20.
yeah. But it was like I'm slightly less hot than I am in real life, and that I legitimately let out like a witch's cackle. Like I was like, excuse, and this is why people need to watch me listen to chapters, because I can't describe the noises I made. As you can see, like I will make noises with my body that I can't replicate. Like I can't replicate it if it's not in the moment. And like when she went, I have a secret. And I was like, what are you going to be, like a pile of worms?
Wait. You coming from Agenor and Balthamel.
Yeah, I was like, what's fucked up under there? Like, you know, in my head, I'm thinking, well, she's just like, and like what? Shamael's
She's literally a
got
bag
fire
of
eyes.
shit.
So I was like, yeah, is she an actual shit bag? And then she's like, I'm actually slightly older and slightly hotter. And I went,
Way hotter than you
Be
ever thought I could be. Look at this white dress hugging like my small curves and like my waist that you could encircle with 2 hands. Just call me Callan, and I star in the Sword of Truth novels.
Oh,
Why would you do? No, what the fuck? Why?
Had to. If you don't think Callan's modeled after Lanfear,
but I cackled so loud because I expected a bag of worms. Like I just
no.
I'm 3,200 years old.
surprise, motherfucker.
but the tits are still perky. Like I cracked up. I cracked up so hard. I was like, "Oh my god, Robert, why did you had me thinking that this is going to be a fucked up scenario?"
Master of the Deck is pointing out that when she was Kylie, she was still acting like Lanfear.
Yeah. She can't help it.
I'm just being Kylie.
Mm-hmm.
Kylie Sheogi.
iCarly.
Yeah.
And also,
iCarly.
Hi, Kylie. But like we're just gonna shit on Robert Jordan, and I hope that's fine, because we see how he fat shames people and body shames people all the time.
Yeah.
And it's really
It's
unfortunate that
fine.
some of those perspectives come from Matt Cauthon, because Matt Cauthon is someone who objectively just enjoys people as a species.
Mhm.
So he will look at them. Also, my headcanon and hope for the show is that Matt Cauthon is pansexual.
Yeah, he's such fan energy.
Is that not canon?
Yeah.
canon?
Oh.
That should be canon.
Oh.
canon.
As a pansexual Matt Cauthon.
Matt
Yes.
Cauthon is.
I actually didn't
yes.
even make that connection in my head, but yes, you are Matt.
100%. We love people.
Mhm.
Period.
And just like go fuck.
Yeah.
And like go fuck and prosper.
Yeah. Be fruitful and don't multiply. Wear condom.
protection.
Oh,
But like, and so Matt, like, it's really unfortunate that a lot of the perspectives that we do get about body shapes come from Matt, because it makes it seem like it's a Matt problem instead of the authorial
Robert Jordan,
problem.
yeah.
And what he does when Lanfear is playing a larger woman is like he sees it through Matt's perspective, and Matt's like, well, she fat, how she walk like that?
Yeah. I don't love it. I
That's
think,
weird.
in fact, I hate it. Wait, it says ginger beer. It's non-alcoholic. This is the
No, ginger
saddest
beer is
day.
not alcohol.
Okay, well, I'm gonna drink it anyway. Thank you. We accidentally got White Claws.
Ain't no laws.
This is the funniest thing. So we haven't been to a grocery store in a very long time. We Instacart because, you know, that makes
Because
sense.
we have
Pandemic.
asthma.
Because we both have asthma and we're afraid. And we ordered beers, and the woman was like,
Very well-meaning,
very
lovely,
well-meaning old
elderly
lady was
Instacart
like,
shopper
I'm
was
not
like,
gonna get you beer. I'm gonna get
I
you
couldn't
White Claw.
find Sapporo, so I didn't get a different beer.
I got you White Claw.
I got you a case of White Claw.
Which, bless her heart, but like, and in a real
We're
genuine
drinking
way.
it. We're grateful. We're happy about that. If
Ooh,
you're an
it's funny.
Instacart shopper,
Woman
you
is my
should be.
spirit animal, and I need you to know that it was me.
For real, if you're an Instacart shopper, you should be making like a shitload of money for being the goddamn
The
savior
goddamn
of society
backbone
right
of the
now.
pandemic for people with pre-existing conditions.
Tip the fuck out of people if you can, please. Anyway,
No throwing pennies at them.
don't be
that was
naive.
the issue.
This
It's
is the
a
only
very
time
big
we'll say
real
don't be
turnoff. I
naive.
think it's because
I know.
my best friend, when I was working at Second City once upon a time, and I, who still keep in touch all the time, would turn to me and we would play a game called like turn off or no. And we would or no, it's called deal breakers. And we go, okay, here's the deal breaker. But is it a deal breaker? If it's like your perfect person in the world, is it a deal breaker? And across the box office, being a dick to waiters was the deal breaker. Yeah. And I was just like, I can't get past it. I can't.
When I was younger and like lived with my mom, I used to always carry this is a long time ago and in Canada, but like ones and loonies in my pocket because my mom was
call them loonies and toonies. It's okay.
Loonies and toonies.
Yeah. But
loonies and toonies?
I think it's actually even before toonies. But my mom is a horrible tipper. So we would she would leave the tip and then we would go to leave and I would always forget something and have to go back in and leave more tip.
I love you.
Money in my pocket.
I love you.
She left $2 no matter what the food was. No matter what the cost, $2 was her tip.
One day we'll play deal breakers, the four of us, because it's a really fun game, which would pass many an hour on certain shifts.
Yeah, I definitely grew up with a father who overtipped and was the dad who always made the dad jokes.
Oh yeah. The
and
waiter?
just got in the friendly conversation. I was like, Dad, they have lives to lead.
Yeah.
They don't need to just be here existing with us at this table. Let them live their own life.
So
I feel it.
Okay.
We have touched on Lanfear, Rourke, Bane and Chiad.
They're both hot. They're all of the above.
Insane.
Together.
Again, I voted for Bane and Chiad. I honestly, because that is my personal, that they are hotter to me.
Jenny and I really should have gotten into the DMs about this one.
Yeah.
And started a campaign.
Yeah. I think Ruark deserves it, though. This
was a bisexual crisis for me. Where I really had to do some soul searching, and then we went to the Eeny, Meeny, Miny, Mo.
Eeny, Miny, Miny, Mo?
And who I need.
And I landed on Rourke, so that's what I went with. But I had many reservations. It's hard.
Okay, you're not a bad pansexual for voting. It's
Listen!
okay. You're okay.
There's so many layers to the Grinwell Cup.
My identity is on the line.
It's okay. You can vote for her.
No.
Okay. I mean, okay. In the podcast, you've talked about how you've come out as pan during the pandemic.
Yes.
Were you out as bi before that? Or?
No.
Okay, so
I came out.
Gay.
Period.
You can you're a baby gay.
Yes.
As a long time lesbian.
Baby gay.
Baby gay.
But
yeah.
You're allowed. You are allowed. I give you permission.
I think the complicated feelings come from coming up very late, whatever that means, and then because I've known Gus has known for a long time, we've both been very open about the fact that sexuality is a spectrum, and now we just sit around and watch TV and talk about who we think is hot across the board, and it's very positive. But and so he's known for a long time, but he's the only
Master of the Deck is a fellow pan who voted for Rourke.
But he's the only one. But I think the complicated thing for me is as a woman who identifies as pan, who is about to marry a straight man, who has never had a relationship with a woman, partially because I come from a very conservative background. So it took me a long time to go, oh, that's what those feelings are. It's really complicated for me. So I'm and PS was why I didn't come out for a long time was because I was well, it's not I'm gonna ever be with a woman, so what does that mean, so because I was I have no intention of being anywhere outside of this monogamous relationship I'm with, but it was really weird. And then I was well, does it matter? Yeah. And then I read this law. I watched a TikTok about identity and then texted it to Gus. And then he came out of the bedroom and was you feeling queer, babe? And I was I mean, yeah. And he was that's cool. And then like went back and like gave me a hug and then went back into the bedroom. And I was like, that was very validating. Thank you. And then I just sent that TikTok.
Well,
that was
I
how I
was-
came out, was through TikTok. I just sent the same
I was
TikTok
punching
to my whole
cardboard chits of
family.
a board game out at the time. And
Yeah,
she sent me
which
this
is a very
TikTok, and I
you
was like,
activity.
this seems important. I came out and I was like, I knew this already, but let's
But
have
let's
a big
have a hug. Let's hug it out.
yeah,
He
yeah.
was like, I don't care.
I have a
And was
lot
like,
of
cool.
chits I have to punch out.
And then I just sent.
What can I do for you right now?
I just sent that one
good?
TikTok to my entire
Okay.
friend and family group, and then was like, "Cool, let's like go back into my hole now." And everyone was
And,
just like, "Yeah, cool, like whatever, happy for you." But yeah,
But I think it's a real thing, and I think it's something that like, and so like I'm someone who I'm happy to call people hot or attractive or beautiful, even if I'm not sexually attracted to them. So like I don't, unfortunately, and sometimes I wish I did, I don't identify as bi or pan. I can just say like a woman is objectively, like to me, she's objectively like a beautiful woman. Doesn't like, it does nothing for the loins or anything, but like I don't, and it's interesting because I don't feel any mixed reservations when I'm voting.
that's how
right,
Gus
like, if I'm voting in a poll, I can just be like, this person is just super hot.
Works hot as
and,
shit.
Like,
yeah. That's how
Right,
Gus is.
like-
He's like, on the Kinsey scale, I'm a heterosexual, but I can
Yeah.
appreciate the male form.
some good
Yeah.
some like an attractive human, whereas like and I've heard this especially about bisexual women, and that they don't, if they haven't been in a relationship with a woman but they still identify as bisexual or pansexual, that there is a stigma, or that they like there's just some bullshittery out there that is unnecessary, because like bisexuality, pansexuality, any sexuality is literally, I think, in my mind anyway, and like correct me if I'm wrong, but it's about like what gets you turned on, which is a different thing.
It's internal. It's not, it's like I was a lesbian long before I had sex. Like it's
Yes.
not like I didn't come out until I was 25. Don't tell me, like I was
No,
9 the
and
first
there's-
time I realized there was something different about me. I was a 9-year-old little lesbian who didn't know the word lesbian. Like it's just it
and
doesn't has
there's
nothing to do with what
obviously
you're doing.
like lesbian and gay men who have slept with people of
Same gender
you know,
or
someone-
opposite gender. Sorry. yeah.
opposite gender, like someone they identify as opposite gender, and like they had sex with them, but like did they get the same beep boop out of it?
Mm.
And
Beep
so it's
boop.
like beep boop.
I
The
love
beep
that.
boop. You know what I
Did you
mean.
get the beep boop?
Covers all the bases
Yeah, the
in
beep boop.
2 syllables.
I know what you
boop.
the beep
Yes.
boop.
Yeah, obviously.
The beep
You
boop.
know, you get it. So it's like so it's just one of those things where like I wish I could be, and maybe I should actually stop talking in this because this is not my moment to talk. I want to be a better ally, and I also want people to shut the fuck up about anyone who disparages someone who comes out as bi or pan or like any other sexuality that isn't hetero, and says that you're not actually this because you've only been in a relationship with a heterosexual male. Like,
Yeah.
again, we come back to fucking goats. Like, go fuck a goat,
Mhm.
get out into the shrubbery, expand your mind, and appreciate that people can choose to have sex with who they want to. And this is autonomy based. And if Allie has not chosen to have sex with a woman, it does not take away from her pansexuality. It does not detract from her pansexuality. Her recognizing her sexuality is wonderful and beautiful. It doesn't mean she has to go out there to the world and prove it.
Yeah.
You don't
Yeah.
have to
God
fucking-
bless. Like, thank you for saying that. Because, yeah, it's so weird and complicated. And I was like very hesitant to come out just because I was like, I don't know if like I've earned a seat at the table. Do you know what I mean? And because it's like, no one's going to look at me with my heterosexual relationship and go, well, we hate you, you know, unless I say
Yeah.
something. And then it became one of those identity crises because like, the pandemic brought things out in everybody. I think everybody
course.
had some kind of, everybody
brought
went
the
through
pan.
it. And there was a moment where I was like, I just feel like I'm not being, and we talked before we started this this chat on YouTube live about like I feel like I'm not being radically honest, and that is the only thing that I've found in my life that sets me free of a lot of my trauma is just being radically myself and honest in the face of like other people's feelings. And you know, it's not about your success or what you do with your life. It's really about just like the fact that you live your life as fully as you can. So I was like, I'm gonna just be honest about how I feel. Even though it really doesn't change anything surface level, it changes something for me personally. That I can be honest about who I am for the first time.
I talked about this in a recent article / video that, again, sorry, Ali, you can't watch, but one of the parallels I've seen with being queer and like in the books is seeing things like Logain losing his, you know, like when he was stilled and you saw him wandering around the tower grounds all without his will to live because he had been gentled, I should say. I see that as such a parallel to being in the closet and suppressing this core part of who you are. And I do understand that concern that you have, but there's something so liberating and freeing about being authentic with yourself that has literally nothing to do with what you do with your life, like nothing to do with your behavior. It's that I am going to be fully as authentically who I am as possible. That allows you to experience life as much as possible.
Yeah.
Thank you to those of you, by the way, period, who are sticking with us. We're talking about a lot of shit, but like also it's really lovely.
This is the Grinwell Cup.
This is the Grinwell Cup, but also it's about a lot more than the Grinwell Cup. But like attractiveness, like we said, is subjective, and there's a lot of layers to it. And some of that comes from where we come from as people. And it can be more complicated than like on paper, are they hotter? It is more complicated. And so like, I mean, that's why I really was excited to have you both on, because I know, you know, Grendel, you coined the term, people
Hot
might not know
nuance.
this, hot nuance in our Discord. And I really always appreciated that, because I'm like, listen, it's hard to have, because our podcast is called Wheel Takes, and like with that comes like the expectation of hot takes. But as the series has become more and more complicated and the characters have become more and more complicated, it's hard to be like, this is what it is, and say like, this is my take, because it's like there is so much within. And I think that's true just like across the board in life. Like there's so much like that goes into forming an opinion. And I think it's important.
Like, and I think that honestly like is why this series has spanned decades. Is because the characters are not black and white. It is so hard to say who is good and who is bad. And like you really have to examine, like everyone has their own feelings about various characters. Like you've heard my thoughts on Dorito, and just like my rage, and like it's one of those things that come down to like how you read the series. Your subjective reading of this series is going to influence your opinion on it as a whole, and the characters and who you identify with. And I think it's what's made this the most, honestly, I think the most rereadable series in the world is that it changes as you grow. Like I've had the privilege, and Jenny has read the series for longer than I have, but it's been now 3 decades that I'm into reading this series, and my opinion has shifted every single time, and it's never static. Because I'm going to shout her out again, but because the Master of the Deck this time around, I have a far greater appreciation for Rand than I ever did before, just because I'm trying to read more into him, because we don't get to know the real him. And so it's just like, it's one of those like nuances. And like with your podcast and how it's going, like I'm excited for you to do your first read. I'm more excited for you to go through on a reread.
I literally
Oh,
have had
boy.
that thought too. Like,
We may have to, because
No, we have to.
I mean, I know,
We
like,
have to.
I joke about my arcs with characters, like that the real character arc is my feelings about characters, because like I go on these, and it's not even an arc; it's like a wave
It's a serpentine.
it's a serpentine, sinuous wave of feeling, because
Snakes.
Rand, I think in particular, Rand and Matt to me are the two that I constantly do this on, because while I like to give both of them shit, in my heart of hearts I think of them as like little brothers I have to protect from the world, because they're both such deeply traumatized boys, where I'm like, oh honey, like let me stop the world from being so mean to you. Matt in one way, and that where I'm like, shut the fuck up and like stop it. And then and then Rand, it's like at first I was like, why is he so mean to Moiraine? Why is he so like shitty sometimes to people? And then eventually I was like, oh, because he's like a traumatized kid who doesn't know what the fuck he's
just
doing.
a baby.
And like, but he can't trust anybody. He's just a baby. And I'm like, oh, fuck. So then once I started thinking about it that way, I was like, well, I can't hate him entirely. I want to shelter him and also be like, honey, stop it at the same time. And I love that there is room for both feelings in all of the characters, that you're like, I just want to shelter you, but also like have a very honest conversation about your shit at the same time, because like every single one of them, all of the Two Rivers babies, I just want to sit down and be like, baby, what are you doing?
EM5, like let's just hug it out. We're gonna sit down, we're gonna hold hands, we're gonna give each other like the love and like affirmation that we deserve, and we're gonna have some communication.
Yeah, like baby, traumatized adult to traumatized child, like let's have it out right now. Let's just have some straight talk. Let's what do they say on My Favorite Murder? They're like, let's sit down and talk straight, or something like that. Let's sit crooked and talk straight. Like that's what I want with these babes. But yeah, okay, so who won?
The Grinwell
Tangent
Cup.
back to the conversation.
Have we talked about Bane and Chiad yet?
Have we talked about?
Hot, period.
Hot.
Done.
Yeah.
That's all I have
Can't
to say.
separate them, and I also
Yeah,
feel
we
like
talked about them because we talked about my bisexual bullshit, and then like,
Gaul loves Chiad.
Mhm.
The
Bane's
scene
there. Like
Bane is
maybe.
also there. The scene in the Battle of the Two Rivers where Gaul and Chiad are fighting back to back makes me cry every time I think about it.
I like forgot about it. Like again, we go back to the your 6 greatest moments in Wheel of Time, right? That would not rank there for me if I'm initially ranking them. And then I listen to fucking Allie and Gus talk about about Chiad and Gaul fighting back to back, and I fucking bawl. And that's it. That's it for me. That's number 1.
I love their relationship. It's so subtle. It's so small.
It's not there. I mean, it's
I love
not
that it's
there,
just
and
happening in the background.
But
Like,
if you are as
subtext is everything.
I'm not trying to do a thing right now that I'm getting teared up over this, but like, I'm sorry.
So-
watching Chiad, Perrin, POV, whatever. I know he's fucked up. I know. I get Dorito. I agree. Perrin says, "Hey, Bane and Chiad can take you to, watch Hale. It'd be great." And Chiad goes, I'm crying. I'm crying. I'm crying. And Fael goes, "You don't have to go. You don't have to go. It's okay." And then oh my god.
And then she sits back down.
I'm literally gonna start crying right now. Like I can't, because
it's such a beautiful and small moment. And I think it's one of those things where if you blink, you miss it. And Perrin kind of misses it.
well, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, he's a little...
Perrin goes, "Don't they
like-
have
Okay,
a
listen,
feud?"
he's a little obtuse. Like, I get that.
Well, it's like
Doritos
Rand
are-
missing Lan and Nynaeve, like all
And
through
I love
Eye of the
Perrin
World,
in a
and
lot
you
of
like,
ways.
Well,
'cause
the
Rand
Doritos are
doesn't-
more isosceles, right? Like,
Sorry, Jenny, go ahead.
Oh, I say it's just like Rand missing Lan and Nynaeve all the way through Eye of the World, and then like the
And
boys,
being surprised in the blight and being like,
like,
my heavens, my heck,
yeah,
be hearing this.
the,
He didn't
the
wanna-
boys just don't pay
He
attention.
didn't want to hear the wisdom cry herself to sleep.
right.
Yeah.
And if you're someone like me who is looking for any reason to ship a group, maybe you won't miss it. But if you're a person reading a book series like a normal person, you could miss it. And like I did not, and I love their relationship and how it develops. I did not, because I am looking actively
I was
to
gonna say
ship
you
everyone.
didn't miss it because sometimes you catch things that just aren't there too.
Period. No, like definitely true. Definitely true.
Let's take a moment.
Shy. You want to ship
Ship
the world.
Let's
Ship
take
the
a moment
world.
to talk about Allie's obsession with Tom and Moiraine.
Stop. That's absolutely true. No. The more I read Eye of the World
Absolute
again,
fucking
the
obsession
stop talking.
with
The
Tom.
more I read,
from the fire.
the more I read Eye of the World again, the more I'm like, oh, y'all are gaslighting me so hard.
Obsession.
No, okay. I'm sorry. When have we ever seen Moiraine giggle again? Moiraine straight up girly giggled when he did the little knife thing. And I'm like,
I actually just listened to that episode of yours, and like I could feel like if I could quote Cisco, I could feel you get sprung.
I literally, he's like reading this out loud, and I turned to him and I went, like full Macaulay Culkin in Home Alone. Like, excuse me? Like, and then she goes on to brag about her abilities in front of him. And I go, when have we ever seen Moiraine bragging? Like, she's straight up
Do you like that
balefires.
mist? Do you
She's-
like that mist?
Yeah.
Watch what I can do.
Exactly.
Oh, you think it just goes a little bit? Let me tell you how far and how
I can-
girthy that
Let me
mist
tell you how
is.
girthy my fog is. Yeah.
Let me tell you how I did this, how I made it the girthiest mist that has ever girthed misted.
Do you want to know how far you could swim in my fog? Like, stop it. Like, there's
Moiraine, we get it.
there's no way. There's no way those two don't hook up.
I
There's
love
no
this
way.
journey for you, and I'm so happy that we're on it. And I'm just gonna
There's
like
no-
this is my
I swear
Tom
to
and
God.
Elayne. Like, so Jenny is the one groaning right now.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be the one amping this up.
I swear to God, like, you won't see it because we'll be on the podcast, but I'll like roll on Girls Gone Wild Black
I
the
need to shout out real quick. I need to shout out
in
Sarmi
victory.
in chat for saying spread ship
Spreadship. Yeah.
because
Yeah.
we love spreadsheets. I have to do that.
Spreadsheet.
Have to.
Keep track.
Uh,
Keep track because I'm telling you right now.
Oh,
Robert knew what he was doing.
spreadsheet.
I know now. I know
So-
now. Reading book one. I'm sorry.
yeah.
You got me on this. This is your fault. So
You did this.
you did this to us. We did this tangent. So okay, reading book one, I know now more than ever that Robert intentionally did everything that he did, right? Like, I know now more than ever that everything, like, he mentions, okay, not everything.
Well, yes and no, because he
But,
thought
like-
it was going to be a trilogy, and then he was like, lol.
But yeah,
And Nard
14.
speaks.
but like, he was plotting
Nard
out
speaks.
plot points long before they happened. And Gus
Nard
says that I
speaks.
don't even know. So,
Wait, I'm sorry. Just quickly built on Jenny's point. So there is going to be a Wheel of Time song parody challenge next year. And how the fuck no one has come up with Narg Speaks as a cover to Don't Speak by No Doubt?
Shut up.
I don't know.
stop talking
I'm just gonna,
and
I'm
do
just
it.
gonna put it out there.
Stop talking and do it.
He
What are you
knows
doing?
just bunch of things.
Stop talking. Stop talking and do it. Okay. So, but here's my deal. Here's my deal. Robert is setting the groundwork for this relationship, and I'm not even going to hear arguments otherwise. Like, I am positive. I'm
Yeah.
positive.
So you're saying that Tom and Moiraine are the Tom and Elayne.
Yeah, that's yeah.
That's... Master Bard.
Master Bard.
Well, okay, so off the record, now that Gus's parents have definitely gone to sleep and probably won't listen to the rest of this, I hope. When I turned to Gus one time because he was like, Master
you're
Bard.
finally
And I went,
saying
I was
it?
finally saying it. I was like, Master Bard is just code for lick my clit. Am I right?
Yes.
And Gus literally dropped to the floor.
Oh,
Master
Lord.
Bard, can you lick my clit?
50 times
Damn it.
she has made that joke to me, and I've said, you have to say it on the podcast.
And I'm
She
like,
goes, no, no.
I
Female
can't.
pleasure
No,
is
it's
too
literally-
far.
I draw the
Actually-
line at female pleasure,
No,
obviously.
I demand that Gus make this into a new club remix called Master Bard, can you lick my clit? And then just remix it. Yeah, lick my clit.
B.
I'm not gonna say.
I don't
anything.
say the B word.
Not saying
but
that.
I do sometimes, but not frequently. And then Gus never says
I'll
it
say it if it's a man talking to a man.
to a man.
That's okay.
Yes.
That's it.
That's where he draws the
Anyway.
line. But I draw the line at female pleasure.
I don't. Yeah, apparently you draw the line at women enjoying
We
sex.
will
Women
not-
enjoying sex, Catholic school education can't get behind
We will
it.
speak about fellatio in all of its
Oh,
glory. We will not
cunnilingus?
speak about
Cunnilingus?
cunnilingus.
How
Get the
dare.
fuck out.
Cunnilingus must not
How
be mentioned.
dare.
Yeah,
God
delicious it is.
forbid.
You take
Or
your
go to
tongue
bed.
and the pineapple pussy that it might lick and get the fuck out of
Yeah,
here.
exactly. I bet that, and Gus like made fun of me for that. He was like, "You realize that you draw the line at cunnilingus?" And I
Female
was like,
pleasure.
"I must."
You'll talk about fellatio and sex, but not that. Really, you're not gonna talk. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All
Okay.
right, all right.
And I went, "Okay, you have a valid
I
argument."
don't know if you guys remember this, but we
We
are
have the
actually
Grinwell-
discussing a poll.
The Grinwell Cup. I'm so sorry. When I
Stop
Allie and I
apologizing.
were
Never
talking
invite
about
me
how
on
long
again.
this would go.
Stop.
I thought an
both of
hour
you
and a half.
Right the fuck now. Stop goddamn apologizing immediately and never apologize again.
I'm sorry. I
Like,
legitimately
have a-
thought this would be an
I have
hour.
a hard out at a certain point. This is the middle of the day for me, and I have a job. It's like it's in the distance. But Allie was like, "It's no problem. Like it's
Yeah.
fine."
No.
gonna
What
be
time
an
is
hour
it for
and
you
a
right
half.
now?
It's 1:30 p.m.
Okay, so
Okay.
here's like half an hour. So let's go.
No. I'm okay. I actually like I have an hour
She's
and a half.
fine.
I have an hour and a half.
Oh, we'll
I don't
definitely
think it'll-
be. We should be okay with that.
Eventually,
We have
we'll
one
get tired
poll
of. You know what? I think it's a testament to how much we enjoy your presence. That's really what it is.
Holy God.
I also just need you to know that Master of the Deck did raise an important question.
Yeah, I was just
Oh,
looking at
The
that.
actual Grinwell Cup is because Prince Adolin's boyfriend/husband isn't here.
Prince
Does Matt
Adolan?
eat ass?
Yes, he would.
Yes,
He
Matt
absolutely
eats
fucking.
so
So wait.
much.
What?
Let's discuss.
Yes.
We have broken the 3 Taviran boys into top, switch, and bottom.
Okay.
Right?
Yes.
Will you share that?
Well, we have said that Rand is the top,
Rand's the
but
top.
a service top.
Service top.
Yeah,
Matt is a switch. Period.
obviously. That is versus fuck.
And Perrin is a power bottom.
Power bottom.
There is no doubt in my mind
Yeah.
about any of these.
I
That
think
is-
that
I
those
mean,
are all
pretty sure
valid.
that's canon.
Yeah,
I'm
I think
pretty
those
sure
are all
I
that's-
valid.
think actually RJ wrote that in the glossary if you want
Yeah.
to skip
Yeah.
forward.
Where's my fucking Kindle? Where's my
Where's the
goddamn...
companion? It's in the
The companion.
have
It's over
companion, I
there,
can
it's
just
too
pull
far
it up
away.
and
If
I
it's not the
guarantee-
companion, it will be by the end of
At
this.
Matt Cauthon. Switch.
Switch.
He's an
That's fair.
ass eater, make you work hard, make
I
you
feel
sweat
like-
more.
I feel like he would initially go, I'm no hero when it comes to ass play.
No, yeah.
And then
And then the ass would present itself.
and then he'd be like, all right.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Melindra,
Yeah!
no hero.
Are you telling me fucking 6 foot Melindra isn't gonna go like,
Oh yeah?
you're really not?
In a consensual way. In a consensual way.
Yes.
She'll go, are you sure?
She's
Like,
Are
gonna
you
fucking
sure,
go.
just in a nice way.
Okay, wait.
Yeah.
Chat wants to know what a switch is.
Oh,
A switch.
it's someone who will either be a top or a bottom.
So
Yeah.
within the sex act, people are usually dominant or submissive. A switch can do either.
Yes. A switch will go yes and.
I firmly
To use an
believe
improv term.
that Matt will look to his partner whoever
Yeah.
that partner may be.
Matt
and-
is the most consensual human
Yeah,
that
I
has
was gonna
ever
say.
consented.
which is
Yeah.
weird because canonically he's kind of weirdly a little bit like, well, you're not wearing a dress. That's kind of weird. But I think within the sex act, he's going to be like, hey, what are you feeling?
I just have a hard time believing that Melindra was not completely a power top. in
Melindra
that
is a
situation.
power top.
Very
I just
much,
have a hard
yeah.
time, and I
Thoroughly.
have a hard time believing, based on Matt's reaction, that he was not totally 100% okay with that.
Melindra pegged the fuck out of Matt.
Yes,
and we
she
can
did.
all acknowledge that that is canon.
And they had a great time.
What did she say she
Yeah.
likes to do by moonlight that he smiled so hard at? I'm saying, and what were these kisses and cuddles in the court? I'm like, there's no way that man like lost his virginity to Melindra.
No,
There's no
he did
way.
not.
And I think
Yeah.
Tom sat him down at one point and was like, whatever they want to do, just go with it. In
I'm pretty
terms
sure
of
that was fucking
whatever
like
you
from
want to
the
do.
word go.
Yeah.
Like
but also
I
feel
think Badger
comfortable
Matt
to
was
say
fucking
no.
Yes.
Like,
Yeah.
I feel like they had that talk about like
Yeah.
say no, but
He
then
was
also like
say no, but have fun. And I'm like,
when they played Maiden's Kiss in the Stone of Tear.
okay, so let's talk about the
Are
Maiden's
you
Kiss
telling
really
me
fast.
you really did not perform multiple cunnilingus?
He did.
There's
Now,
no way he did.
obviously, Maiden's Kiss is really complicated. And we can get into that.
Oh,
we
consent,
know.
consent.
Consent. Yeah.
And obviously, Matt didn't like it very much, and that's an issue. We can talk about that later.
Mm-hmm.
If Matt were invited to play Maiden's Kiss now by Melindra
he'd-
and some
he'd
of her
go.
friends, he would jump the fuck onto that.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think.
It's complicated because I was like, okay, when you know what's going on, sounds like a lot of fun. If you don't know what's going on, sounds
It's scary.
assaulty. So
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, when you're playing those kind of games with somebody who doesn't know what's going on, like that's rough.
But also knowing the maidens and knowing Jaito, I think if Matt at any point had said, "What the fuck is happening? I feel really uncomfortable," they would have said, "Not for a wetlander.
Yep.
Cool.
We're good."
Yeah, because I mean, it gets into some complex Jesus. Everything gets into complex territory.
Everything
that-
gets into hot nuance.
What?
We're getting
No.
into
hot
What?
nuance. You love to see it.
that.
But yeah, so I think I like to think that, and maybe Rafe will address this. I like to think that the maidens would go, "Oh, he's not into it. Let's back the fuck off."
Yeah, we're good and we're done because they are. I think like Maiden's Kiss is, and this is again just headcanon and like, but I like to think that it's a bit consensual.
Yeah, and
In
Matt,
effect, or like people know what
Right.
they're getting into, and Matt was the first person who had volunteered to play this game, and I think because of that, also like their Jai would not have permitted them to like push the button where they would have had toe, and like, could you imagine having toe to a wetlander? How embarrassing! That would be like
Embarrassing.
Gus's. That would be like Gus's baby toe.
Yeah.
which we did post on.
It's very small.
It's really funny looking. Okay, no offense.
Okay.
You're perfect in every way, but
My baby toe is freakishly small. It's okay.
it's like a
true.
really small toe. But so wait, where was I going?
Jito, Matt, Maiden's Kiss.
I'm getting
Matt,
back to where I
consent.
am. I'm
Consent.
recalibrating.
Yeah, okay.
I'm recalibrating.
Forgot about my
Okay.
toes.
It threw me off because I think every part of you is beautiful.
Thank
But
you.
I think I like to think they would have backed off. And to be fair, Matt did go around asking, "How do I hook up with a maiden?"
Well, he asked Rourke, "Hey, Bane, hot as shit. What do I do?" And Rourke said, "Have you considered asking them to play Maiden's Kiss?"
Which is why Rourke is the greatest troll of all time, and I love him, and he's so
Yeah.
hot.
So it gets into complicated territory. I think it gets into very 90s idea of what consent
Yeah.
is,
Yeah. Yeah.
which is hard. Is basically the
Fair,
end of the day.
fair,
I go,
fair,
but
fair.
Vane and Chiad as a unit, hot as fuck.
As fuck.
Adeline
Is
was
that
there
what we're
too.
trying to say?
Adeline was there too.
Oh, Adeline is like a weird bisexual love interest for me.
Like a Van Dees?
Adeline as
Adeline is a person I find hot.
I feel comfortable saying this from a spoiler perspective. Adeline
who is Adeline?
Adeline
separate?
as pre-Sulin.
What?
I feel comfortable
yeah.
saying that.
Okay.
Okay.
What does that mean?
You've met Sulin.
Who?
Sulin is a maiden.
How
Oh,
dare you? How dare you?
I don't know
Sulin
her.
is not a who.
Yeah.
And that's
Yeah.
a genuine, not a Mariah Carey.
Adeline
is
hurls
Matt's
herself
sister.
Adeline hurls herself in front of a spear
Hot.
for
Yes,
Rand.
yes.
Period.
Adelin.
Not the Stormlight archive character.
Different.
Different
Adolin,
person.
Not Adeline.
Adolin is different. Yes.
Hot.
Adeline is a maiden of the spear who
Yes.
is.
People are like, who is
Sorry,
that?
who the fuck is Adeline? In the same vein as
Listen,
Danelle.
I'm on book 5. I don't know.
Adeline.
Danelle,
Adeline's the
let's
maiden of the
discuss
spear
again.
who is Rand's honor guard chiefess.
Yeah.
For lack of a better
Yeah,
term,
she's
in
hot.
book 4 and some
In
of
book
book
4.
5
She's
so
amazing.
far.
She's amazing.
And I don't feel spoilery saying that Adeline is the pre-Sulin.
No.
I don't know what that means.
You've met
And
Sulin.
also,
But I don't know what that
no,
means.
you know Sulin and know her better. If you're focused on Danelle, know Sulin.
I don't.
Danelle.
She hasn't made a lasting impact yet.
Sulin
I'm sorry.
has shown up a couple of times. She is the roof mistress of the maidens within Rhuidean.
She considers Rand to be a brother.
She looks at Rand as a little
Who
brother.
Okay, sorry. Apparently meant.
Just
but
just keep an eye on. I'm not gonna go further into this because I don't want to.
fine.
But Sulin and Rand are bros.
Yeah.
And I think
Okay,
that's how you
they bro.
describe their
They bro.
relationship. They bro, and like it's like their relationship is purely platonic, and it's so fucking beautiful, and it's good
Because men and women can be friends.
without having anything sexual about it. And that is Sulin and Rand, and I need you to pay more attention. To
Okay,
Sulin.
I will pay more time. I'm so sorry. I apologize.
I love
I'm
her.
too busy focusing on how much I hate Danelle. I don't have space for another minor
Chat
character.
again.
Like
asking-
2 sentences about Danelle.
Chat again asking
You-
who is Danelle. Danelle was a Verona.
The worst.
Danelle smirked.
One
That's
time
fine.
Mercy SWAT. And that was enough.
Forever.
She is on Elida's small council, and that is all you need to know.
When she smirks, I smirk, we smirk.
All right, read book 4 again, okay? Yeah, it's not my fault that y'all don't know what the fuck is going on. Where I am.
Sulin.
All right,
Oh god.
Carlenia.
Carlenia, hashtag Carlenia. What the fuck are we
Who
talking
are we
about?
talking- Okay,
We were
Lanfear.
talking about
Who won
Adeline
the
for
poll?
reasons.
Oh my god.
Who won this poll?
Lanfear.
Thank
Lanfear
you.
won.
Keep
Do you guys
scrolling.
remember
This one?
Lanfear?
Oh, okay.
We didn't
What
even
a
talk about her.
shocker.
No one's
The
surprised.
hottest woman won the poll.
Hashtag
What?
Lanfear chosen rallied.
Okay,
She
rallied
beat
the
Rourke.
troops.
Honestly, the most devastating thing about this is that Bane and Shiad are now out of the running entirely.
Disagree.
I'm furious.
Entirely?
Out of the
Entirely.
running. Rourke
You
came
did
in
this,
second.
though. You did this.
I didn't want this to happen.
None of us wanted this.
I wanted Bane and Shiad to win. I love Bane and Shiad. I wanted them to take it all. I adore
My
them.
headcanon, if you had pitted Bane and Shiad against Nynaeve and
Look
Min,
how bad
They
Jenny
would have
is furious.
she's not happy.
Min would have come third in that
Min would have come
scenario.
last in a Nynaeve, Bane and Shiad Min. That's correct. It should be that way.
Listen,
I'm not
Just
happy.
fix it. Fix the poll.
I can't. I don't rig.
next year.
So,
We understand now where people's hopes and dreams lie, so we'll crush them more next year.
I just want to
Just
point out,
so
by the
mean.
way, Nynaeve, Min, Elayne, 632 votes.
Yep.
Massive.
Wow.
Thank you again to Bree, who I think is still watching, by the way, because she's tweeted about this 3 times.
Okay.
For your
She tweeted
support.
about this?
Yes. Thank you
What?
again for your support.
Hi, thank you.
Bree is amazing.
Lan-
and we
Can't
love
wait to
is
read your
amazing.
work.
Love you. Great. Lanfear, Rourke, Bane, and Shiad, 350.
It's
Big
the
money.
same.
We love it.
Okay.
Great. Lanfear with 44%. She didn't take a majority.
Okay.
I
that's good
really
to know.
think the Aiel vote split itself.
which is
That
How
might-
fair.
small,
might have
look how
happened.
small my sphincter mouth can get when I think about lamprons.
I'm trying to do it.
I'm furious.
Just look like I'm kissing people. It's just my emoji won't do it.
How much like
And,
Voldemort can I look like?
And now we're on to the final tri-final,
Mhm.
which had the fewest votes because it
I
did.
don't think I've.
And
voted
this
for
was not a
All right.
this was not a
My heart
significantly
hurts.
small number either.
We
so-
have Galad,
Yeah.
Bleh.
Brigitte,
Oh
Mhm.
yeah.
Avienda.
No, fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you.
I didn't make the fucking bracket. Okay.
No. We're not voting between Avienda and Brigitte.
I don't think you did. I think you
Mhm.
posted that you were not voting.
No, there was a different poll where there was 3 badass women, and I was like, not doing this. Cannot. Literally will
We're
not.
here to make everyone mad. So that's our only job.
But yeah, if you're asking me to choose between Brigitte, literal hero of the horny, and Avienda, my goddess, beautiful, perfect angel who can do no wrong,
She's great. We love.
I will not choose.
I love Avienta. I love her.
Avienda.
I love
Love her.
everything about her. She's such an asshole sometimes,
She's
but like in a
perfect.
way that's so fucking funny to me.
She is the funniest. Like aside from Matt, she is the funniest character in Wheel of Time, hands down.
Of who I think
Abby?
is going to
Abby?
become
Abby.
of who I think is going to become Rand's wives or women of some kind. I think she is by far to me the hottest of the 3. And maybe that's just me. But like I love their Rand and Avienda's relationship. I love
It's hilarious.
It's fucking hilarious. Like
Because she's like, you're dumb.
I
You are
hate you.
So dumb.
But who doesn't love a I hate you, now I love you scenario? Like we love that. And like the thing about it is it's the funniest fucking relationship of all time because it's such a yak shaving scenario. And I dropped that and Gus was like, what the fuck is that? And it's like, all right, I gotta shave a yak, that's my task. But first I gotta find the clippers. But the clippers are lost. So now I gotta go in the jungle to find them. But the jungle's really thick, so I gotta find, like it's whatever. It's like all these different things
they
that are in the
go.
way to shave this yak. And her like yak shaving scenarios, I want to stay as far the fuck away from this guy as humanly possible. And every single thing from then on is, well, too fucking bad. And it's so funny. It's literally caused me to crack up on like 7 different occasions that I'm like, I just am so confident they're going to get together. It's not even funny.
And honestly, Avienda makes me laugh, like I said, like harder than any other character in Wheel of Time, just because like I identify with Matt. Obviously, I've indicated that I've identified with Nynaeve, but like legitimately, Avienda is me. She is just like, she is so in your face, and she is so about like fuck the patriarchy, and like she's so much like, listen, you cis white het male. Here is why you are a dumbass. Okay. Oh, you don't understand? Let me count the ways.
Oh my
Yes.
God.
Number 1 is like, and like she is just,
And she's occasionally the level of petty I just aspire to.
I need to be that
I
in my life.
mean,
Like,
she is so fucking petty
and
sometimes.
she's so stubborn when she's like, let's hit the ground running. You know what I would rather do? 50 fucking laps around this sweat tent than sleep in that motherfucker's bed.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do that. No one can tell me who I can sleep with and who I cannot. I'm gonna run.
Mhm.
I love Avienda,
She
and will
cracks
never
you up.
stop singing her praises.
And someone else said
Also-
her. Oh, sorry. You go.
oh no, in true Robert Jordan fashion, her boobs are huge.
Of
Um,
course.
Boobs are
And she
so-
runs naked and they're perfectly fine.
They're perfectly fine. She doesn't need a sports bra or anything to hold them up.
Ridiculous. Not true. False.
She's insanely athletic.
How do you know a man wrote this? The women are
Yes.
running topless. Like,
Sir,
excuse me.
sir, and
You
like
can have one or
Allie-
the other.
And okay, no, they could be running topless as long as they were holding their boobs.
That's true.
Yeah.
But there's no mention. And therefore, I cry
A man
false.
wrote it.
Yeah, therefore a man wrote this.
The thing is like, so Allie and I have both run marathons.
Yep.
I am a aggressive feminist woman. I believe that bras with underwire are a construct of patriarchy. I believe that bras without underwire are necessary.
So necessary.
And like, as someone who is like athletic and like has been a runner for like the majority of my life, qualified for Boston Marathon, blah 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 blah, I could not imagine running the amount that Avienda does without a bra. And I have small ass titties. Sissa small ass titties. I don't have Avienda titties. I could not imagine the pain of running with Avienda titties without a bra. And Robert Jordan, you dumb shit. You don't understand pain of boobs.
Yeah.
And you need to acknowledge that.
As someone with Grendel titties, let's
You notice Grendel is not running anywhere.
Grendel glides at best.
Yes, she glides. Now I'm imagining Grendel and Heelys.
Oh yeah. So I feel very strongly that there is just like my sister and I lie on very different ends of the spectrum, but both of us have run marathons, and both of us like talk at length about the importance of support,
Yes.
right? Emotional, physical. So,
Physical.
When Robert Jordan was like, yeah, Moiraine just starts sprinting naked through the desert, I was just like,
agony.
Neither of them were holding their boobs while they were running.
I'm like, Harriet, where were you?
Yeah.
Harriet, my beautiful angel, have you ever run?
Yes.
Listen, I know this is a fantasy series.
Their rings are nestled between their breasts. Where are their hands when they're running?
It's there.
Yes.
It's
I'm like, can mention the breast when they're angry and folding their arms, but not when they're running.
I can't even walk downstairs, Brahma.
Yeah.
It's like, it's too painful of an experience.
It hurts. Well, I mean, like, I say this like I know.
I've got a heavy tread though, so don't.
Yeah.
I can walk downstairs and I can run, but it's not comfortable.
That is true. She
I've
is
got
a
like
heel
King
walker,
Kong steps,
big
like,
time heel walker. Like when we are with anybody, you can hear Allie coming 100 miles away because she's a fucking like she will walk and just bam, 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 bam.
Are you saying she is the Velociraptor from Jurassic?
Yes,
that's the T-Rex.
No,
it's
Velociraptor.
Yes.
No, but like when they're in the kitchen scene.
Oh, okay.
independent of everything else. Yes, she.
Yeah.
Whenever
You
she's
can
walking
hear me
anywhere, you can
fucking
hear her a
coming.
fucking 100
And I like
miles
to
away.
think that is a confident, badass woman's stride. I will come into the room and you'll know I'm fucking coming. And as a student, fucking fear it. Like,
fear it. Someone told me one time, because I was wearing like boots with, a 1/2-inch heel, which puts me over 6 foot. But someone told me one time that when I was walking down the hall, they could hear it, and I was like,
oh, when you're in heels, no fucking question. You can't walk
this
quietly.
is my Velociraptor roar, and I need you to hear, and I need you to feel like intimidation in every part of your soul.
Yeah. I decided I was going to be unapologetically loud as a walker because I was like, I know no other way. But when you're in heels, especially, like, I'm sorry.
It's nothing. Yeah.
People are going to hear you fucking coming. Yeah. There's no daintiness about it. I am teetering on my tiptoes.
Oh, yeah.
Sirs
like,
and madams.
I'd be stealth as fuck when I'm, like, running behind you and I'm like, I'm a goddamn panther. You can't hear me. You can't hear me. Surprise, motherfucker. Stick to your side.
That's not my truth, but
left,
go
pass
for
on
it.
the left. Keep going. But like the second you get me into a semi-professional setting, I will heel stomp the fuck out of you.
Clomp, clomp, motherfucker. Like, yeah, hear me fucking coming. Yeah, exactly. I'm like,
coming.
I'm not gonna have a dainty
Oh,
laugh.
Lord.
I'm not gonna have a dainty footstep. I'm not gonna have a dainty fuck all.
Do you want a snort laugh? Because it's coming.
Nothing wrong with dainty. I'm like, listen, I'm gonna have a sneeze like a motherfucker, and I'm not gonna be sorry about it.
And I won't even say bless me.
Yeah. I'm like, if we want to have like ungainly bullshit, like we are allowed, and that's fine. And I have been ungainly my entire fucking life, so I'm not even gonna apologize.
If I accidentally fall down, will we turn it into a push-up? Because that looks less awkward, but more awkward. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I've never tried that one.
I haven't tried that cover, but now I will.
Yeah, it's a real awkward thing when you find yourself tumbling and you're like, what can I do in this scenario? Push up and heels.
Land into one of these. You gotta land in one of these.
Oh, you've never heard of side plank and heels?
You've never heard of
Welcome.
side-ar plank?
Sidear plank.
Back to the Wheel of Time.
Okay.
Look how I did it. All right, who won this?
Seamless.
Galad.
Well, we haven't
fine.
mentioned Galad. I have no idea how we got here.
I don't know him very well, but everything I know about him is from Elayne's perspective, and she seems to think he sucks.
But remember that Elayne thinks Tom is super hot, and she wants.
He is. She's
she
correct,
wants to-
but
No,
no.
She wants
no,
to,
no,
but remember
no.
that she wants
But
to.
not
deep
her.
Tom.
Yeah.
She's
Remember
got
that-
poor judgment. We hear it. But okay. But my thing about Galad is I can't yet get behind a White Cloak because every other White Cloak I've met, other than Galad, sucks. I hate him. Not that
Do we
sucking
hate
is bad
Pedrin?
activity, but sucks.
Perrin Nile.
I don't know him that well. I've been in his head one time, and he seems
Yeah.
like
So-
a great tactician, but he sucks
Perrin Nile's perspective at this point is...
because he's condoning whatever's
Wait.
going on.
Perrin Nile's perspective, not to interrupt you,
You're fine.
is
Go ahead.
the last battle is happening, but agnostic style.
Okay.
But agnostic style.
Well, that's just taking advantage of a situation that's happening. But I'm like, how much does he not know? Does he not know they're hanging children in the middle of wherever? Does he
No.
not
He's
know?
like, I think he's like an ends justify the means. Like it's
That's not enough.
I'm actually kind of with you on this. It's very hard for me to talk about book 5, so I don't know what to say at this point, really.
Am I open to the hot nuance of maybe there's a decent White Cloak out there? Sure. I haven't met him yet. Could he be Galad?
Jacob Carradine isn't
Oh.
Leane?
Jacob Carradine with like, oh God, where the fuck are you in these books? Sorry, I can't say.
No. We know he's Boars.
Yes,
know
we
he's
know he's
Boris.
Boris.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
because the mirror draw carved into his mahogany table. And
Okay.
And then
So we-
Jacob was like, wait, I've got some niece.
That's where I wasn't sure if you
I've
were
got
that
a niece and a sister, and I'm like, excuse me.
That's where I wasn't sure. Were you at the point where he was offering up other members of his family?
Yes. I was like,
Sure.
what the actual fuck, dude? So that was a lot. So yeah, so I hate him. I hate the other. I hate Jarrett Byar. Double hate, loathe entirely.
What do you mean you
I
hate
feel like the
Skeletor?
Grinch reading through the phone book in the live action Grinch. I'm like,
Hate, loathe
double hate, loathe entirely whenever it comes to the White Cloaks. I'm like, fuck you, you suck. What good are you? Because whenever there's like an opportunity for you to actually do what you profess that you do, you don't do it. So fuck you. Like, I'm done with you, your daddy issues, your weird like religious like extremism bullshit.
No, thank
Like,
you.
have a religion by all fucking means. Just don't be a fucking creep about it. Like, ugh. And so yeah, so those are my feelings about that. And so when Galad's like, I'm gonna become a White Cloak, I was like, don't.
Yeah.
Period, because your sister's a fucking Aes Sedai. And that feels shady. Like, listen, she's never been nice to you, so like I get it to some
No, but
extent.
Galad has no ill feelings towards Elayne. Remember?
That's
No.
what I'm
So
saying. So I'm like, what the
Elayne-
fuck? Even though she'd deserve it if he did. Like, I'm
Right, but Galad is also very much like he read the book and like he's so black and white.
That's the other thing I was
Galad-
gonna say, yeah.
The thing about Galad is like he doesn't see shades of gray. He sees this is right and this is wrong. And so he reads the book and he's like, Arthur Hawkwing was right. The
Like, it's-
values that this man
Yeah.
preached are correct.
Yeah.
And we need
He-
to uphold them.
Like he's a person who, you know, he's joining an organization, White Cloaks. I'm gonna like equate them with like Fred Phelps and that crazy Fred Phelps level of. Do you know who Fred Phelps
I
is? No?
do, but can you refresh my memory really
He's
quickly?
he's the guy who, I'm gonna make massive air quotes around this. I grew up Christian. I have no ill will towards Christians. He is a
Done,
crazy. Like he's the one who protests at soldiers' funerals with
Oh,
signs that say, yeah,
yeah.
he's
Is
that
he
guy.
like a Westboro Baptist dude?
Westboro Baptist.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's
yeah,
the guy
yeah,
who founded
yeah,
the
yeah.
Westboro Baptist.
Oh, fuck
So-
that guy.
But
Like,
okay, this is what I like. Galad is the
like
guy who
that.
read the Bible and was like, "Oh, this Jesus had some really, really nice things to say. I'm gonna join the Westboro Baptist Church because they say that they're Christian." Like that's where because he's looking at the roots of, oh, Jesus was a nice guy,
which is true.
and then joining, yeah,
we
but
love
joining,
Jesus.
yeah, absolutely,
Great
but
guy.
joining an organization that maybe is no longer associated
Yeah.
with the
Like-
actual belief system.
Bless Galad. I actually love the fuck out of this guy just because he does see the world in black and white, and that can be a very pure thing that I think we're missing
Yes.
a lot of is like he sees right and wrong and he doesn't see morally gray.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, humanity doesn't exist in
Yeah.
those spheres. But Galad does. And he sees the white cloaks for the purpose that they were intended. And
Yeah,
it's wonderful.
that's what I'm saying,
it's
yeah,
beautiful.
yeah.
And he sees this as like, he looks and he reads the book and he is like, this is something I want to support because this is good and this is right. I want to wear the cloak with pride and I want to defend and like advocate for right and for good. And like that blessed, beautiful, wonderful, sheltered baby doesn't actually, he's never had any exposure
Yeah.
in his entire life to people who are morally gray.
Yeah, I do understand that. I have somebody in my life that I love very much, but fundamentally disagree on like 99% of things. And I think that's largely because they view the world in this very weirdly idealistic way to a point where I'm like, and I'm going to give a low stakes example. So I'm in the arts. We rely a lot on arts funding, right? By the government, by grants, by what have you. And he was trying to argue to me why he feels that arts funding should be cut in terms of the federal government. I was like,
Right.
I hear you. But that means that, like, I'm out of a job. And a lot of the people that I love and care about are out of a job. Do you understand that? And he went, well, wealthy people who care about theater are going to come and pay for it. And I went, huh,
Baby boy, they're not.
really? That's a really interesting argument. Okay, so you're me. Like, let's just switch places for a second. You're me. And you have a job with a salary. And someone comes along and says, okay, we're going to cut all the funding for your job.
Yeah.
But don't
Now
worry.
you're-
Rich people that you don't know are going to come and fill that gap.
You can depend on altruism.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you going to take that deal? And he goes, well, no. And I went,
Yeah, of course
yeah. So like, there we go. Like, you know, and it's that with like everything. It's that with everything. He is a very black and white thinker in that he believes fundamentally that like certain bad things about the world couldn't possibly be true because there can't be that many evil people in the world. And I'm like, well, There are. I
There
mean, there
are.
are.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what
There
to tell you. I don't know how to walk you through this because it would require you to fundamentally like walk through the fire.
It's the same as the Tinkers, right? Like violence is bad. Violence is bad.
Understood
except
and
for
agreed.
the fact that occasionally, like, the world is not black and white. If the world was perfect and wonderful, then the Tinker's pure
Then yeah,
pacifism.
you would never have to pick up a sword
Yeah.
to defend basic human rights.
Yeah, like the ideal behind the Tinkers is beautiful and wonderful, but the reality of the world means that it
doesn't
not
exist.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
anyway.
yeah. No, but I feel that way about the Tinkers too. It's like this is a really lovely idea that you have in your head about what the world should look like, and I agree with it largely. I agree that like rich people should pay for the arts. Like,
Yes.
let's go back to the Medicis.
Yeah.
Like, please and thanks. That would be great. But like, that's expecting people to be altruistic in a way that they're just not right now at this point in time for a variety of reasons. And so you're asking people to gamble on the fact that people are going to be altruistic in a way that they historically have not been. And like, is that really like, while I understand and think that your worldview is something worth pursuing, like hoping for, do I think that it's a realistic thing to expect of the world at this time? No. And like, do I think it's fair that you judge people for having a more realistic mindset? I don't.
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah.
I don't think it's fair of the Tinkers to judge Aram for the way that he behaves. And I will fucking defend Aram forever until Aram sucks, which maybe he will, because there's like some weird prophecy shit going on with what he might be up to. So I don't know. But right now, I really defend the shit out of that kid.
Yeah.
The dream.
like,
the dream.
Egwene had a weird
Aram's-
dream.
Yeah, like the doom approach. Okay. Yeah.
Also,
like-
can we talk about for a quick second just about your like podcast and pointing out that Egwene knows who Aram is.
Yeah.
And like that is like it's one of those things that I have read again this book for like over 20 years. It was not until I listened to your podcast that I was like, Egwene sees the Tinker. She literally knows who that man is. Like she knows who Aram is. And she's like, who that boy know?
The only way I can headcanon
I feel he's a Tinker. Don't
the
know.
only way I can headcanon it in my dreams, people don't have faces. So
That's fair. But I can headcanon it in that I have the memory of Finding Dory. So I understand.
She recognizes everybody else.
Perrin and Fail, she's known for a bit.
Perrin, Fail, no.
She knew Aram as long as she knew Fail.
She danced actively with Aram.
She
that is
had
true.
more
Like,
of a
even
connection to Aram than she did to Fail.
Yeah.
Listen,
like, even
the
though in my
memory-
dreams people don't have faces, I know who they are.
The memory doesn't always remember who you think you can.
That's true.
Listen, during the pandemic, I have to like sometimes go, wait, who the fuck was that again? Like, and I'm like, oh, you knew them for a long time. Like, that's really embarrassing. But, you know, it's like, I don't know. And listen, books are different than real life. So, like, you know.
And like Master of the Deck like has indicated they spent one evening together, but they didn't. They actually spent
I thought it was like a week.
It was a couple of like a week or maybe
Yeah.
a couple of days or
more than
something.
a few
Like a week.
days together. And like honestly, like if we're getting back into the aunts situation, I could still pick that person out of a lineup. Like
Probably.
he gave her a necklace. This was
You
like,
can at least go, he looked familiar.
like you could at least say like, and I think this is a Robert Jordan mistake more than an Egwene mistake, but like she would know who he is and she could identify him by his name. And I actually feel like that's an authorial mistake, and it's one of those things in the series that I gloss over.
Yeah,
and I
never noticed it.
pretend I pretend that she actually knows who it is, and it isn't until your podcast where I was like, how the fuck did Egwene not know who this one was?
Yeah.
Doesn't make
It's a
sense.
good question,
Doesn't make
right?
sense.
I thought it was a decent question of like,
It's a good question.
well, she did she did spend so much time with him, and then Perrin brought him up several times after the fact, and she was like embarrassed by him, which I was like, well, that feels like it would be enough of an impression as someone who remembers every embarrassing thing I did from the dawn of time and will remember it as I'm falling asleep
Until the end of time.
until the end of time. Like, you know, I feel like somebody who is extremely like I must be perfect as Egwene is would remember anything that was like even remotely embarrassing like very hard. It does feel out of character that she doesn't remember this boy. But I'm also like, but I also have the memory of a goldfish. So like, who am I to judge who remembers whom?
Master of the Deck raises a strong point in that Aram may have Clark Kented her with a haircut.
Yeah.
Oh, and also he may, because of everything he's been through, be kind of unrecognizable in Tel'aran Riyadh in a metaphorical sense. I don't know, but I feel like he's Aram at the end of the day.
I mean, Perrin recognized him when he saw him. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Seems right.
Anyway,
Seems right.
Yeah.
Did it go? Oh, that could be. Trauma makes you forget things. There's like
it's
science
possible.
behind that.
Makes you hone in on different things too.
Yeah.
What?
Trauma?
Oh,
Yeah.
well,
You
also
focus-
horniness makes you, you know, she was looking at a certain body part.
She was dickmatized.
She was dick. No, I'm not going to say that word. She was
blinded by the dick.
she was dicker padded. Dicker padded.
No. We can't get there yet, but Jenny does have a great video about being dickmatized.
Damn it. That was the word all along. It's
a good
I
word.
need
dickmatized.
you to know that word and just have it in your brain.
I also need to give
like
credit to
dicker padded.
Chance for teaching me the word dickmatized,
Dickmatized.
which I then used in a video.
So,
'Cause, yes.
so
All right.
Brigitte is a person who exists too. We are very, very far into this now.
Yeah.
Who do you think
I'm
won?
so sorry, Gus.
We're not
Please
sorry.
don't apologize.
Don't apologize.
Gus
I-
has not said a word in an hour.
That's about what our relationship could be described as too. So don't worry about that either.
You have a lot more to speak to than I do, and I'm proud of that. Stop. Who do you think won?
Name
who is it?
the contestants.
Galad, Brigitte, Avienda.
Brigitte. I say
Brigitte,
Brigitte.
please.
Avienda.
Oh.
I am not
Interesting.
displeased with
Avienda
this answer.
wins.
I'm okay with that.
I'm very happy.
And that's
Okay.
the
I'm beyond thrilled. If I'm
that-
being honest.
Me too.
is
I was
the-
happy. I voted for her.
I feel like I'm
Try.
accepting
But
this.
I also
award.
acknowledge I don't know Brigitte that well. She's just kind of bopping around the dream world right now.
So
and I
that-
don't know much about her.
leads us into the winners finals.
Okay.
That are running
which is
now.
where we are now, right?
Currently running until tomorrow morning. Nynaeve, Lanfear, Avienda.
Fuck.
As it
I don't think
stands,
I've voted yet.
well,
I
you
have
should.
voted,
Vote!
obviously, but yeah.
As it
I
stands-
actually
It's your Grinwell duty.
no, it's my Grinwell duty, but I actually there was a poll I didn't vote in.
Oh
And
my God,
that
did we get
was,
2 followers while we were doing this?
Mhm.
That's so
I hope
cute.
so.
Sorry.
I don't know if I can choose between Avienda and Nynaeve, and I'm a little bit nervous.
The
about
Eni vote
Well,
does.
as
yeah,
it stands,
sometimes occur.
it is close.
Yeah.
Is what I'll say.
This one, like, I think I said this also multiple times. Like, I want Nynaeve to win. Nynaeve is my girl. I love her more. Like you know how Delusions feels about Matt? I'm that with Nynaeve. Like Nynaeve, I love her so
Love her.
fucking much.
it.
But
She's me.
if she loses to Avienda, I will be okay. I get it. Like it doesn't bother me. So yeah,
And
I still want her to win though.
That's exactly where I'm at, where I'm like, Avienda is hot as fuck. Like, I relate so much to Avienda. Tall, opinionated.
But if
athletic.
Lanfear starts winning, how do we feel?
If Lanfear starts winning, like fuck all y'all. Like seriously, no.
I will burn this YouTube stream.
Seriously.
well,
ground.
I'm going to tell you,
I will
it's,
burn.
she's not that far behind. So you may want to just jump on a vote just in case.
All right, Bree. If Lanfear
We
starts
will.
going ahead.
We will at Bree.
Real quick.
and
Cav just
Yeah,
pointed out that our YouTube channel just broke 100 subs.
Rats!
Thank you, everybody.
Thank
if
you.
you aren't subbed, smash that sub
Consider
button.
it. Consider
Hashtag
it.
sub.
We might be
Smash the
likable
sub.
sometimes. We've been likable on occasion.
Smash the like.
Smash it.
Just smash it.
I won't say who is close, but I will say that the current proportions are 40%, 35, and 26.
I need
Okay,
you
as
to
long
give
as-
me. I need you
yeah.
to give me the numbers so I know who to vote for.
40%,
long-
35, and 26.
I need you
As
to
long
give-
as that 26 is Lanfear, I'm okay.
It
with
might
whatever.
be. I can't
It
tell
might
you.
be.
It's illegal.
Don't type it in the
Illegal.
chat. Let them vote how they're gonna vote.
I've already voted.
Who did you vote for?
I mean, take a wild guess.
Nynaeve, you
It's
voted for
Nynaeve,
Nynaeve.
of course. Of
Yeah,
course, I voted
yeah.
for Nynaeve.
I
Yeah.
voted
Like-
for Avienda. Because I
That's
find
fine,
the
yeah.
maidens to be very interesting.
so hot,
So hot.
so hot, and like,
And Nynaeve's a
as-
dick to waiters. I just
Nynaeve's
can't get
a
over
dictator.
it. I can't get over
totally
it.
get. I totally get it. I
and
totally get it.
like as someone who's clearly of the Aryan race, it's a bit uncomfortable. But is that what the Aiel are modeled after? Yes.
Yeah.
I'm not going to
They
say
are
that.
the
I
only
am
but
canon.
yes.
Programmed.
They're
to
the-
think Avienda's super.
So
hot.
people regularly will come up to Gus and I and go, "Oh, you're gonna have like such an Aryan baby," and both of us go,
No, they don't do that. No.
"Don't." Fuck it.
Okay.
Like, I'm like, I get it. We're both very blonde. And like, we didn't do this on purpose. Like, you fall in love with who you fall in love with. But like, people will regularly be like, you're going to have an Aryan baby. And we're like, we don't identify with or want to identify with perpetuating any of that. So like, thank you. But I know
Please
you don't
stop
mean
your
it like
mouth
that.
words.
You want-
No.
One time, the few times when I was working as a preschool teacher that I actually kind of got in trouble with my boss, we were dividing our students into like just different groups and randomly. This was purely accidental. I think
Oh
it was
my
even
God.
alphabetical, but I got all the blonde-haired, blue-eyed children, and I just looked at them and I said, "Okay, Hitler use, let's get in like a German." They were preschool. They didn't know, but my boss was like, "You
Don't.
can't do that. You can't do that."
Yeah.
Yes, I can because I'm a minority.
And I go, listen.
And we're gonna make fun of this because what else
I
the
get-
fuck do I do?
Listen, we get it.
Completely
We're just
random.
when it's like if certain people came up to us and said that, we'd be like, yeah, we got it. Like, it's funny. But like when like white relatives come up to us and like, you're gonna have such an Aryan baby, we're like,
I don't even know. I wouldn't know what to do with
what's
that.
your like? Because like
That
with
is-
some people it's like it's a joke, and with some people we're like, is this supposed to be funny or is this supposed to be serious? And we're like, we don't know, and that gets weird. But like, yeah, we're like, yeah, we understand. We're yes, it's very
We
funny
get
to
it.
us, but because like, listen, are we the Hitler Youth ideal? For sure, but like.
We're
But
not-
we don't. We both feel weird about it, and like it's weird when people come up to us and say it, and we're like it's like a happy
Yeah.
day.
I will say, like that group of kids, they were all blonde and very big blue eyes because a lot of them. I was living in a very unusual neighborhood. A lot of them had different mothers and the same father, so they all had their dad's eyes. They all had these big blue eyes.
Wasn't there a celebrity that had like a bunch of kids, and he named them all, but like with a bunch of different
So-
people, and he named them all George?
So it's George Foreman.
Yeah.
Yes. So
Oh,
Yeah.
right.
we have now
Same deal.
in the 4.5 hours we've been together.
Oh my
shit.
god, I'm so sorry.
So-
No.
Heck.
So fun.
You
Covered.
do understand, Gus? You're in a chat with two Canadians. We can't help it.
It's
Telling
good.
us to not say sorry is not gonna work.
No, I can tell you to not say sorry because you'll say sorry instead. So don't say sorry either. But that is what we are here to discuss. Is those polls we have discussed. So thank you for your time, for being here with us. I would like to invite you both to take a little time to tell the folks who may not know you where they can follow you and your content, and keep in touch with you folks as content creators, starting, let's say, with Delusions of Graendal.
Okay. So we're a relatively new podcast in that currently, as of today, we have one episode published, another one coming out on Monday.
Congrats.
Yes.
Episode number 2. So I am a veteran reader, as you probably could tell from the content of today. My co-host Virgil is a never reader, but an enthusiast for fantasy. So he is not going to read the books. He's not going to get too involved in the fandom. He's just going to be given kind of a cursory overview of what to expect from Wheel of Time and the power system and stuff. And we're going to have a few content creators on to delve into some of the more serious themes. Amongst them, Jenny, who is going to come on an episode to talk about misogyny in the fandom.
Misogyny in the fandom.
Misogyny
Aw.
in the fandom.
What?
And how
The shock.
and how we can expect to see that played out in the Wheel of Time fandom, especially based on that of Game of Thrones and kind of like the Dany fan base in particular. So Verge, my co-host, never reader, first time watcher, me obviously coming at this from a very skewed perspective, and the two of us kind of just having a conversation about the Wheel of Time every week. And I hope you enjoy and I hope you listen. Feather and Mountain can be found on most major podcasting platforms at this time. We'll get on Apple soon. Feather and Mountain on Twitter, and you can email us at featherandmountain at podcast@gmail.com, and any hate mail can be sent to what's in your mother's garden at whyareyousolonely.com.
Good. And
I
Jenny?
love that.
So that email address is fantastic. Yes. You can find me by searching LEZBI Nerdy on YouTube. Be sure to put the whole name, because I didn't think about that when I made my name. And if you just put LEZBI, you get
It's
other
a lot
results.
of fun.
Yeah, I mean, you may like those results. I kind of like those results, but they are not me. So you have to search for my whole name. Yeah, and I'm on Twitter. I don't have an email, which is what I was thinking about when you were. I was like, oh, maybe I should have an email. I don't know if I want an email because I haven't enough. Whatever. But anyway, that's how you can find me. LEZBI Nerdy on YouTube and Twitter. I make a lot of videos going into stuff that, like we talked about today in this on my channel. So.
Really excellent stuff, by the way. She has gone out of her way to make spoiler-free stuff for Allie to watch and respond to. Which,
yeah, I think the first time I contacted you guys, because it freaked me out. I had just written an article and sent it in to Dragonmount, and then as I was listening to your podcast, and Allie, you were almost quoting my article to me, and obviously you have not read it because at that point it hadn't even been published, and I was just like, holy hell, how is she picking up on things that, like, the publisher of the article was like, I never thought about this, and then you're like, oh, just in your first read through. So
yeah.
Oh,
So thank you both.
that's so nice.
Thank you both for being here, being with us. Follow the Grinwell Cup on our Twitter. We're Wheel Takes Podcast. She hasn't read the series. I have. And I am going to click the end stream button.
Thanks, everyone. Have a
Thank
good
you all.
night.
Thanks,
Good night.
friends.
yes.
And
Hey,